Morning. Welcome to day 2 of Inbound. My name is Debbie Millman, and I am thrilled to be in conversation today with a person whose career has exemplified the integration of creativity and technology in order to revolutionize and democratize design. So please join me in welcoming the co-founder and chief product officer at Canva, Cameron Adams.
Oh, which way do I go, Debbie? I'll go in the front.
They were very, very specific about the seating. Cam, before we start talking business, tell me about a man in blue.
Oh, I was worried about your icebreaker. This question's fine. The Man in Blue was my very first attempt at brand design. So I was about 14, I think, and I was doing some work around my high school. So lots of kids needed graphics made, and I needed a bit of an identity to represent my teenage design agency. And I came up with the Man in Blue because I kind of wanted it to be me, but I didn't want to be center stage. So I just made it quite vague and just had myself in blue.
So you had your own branding and design agency at 14 years old?
I wouldn't call it a branding and design agency. It was a bit of a side hustle, let's say. But yeah, there were lots of kids. Photoshop had just come out. I was tinkering around with that. Lots of kids wanted stuff done, like posters and stuff like that. So I set up a bit of a side business doing that.
So this will help us get into this first question in a slightly different way then. How did you go from studying at the University of Melbourne in Australia, working as, I believe you studied law, is that true?
Law and computer science.
So law, how did you go from studying law to working as a product manager at Google to becoming the co-founder and chief product officer at Canva?
I think probably the key reason was that I was terrible at law. So I totally forgot to apply for any law jobs at the final year of university. And I had been working as a graphic designer through pretty much all my university career. So I'd worked on the university newspaper, kind of cut my teeth doing that. I ended up getting a job as a catalog designer for a mail order software company.
They had those back then?
They had those back then. It was the year 1999, just to date myself. And I learnt my craft there. So took my design and branding agency into an actual workplace and learned about graphic design, about layout, typography, used a program called Quark, which I'm sure you're familiar with.
Quark.
Installing that on floppy disks.
Yeah.
And
I kind of miss Quark, actually.
It was a nice piece of software.
It was.
It's had its moment, though. And out of that, I kind of got into web design. So around the year 2000, the web was booming. And back in Australia, this company I was working for decided to go into making websites for people. And they said, you know a bit about design and you know a bit about programming, why don't you try and make a website? So that's when I really started developing digitally. And again, I had a bit of a side hustle making websites for people. And that turned into my career after university. I had one real job, but since university, I've mostly run my own businesses.
So you don't consider what you do now a real job?
It is a real job. I don't consider it being employed by anyone since I started the business. So the one real job I have had was at Google, and that came around after 6 years of running my web agency, my real web agency. I did a lot of writing, got a bit of renown in the kind of website design space, and got the attention of Google in Sydney through actually a recommendation from a person called Doug Bowman. I don't know whether you know him, but he was the very first UI designer at Google. He was also the very first designer at Twitter, so hugely influential in Silicon Valley and places like that. And he recommended me for a job at Google, which was surprising because I'd actually applied to Google 3 times before and got rejected.
Did you know why you got rejected? Did you get any of that feedback?
I had been applying for kind of programming jobs. So software engineering at Google is a high art, and I wasn't a very good software engineer. So I was trying to do things in the space between design and technology, which I don't think Google really understood. They were like, you're either an engineer or you're someone who just pushes pixels around.
So if you applied there 4 times, you must have really wanted to work there.
I did really want to work. Everyone wants to work at Google, or wanted to at least. And I also applied to Yahoo at the same time. Fortunately, I didn't get a job there. But wound up at Google on this super secret project called Google Wave, which was run by the co-founders of Google Maps. So they had actually started the Google Sydney office. Before that, Google Sydney was just one salesperson. And they brought the product team, they're actually an acquisition, and brought the product team into Sydney and grew that out. And the Google office in Sydney is now quite big. I think it's over 1,000 people or something. But back then it was about 100 people. And I walked in to my very first day on this mystery project that I didn't know anything about, and went into this meeting room that had been blacked out. Like they'd papered over all the windows. And I met Lars Rasmussen and his brother Jens. So they're 2 of the co-founders of Google Maps. And they said, this is the product we're trying to do. And it was like a next generation communications product called Google Wave. And I worked on that for 4 years. It was an amazing ride. Ultimately burned and crashed into the ground. But I learned a ton about creating digital products, which I hadn't really thought about before. I'd been more in the website world. And kind of online products weren't really a category that existed. So we were forging that path, figuring it out. I learned about product management as well as design. And when I decided to leave Google, I did another startup that I started called Fluent, which was the next generation email product. And we tried that for about a year, went through trying to get funding, the whole startup journey, didn't quite get across the line. And right towards the end of that, Lars recommended that I meet this couple who had just moved to Sydney. And he said, go talk to them, give them some advice on tech and see how it goes. So I wasn't thinking of partnering with them at all, and I walked into their office and met Mel and Cliff, my co-founders on Canva. And Mel described this amazing vision she had for democratizing design, as you mentioned. And it was the start of a long journey. Took us about a month of just doing Skype calls and various other things before we really decided to join forces. But in July 2012, we decided to start Canva together, and it's been an amazing journey ever since.
I was doing a little bit of research in trying to understand your path to Canva, and just from the other side of the sort of picture, I believe it took Mel about a year to find someone that their investors felt was worthy of the job. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, Lars from Google Maps was one of their advisors, and he would put everyone through a rigorous interview, particularly when we're looking for a CTO. But he obviously knew me from our 4 years together, so it was, once I agreed to meet them, he was very excited. But yeah, it took Mel probably more than a year. So they'd been working in Perth on the very far side of Australia, probably the farthest from Boston you can ever get. And they had built a school yearbook business. So they'd created a design tool just for school yearbooks. And it had been going pretty well in Australia, but they wanted to take it bigger. They wanted to take it to all sorts of design. Perth is probably not the best place you want to create a startup in. So they moved to Sydney to try and get it happening, and that's where we bumped into each other.
So a couple of questions around that particular moment. What gave you the sense that this could be what it's becoming, Canva, as a tool to create any type of design? And second, talk a little bit more about this democratization of design and what that actually means.
I think there were 2 things that really caught me about Canva, and Mel and Cliff as well. The first was this exciting vision for what design could be. Throughout my career, so I'd run a blog called The Man in Blue, and I wrote a lot about experiments that I was doing in creativity and code and design.
And you still do write occasionally on
Very
the blog.
occasionally when I get the time.
It's actually quite good. Cam is quite a good writer.
Not quite as good as you, Debbie, but I try and make it happen in the little time I have. And through that process, I created a whole bunch of basically design tools. So I just quirky little experiments that let people create things that they hadn't really thought they could create before. So little 3D builders, little drawing tools that you move blobs around to create things with. And I'd been doing that for probably 15 years. And when Mel first pitched me the idea of democratizing design, it just instantly gelled with me because I'd seen what amazing stuff people could create with pretty simple tools. And being able to take the really complicated area of design software as it was back then and make it accessible to everyone in the world and give them the ability to express their ideas and bring things to life was really exciting to me. So that was the vision side. And then on the team side, I had worked in a failed startup, I had worked at Google, I'd worked with a whole bunch of people over the years. And I'd kind of got to know what I was good at and what I wasn't good at. And Mel and Cliff were great at the stuff I wasn't good at. So we fit together really neatly, just like a jigsaw. And I think we each recognized that the three of us together just created an entire picture of what the founding team of an organization could be.
Talk a little bit about the evolution of Canva, because I want to get to what you're currently doing right now in AI, but talk a little bit about how the tool has developed.
So we've always had a huge vision. The vision is to empower the world to design across every type of design and visual medium that you can think of. But if you're starting a startup, you can't start there. You have to start down here with your very first user. So we needed to scope the original version of Canva down to something that we could actually build with a small team and that would also be really attractive to a very core audience. What we ended up building was a design tool that had roughly everything, well, most of the small things you needed to design. You could do text, you could do images, you could lay them out. And it was the perfect tool for social media, which was just emerging back in 2012. It picked up steam, and you had people like social media managers who needed to create a lot of content for their clients, and they didn't have the tools they needed because they weren't professional designers. They didn't know how to use complicated software or even afford it. And a tool like Canva was perfect for them because it let them quickly get started. They could smash it out in a few minutes, upload it to Twitter or Facebook, and it became an invaluable tool for them. So that was our initial audience, and we launched in 2013. And since then, Canva has grown in what you can do. So it can't just do social media graphics now. It evolved into presentations, into t-shirts, into videos, into websites. And as we've kind of bitten off more parts of the design pie, it's resulted in some of the growth that you could see on screen now. We've got 190 million people that use the product. We have over $2.3 billion in revenue. 95% of the Fortune 500 now use Canva, which is speaking to the evolution of it as a visual communications tool for everyone. It has just grown beyond our wildest dreams. But
How has that happened?
I think for us, it's about focusing on the product. So creating an amazing product that people truly value and that they want to talk about to other people. We didn't do any marketing for pretty much the first 8 years of Canva. It was all word of mouth. It was creating really good funnels for people to find Canva on search engines, understand that it was good for the job that they wanted to do, and then have an amazing experience in their first time on Canva. And we actually spent, a lot of time thinking about that first time experience of the product. So when someone lands in Canva, they need to be comfortable, they need to be inspired, they need to feel like they're a creative individual who can make things. And we set up the very first steps in the product to give you and build your confidence in being able to do that, which I think has really been a philosophy that we've taken into heart over the last 10 years.
Canva is now investing heavily in AI. Why, and where do you see it having the most impact in a series of design tools?
I think in the last 5 years, and particularly in the last 2 years, AI has rapidly changed as a technology and made things possible that just weren't possible 10 years ago. So when we started Canva, thinking about democratizing design and the technology that was available back then, it was all about mobile phones, it was about web browsers, JavaScript, a whole bunch of things. And we could we built the product using that technology. And it did enable people to discover design and discover their own creativity. But ever since we've launched, we've continually made design easier, made expressing yourself easier, and made it easier for you to communicate visually. We see AI as the next phase of that. And it's a really big next phase because what you now can do with AI unlocks even more stuff than what you could originally do with a mobile phone and a web browser. But we see it as a continuation of empowering the world to design, of enabling people to access design and visual communication that they couldn't do before. And really about shortening the time it takes to get an idea out there. I consider creativity not to be something that only artists or sculptors have. I think creativity is something that all of us can have, and we express it in very different ways. And AI is now enabling us to express ourselves in ways that we didn't think we could do, like we didn't think we were videographers, or we didn't think we were photographers or copywriters. And now as business owners, as marketers, as salespeople, even as accountants, people who think they mightn't have a creative bone in their body, they can actually express themselves creatively using AI. And it is an amazing democratization tool that we have seen over the last 2 years now that we have deeply embedded AI into the product.
I don't know about how other communities and disciplines are reacting to AI quite in the same way I understand how the design community is responding. And there's this real palpable sense that somehow AI is going to destroy design and take the soul out of design and take all of the creativity, the sort of originality and innate creativity out of design. And in thinking about this, I'm old enough to have remembered what happened when the computer first came on the scene. Elder statesmen, very, very famous designers at the time in the 80s into the early 90s were talking about how the computer was going to destroy the jobs, was going to take away all the soul out of creativity. It's sort of eerie in a lot of ways how the same conversations are being now had 40 years later about yet another disruptive, completely revolutionary technology. Now, back in the 80s, yes, there were some jobs that were lost. Typesetting as a solo entrepreneurial effort is now embedded in everything that we do in design. Some of the pre-pro that went into the work that was done prior to design going to press. But I don't think anybody could deny that hundreds of thousands of jobs were created as well. So the net is way positive. Talk about some of the fears that designers seem to have about AI and what your thoughts are on why.
Yeah, I think I can totally empathize with designers and a whole bunch of other people looking at the sphere of AI now and wondering what it's going to do for them and what their profession is going to look like. But I think, as you said, you can look to history. You can look at every innovation that has happened over the last 100 years, even 300 years, and the resulting increase in the ability to do work, to express yourself, to be creative through each stage has always been net positive, as you said. In the AI age, we really see it as an unlocking force. It enables more people to come into the creative sphere, and it's a rising tide that I think lifts all boats as well. It's not just for non-creatives who want to do creative things, it's also for creatives who want to do even more creative things. And we're seeing this with creative teams all around the world. It's decreasing the amount of time it takes to explore an idea. So that means that when you're thinking about a campaign or a billboard or a video that you want to shoot, you can actually storyboard the 20 ideas you had rather than the 2 that you normally would have been able to do with traditional tools. That means you can find exactly the right idea. You can start testing it earlier with the audiences to make sure it lands. If it's not going where you want it to, you can try a totally different idea. And AI tools are allowing you to quickly explore that. One of the best uses we see for AI tools is actually storyboarding. So we see lots of teams using this, including our own team at Canva. We ran a big event back in May in Los Angeles, and to come up with all the creative for that, our brand team used our Magic Media tool, our Magic Write tool, and of course Canva itself to create all the storyboards for it and quickly get a sense of the style, of the narrative of the show. We could test that with audiences, we could rearrange it, and it was super seamless and fluid and rapid and enabled us to land on the best idea. And we're seeing this replicated across teams all around the world. We have companies like movement climbing gyms here in the US who use Canva to write a lot of their copy to initially get that out, which then enables them to scale to all their stores around the country.
How do you feel about the copy? I'm finding that using AI for design and for ideation, for me, has been a lot more effective than what I'm seeing either from whatever I try to use with large language models and my students try. For example, they all tried to write their resumes and cover letters using AI, and they almost came back looking identical. And what I can say for anybody that's using large language models to help them write, very few people actually use the words moreover or hence in their writing.
I use that every day.
And that feels to me like a good giveaway that it's not really coming from a 22-year-old.
I think we're all still learning about these tools, right? AI is not exactly how it's going to be in 10 years' time. And for me, that's what's exciting about it. It is a new thing that you can innovate with, that you need to learn skills for, and we're all learning this together. I think everyone in this room has probably touched AI in some way, and you've probably figured out that you're also pretty crap at it. Like, just typing a prompt into an AI tool and expecting it to give you the fully finished thing is a dream.
It's actually really interesting to see what AI comes up with when you do that. Let's talk about, I think, what a lot of people are really, aside from the loss of jobs, what they're worried about in terms of some of the ethical considerations about how AI is scraping the work of so many artists, designers, writers. I want to talk about a little bit about data privacy as well. So talk about what you think about those concerns, and then also what Canva's doing to sort of thwart some of those worries.
Yeah, I definitely think it's something that needs to be tackled. Bringing people's content into an AI model should be rewarding for those people whose content that you're bringing in. And that's a philosophy that we have taken at Canva. We actually have something called the Creators Fund, which is a $200 million fund that we've opened up to all the creators who we normally work with at Canva. So for the last 12 years at Canva, we've had a great relationship, not only with the end users of our product, but also the people that supply our templates, our photos, our illustrations, the videos that you can use inside the Canva tool. And we've created a real community around that. And they get rewarded every time you use a piece of Canva elements. So if you drag an image into your design, they get a bit of royalty for that. And that is a vital part of creating design in Canva and expressing yourself. And we want that to continue to be the same in the AI age. So we created the Creators Fund, and any creator who opts in their content into any of our AI models gets rewarded for that. So that means that they can happily continue creating their photographs and their illustration, pass it into our library, and they get paid for any AI usage that occurs for that. And I think that's something that every other company like Canva, or that uses an AI model to produce text or images or videos, should also be paying their.
I mean, all of AI, any AI model, anyone that's using AI as their business model should be rewarding the backup that they get to make what they do.
And the only way the AI models are going to get better is if you continue to create content that you feed into the AI model. It's not like 2024 is the peak of human civilization and creativity, we're going to continue to create new things, to create amazing photographs, to draw amazing things, to come up with new ideas. And AI will be able to use those, but we should continue to reward the creators of those to feed them into the AI models and scale creativity for everyone else who can't take amazing photos or illustrations, but wants to use AI to help themselves.
What are some ways that artists can scale but also protect their work?
I think there's a bunch of interesting things happening. So, companies like ours paying creators to contribute to models is one way, but creators actually seizing control of AI themselves to produce new ways of scaling their work is also really exciting. So you're seeing a few things in this vein. One of those that came out recently was a thing called Google Style Drop. They actually work with a bunch of artists to bring in that artist's portfolio of work. And they created specific AI models that then enabled those artists to produce more of their work. This is entirely consensual. They worked directly with the artists and kind of honed the AI model on that particular artist style. And I think this will be an increasing way that artists and creators can create new avenues for business and creativity in the AI age. If they create their own models and then offer those to people as their own app or their own paid service, that's one path that they can take. Another really interesting one that I saw was from a music artist. And he actually trained an AI model on hundreds, thousands of hours of music that he had created. And he's now using that as part of his performance. So he performs live with his AI partner who's been trained on his music, and they kind of riff off each other. So he's a DJ, he produces a lot of dance music, and as he's doing a live performance, he can cue up the AI partner to produce something that complements what he's DJing, and it's a conversation that they have on stage using his own private data that he has trained a model on. So he has taken the reins of technological control and used it to his own benefit.
I think I only have time for one last question.
We'll make it a good one.
I clone my musical brain with the help of AI.
Right.
Okay, computer, drop now a hard techno track with a very strong warehouse kick.
Or not.
We have been talking about and reading about digital natives for quite some time, and it's only a matter of time now before we see the rise of AI native creatives.
I think we're already seeing it.
Yeah. Do you have a sense of how an AI native creative will approach the creative process?
I think I don't have a full sense of what it's going to be like in 20 years, but we are seeing an inkling of it, that being able to think about the workflow of creativity rather than just one part of what it is you want to create will become increasingly important. And being able to string together kind of multimodal creativity, I think will be...
What does that mean? What is multimodal?
That means you're not just an illustrator, you're not just a writer, you're not just a videographer.
So you're a polymath.
Polymath, that's a perfect word for it. And moreover, being able to...
Touche.
being able to bring all those things together into a cohesive narrative, a story, to like fully flesh out that idea that you have in your head, and collaborate with AI, collaborate with other humans, and just weave all these parts together. Like, that will be an increasingly important skill in the AI age. And it's something that I think a few professions have mastered over the last century, like creative directors, music producers, book editors. Like, they work really well with other people who are producing creative things, and they mold and shape them into something that is even better. And I think that will be an essential skill in the AI age, being able to take something that an AI spits out that maybe isn't quite appropriate for your audience, and you need to massage it and change it. And you need to know what good looks like. You know, just typing a prompt in and taking the first thing that comes out is not the key to great creative. Understanding of the 5 things that an AI spits out, which is best, how to merge them together, how to speak to your particular audience and tell the right story, that will be the key skill for creativity in the AI age. And I think it's something that all of us can master, which is pretty exciting.
Cameron Adams, thank you so much for making such an interesting platform for so many people to use. And thank you for joining me today on the Inbound stage.
Thanks for a great chat.
Thank you, everybody.
Everybody is at the right stage, right? You're here to hear about scaling from millions to billions and how we've boosted NPS. I'll tell you a little story. A year ago, I presented at a different conference, and a gentleman in the front of the stage realized he was in the wrong speaker spot. And he tried to get up under a radar. He tripped up and threw coffee everywhere. And it did put me off my speaker spot, right? So if anybody's not in the right speaker spot, if you like to leave now quietly, thank you very much, it's good. But thirdly, my third question is, just as a show of hands, who's heard of Unipart previously? I like my die-hard Unipart people, thank you very much. So I'm going to start off by telling you a little bit about Unipart, who we are, the challenge that we faced, and how HubSpot helped us to go from millions to billions in our pipeline, but also looking after our customers and increasing NPS. So Unipart is a supply chain solutions and performance improvement technologies partner. We actually have over 12,000 employees. We work in 21 different countries. We work in 7 different sectors, but we all unite under something called the Unipart way. And it's how we deal with customers and treat them, how we treat our employees, and how we drive world-class performance in our business. So Unipart's origins, actually, the brand was launched back in 1974, and actually it was to transform the car manufacturer's spare parts division into the fastest consumer brand for all car makers. So actually, we was probably the first company out there to really do consumer-based products. So even before it was fashionable, Unipart was doing it. And actually this year, we're celebrating 50 years. So it's our birthday year. So we're celebrating, thank you very much. So we're celebrating with our employees and our customers, because without them, Unipart wouldn't have been around for as long as it has. But as Unipart has continued to evolve over those 50 years, we know that we couldn't just be a consumer-led brand for car parts. We had to change, we had to be flexible, we had to evolve. So actually, where our 7 different Unipart divisions come from is after aftermarket, we went into Unipart Logistics, which is our biggest division, which is a global organization looking after some of the world's biggest brand supply chains, which I'll tell you more about. We also have Unipart Rail. So anything you go on to a rail track, we provide some of the biggest brands globally. If you go to UK and you go on Network Rail, we look after all that. We're actually a top-tier, tier-1 manufacturer as well. So we really understand our customers when they're manufacturers of how important supply chain is. And if that stops in it, you don't get the parts on the right place at the right time, and it grinds to a halt, we're actually a manufacturer, so we really understand that. We've also got a world-class consultancy business. So this sits a little bit separate to Unipart. It's very independent. It can actually come into your business, help you understand kind of network designs, a strategy for your business. And one of our new products that we've launched is really deep diving into sustainability, which is a massive challenge for everybody at the moment. As we're a technology improvement business, obviously we've got a technology division as well. And actually, these are the boffins of our business. So they come out with all the smart gears, whether it's AMR robots, whether it's Eco Insights that's looking at gas and water and electric usage, whether it's working for massive aerospace businesses or manufacturers, they're the boffins of our business. Then what hangs off the back of that is Unipart Signite. So they are really a SAP consultancy business and doing transformation in WMS programs. We have an international business that looks after heatings and cooling. And then also we just continue to grow year on year. So when I talk about some of the international brands that we work with, we actually break it down into 7 core market sectors. The first one, from our heritage, automotive. So you'll see some of the world's biggest brands on there: JLR, McLaren, Tesla, Rolls-Royce. We talked about Unipart Rail and how we work with Network Rail and Siemens. We're very proud of our healthcare service. So if you ever go to UK, you've probably seen the NHS or you've heard about it on the news. So we've managed their supply chain for the last 5 years. Obviously, through that, we had COVID as well. So that was a nice challenge as we just took on the account. But we didn't lose service, and we kept the customer at the heart of everything that we do. In aerospace and defense, last year we won a contract with Airbus. We're very proud of that. And we also work with Rolls-Royce, Boeing, so brands that you know. In technology, which is probably our second biggest sector, market leaders like Sky, Vodafone, Free. And what's really unique about these customers as well, some of them have been with us over 20, 30 years. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about our philosophy on how we've kept our customers and how we've kept them happy. Within e-commerce and consumer, we have some worldwide brands with ProDirect in the sporting industry. If you've ever bought a book at an airport or in UK, you've probably bought it from Waterstones. And also, if you go into our industrial side, everybody knows big yellow diggers, and they're called JCBs. So we manage their production inbound as well. So we're trusted by some of the world's leading brands. So now to introduce myself. So I'm Adam Jones. I'm Director of Business Development and Sector Strategies at Unipart. I've been in sales probably about 20 years. So I've probably worked with every CRM there is and probably seen every scenario known to man in sales. One of the biggest drivers, and I talked about our philosophy, is to understand the real and perceived needs of our customers better than anybody else and to serve them better than anybody else. Yamini said it yesterday, it's getting harder to keep customers even when you win it. So if you are not really invested and your culture is not driven by truly understanding your customers, their needs, their pain points, their direction and vision, and then you can serve them better than everybody else and really look after them to make sure they're getting what they want from you, then of course it makes it even harder. And that's something that we live and breathe, and it's embedded throughout our organization. But when we sat there, probably about 2 years ago, we had a great new CEO coming in, Darren. We had a new MD in logistics, Ian, coming in. We knew that we could grow quicker. So after 50 years, we're about £1 billion turnover business. But actually, I know we can grow quicker, and I know we can grow faster. So Darren set as a goal that we had to accelerate margin accretive revenue growth. So we had to grow quicker with more margin. Easy, right? Yeah, thanks for that, Darren. But we all embraced it because actually we were really excited about it. But actually, we had some challenges to overcome to start off with. So we had to redefine our sales strategy. So we were very internally facing business. So we really understood our customers, but we were really heavily on account management. We also had really inconsistent customer engagement. So actually, our account managers would go out and see the same customers, ask the same questions, speak to the same people. So we gave some really inconsistent feedback, and it probably wasn't wide enough. And that added into our customer feedback loop. We really wasn't getting into real nooks and crannies of our customers, and we weren't creating sales opportunities from it. We had different ways of working. When I started 2 years ago, it absolutely amazed me that we had siloed information in them 7 different divisions. We were working in different kind of ways of working. We had different multiple systems. So we had a CRM, someone had a spreadsheet, it'd be in someone's head. And I was like, oh my God, how do we actually go about fixing this? And I had no visibility of our pipeline. So I couldn't tell you if I had 100 million or 100 billion in my pipeline, when it was going to land, how it was going to land. So actually, how do you then invest as a business if you don't know how you're growing? And also, we were missing opportunities. Because we weren't capturing it, because we didn't have ability to upsell, we're absolutely missing out on opportunities to add into our pipeline. So when we actually, it was actually our Darren, our CEO, came to us and said, we need to find another CRM and really get something that's going to be embraced by the group. Actually, Darren made it my project to do that, and my neck was on the chopping block. So to say I was under a little bit of pressure was an understatement. I've probably been in the business 6 months as well, so it could have been a short-leg career at Unipart. But actually, the team that I worked with, Alex and Serena, who helped me, was the superstars of the show, really. But we went to the market because we really needed 4 key elements. We needed something easy to work with. Like, I've been a sales rep for 20 years, and I hate filling in CRMs, right? Everybody does. There's not a salesperson who enjoys it. So we had to have something that people were going to interact with. We needed it quick. So I've just told you, we're missing out on opportunities. We're not engaged with our customers enough. So how do we get it in quick? And how do I get a return on investment even quicker? We needed something flexible. So 7 different divisions, 7 different sectors, all different ways of working. How do we kind of bring that all into one place? And we needed to unify the ways of working so we had one pipeline and one version of the truth. Once again, easy, right? So enter HubSpot. So after a long tender process, actually, HubSpot was far and above anybody else. And like I say, I've used some of the world's biggest CRMs, but this one really stood out. And I'll tell you why. So we have 100 reps plus globally across all these different divisions, and it's unheard of, really, but we have 100% adoption rate in our organization. And that is driven by our CEOs, our MDs, that actually we come up with saying, if it's not on HubSpot, it doesn't exist. So if you can imagine our sales reps who are all scrambling around going, oh my God, I'm going to get, my target's going to be on here, they're going to see my activities, if I don't get embedded into this, hey, it doesn't exist. So actually, it's been driven from top down. When we talk about growth or marketing or service hub, we only talk HubSpot. So that's all the reporting that we use. From actually awarding it to HubSpot, we had an MVP up in 2 months. So really quick, we were using it straight away. And within 5 months, we were using it in anger, and everybody was using it. It was under time and under budget. So obviously, our business was really happy. And from a return investment point of view, if you can think that everybody had it in their head, it won 2 or 3 different systems, and we pulled it all together, the payback was like 3 or 4 months with HubSpot. Because actually, for the first time in our organization's history in 50 years, we had everything in one place, and we could see it. It was flexible. HubSpot and our partners, BabelQuest, did an amazing job working with these 7 divisions and bringing them all together to work in one standard SOP and one version of the truth. And that's how we got all our data in one place. So when we've implemented it, we've gone from a heavily focused account management company to an increased focus on new business, outward-facing comms, outward-facing marketing, actually using customer insight into driving new business and our pipeline. Actually, we got a consistent customer engagement. Because we were doing surveys from Service Hub, we managed to engage with our customers more on a wider basis, and we got some more consistent feedback. And actually, then we could use that feedback to once again really understand our customers, where we were going, and how do we serve them better than anybody else in the industry. So one of the best things about putting in HubSpot was actually how we prospect. And a sales rep's time is so valuable. And we heard it yesterday as well when Yami talked about actually salespeople only sell like 2 hours a day. That's crazy. So actually, how do we prospect smarter? So Inbound last year, if you were here, for those who didn't, when they announced that they was actually integrating with LinkedIn, I actually thought it was probably one of the best things I've heard in a long time for a salesperson. You think about having to input data from into Sales Navigator, do your prospecting there, then you have to transfer it across to HubSpot. And remember, salespeople don't like doing menial tasks, right? They don't like paperwork. So actually that integration to make sure that actually just flows from Sales Navigator into HubSpot is seamless. So if you don't have that feature, definitely get it because it's been a game changer for our organization. Secondly, it's about actually how do we look at our workspaces and our prospecting. So now I've got more data at my fingertips about how we're prospecting, who we're prospecting, is there buying signals, is it a right time to engage? Because once again, a salesperson's time is valuable. And I've seen salespeople going after lost leaders, people who are never going to buy from you, random messages going out to people, no rhyme or reason. So now I've got this suite of data that I can help with a team and help manage them and support them in making sure we're prospecting smarter. Also, like I've done it myself, where you speaking to a customer and you go, oh great, I'm going to have a meeting. And about the 10th email, you finally get a meeting date in the diary. Now with HubSpot, it's instantaneously, so it's cutting down that kind of sales cycle of getting a meeting, and we're very proactive in that. We have it on our LinkedIn pages so that we actually can book a meeting with our salespeople as well. So once again, we're always looking to how do we shorten that sales cycle with our customers, which means that we get more opportunities in our pipeline and we grow faster. So one of our, it's all right me telling you this, but actually I thought you would like to hear from some of our salespeople. So Alistair Plant, who's our head of business development for e-commerce, says, the HubSpot and Sales Navigator integration has been a game changer. It's allowed us to effortlessly track the entire sales journey from initial outreach to final stages of a sales cycle. With this integration, my team can view LinkedIn insights directly on our HubSpot contact and company records, and even send emails straight from HubSpot. So once again, we've gone from working on 2 platforms now onto 1 platform, driving more data and closing more sales. So that's not bad, right? When you've got one of your sales team actually promoting it and promoting a CRM, once again, it's unheard of, right? So it just shows the impact it's had on the team. So when we looked at accelerating margin accretive revenue growth, once again, not an easy task, but how do you go out about doing it? And this is probably the secret sauce, really. So we've got improved predictability in our pipeline. So before, remember, I couldn't tell you if I was on target, off target, if it was going to land in April, May, or June, if I had to increase marketing and activity in a certain month. How do I invest in innovation and technology in the business if I don't know when my pipeline is going to land? So now I've got a full suite of data telling me which division, which sector, which customer, how much, and when's it going to land. So actually, I can really plan sales activity, marketing activity, and how we invest in our business going forward. Also, if you think about us as 7 different divisions, how do we ever cross-sell before? Because I couldn't tell you who was in each other's pipeline, who they was working with, the deals that they had. Now, actually, I can see everybody's deals, who they're working with, and it's driving a mind shift change within Unipart. We're actually going out and saying, actually, I think I can sell Unipart Rail or consultancy services. And we have a suite of products, 600-700 products that we can sell to any given customer. So when I used to go out and just sell about logistics, I was only selling logistics. But now I can go out and sell about a wide range of our capabilities as a group, and I can have visibility of that. So if I want to go to Unipart Rail and say, hey, you deal with Siemens over there for rail, but I know we've got healthcare and we've got wind turbines and we need logistics, right? So how do you get me in there? So when you talk about step changing from millions to billions, actually cross-selling has helped us massively in doing that and seeing full pipeline visibility within our business. And also being able to see all the products that we could sell in one unified place. I can look at our accounts now and our account directors and go, right, what are these guys buying? What products have I got to sell? So every time you go into a customer meeting, you're talking about something new. And we see account directors in the room, sometimes that's hard when you go into monthly meetings and QBRs. You're going, oh, like, what do I talk about?
Before we started using this forecasting dashboard, our sales pipeline felt a bit like navigating in the dark. We had a general sense of our progress, but we lacked the granular visibility to truly optimize our sales process. Now, this dashboard has transformed how we approach sales, giving us the clarity and the control we need to accelerate margin accretive revenue growth. So let's take a look. On the left, we track proposals issued. This metric instantly tells us how much potential revenue is in play. Next to it, we see deals generated. This is key because it shows us the strength of our pipeline before proposals even go out the door. Are we creating enough opportunities to fuel growth? Just below this, we have leads generated by month. This is our early warning system. Are our prospecting activities hitting the mark? Are we attending the right events? This metric ensures we're building a strong foundation for the entire sales process. Our activity board is where the rubber meets the road. It tracks our sales team's actions in real time. Are we making the right calls, sending the right emails, attending enough emails? This helps us identify what's working and where we need to improve. Further down, we track won sales and deals issued per month. This gives us that critical historical perspective where we can spot trends and anticipate seasonal fluctuations and ensure a more consistent pipeline throughout the year. In essence, this dashboard has given us a real-time X-ray view of our sales process. We can identify potential bottlenecks. We can proactively address issues, and we can keep deals moving forward. We've gained the insights to make data-driven decisions, to fine-tune our strategies, and ultimately empower our sales team to close more deals and drive greater success towards margin accretive revenue growth.
Cool. So that's another one of our business development managers showing the power of the data that he's using every day to make the right decisions on who they're targeting. So once again, remember, we've gone from spreadsheets to this amount of data that we're using. So we're targeting the right customers and winning more business. So how are we scaling insightfully? So touching on it very quickly is everybody loves a sales leaderboard, right? If you work in sales, you want to be number one, and you're driven by success. So we put that in our business. So now it drives not just obviously having a bit of competition within the business, but also collaboration. So how is like Matt doing so well? Hey, reach out and speak to him. How do I help my fellow team members out? And also, points mean prizes, right? So these guys get awarded at the end of the year for it as well. But with data-driven decision-making, so why are deals getting stuck in a pipeline? How do we change things and influence that? How can we convert a sales cycle, which was 90 days, down to 30 days? So really, we can see through the funnel at what point are things getting stuck so we can unstick them and win them quicker. So when we talk about serving our customers better than anybody else, we're now transitioning into Service Hub. So this is a new feature that we're doing now. So we're really embracing the NPS scores, how we're using that data. We're looking at help desks for the customers that we serve to actually how do we answer questions quicker with our customers, making sure we're proactive with these kind of answers as well. So we know when there's an issue before our customers know it. How do we react and then drive that and drive our connectivity with our customers? And then the workspace that we have there, once again, it's having all that data in one place. So keep your eyes out. If you're not using Service Hub, definitely get it installed. So just to kind of wrap up, just want to summarize on what we've done. So we've gone from poor data, spreadsheets, people in people's heads. We've gone from one unified solution through HubSpot. It's easy to use. The app is great. It kind of gives everybody that kind of real-time visibility. Everybody's adopted it because our CEO, Down, has embraced it. Actually, people enjoy using it. You've heard from our salespeople. We're focused now. We're working on the right opportunities, and we're closing more business than we've ever done. So you imagine we've had £100 million in our pipeline 2 years ago. As soon as we put everything up there, it had a massive spike anyway, and we were off and running. So if you want to scan the QR code, that gives you a nice little case study about what we've talked about today and our partnership with HubSpot. But I'm probably going to leave a couple of minutes free if anybody's got any questions. There's a couple of mics there, so willing to take a question or two if you want to. The marketing element, do we use marketing element of HubSpot? So yes, it's been a massive game changer. After we put Sales Hub in, we went into Marketing Hub. So actually now we're using it to mainly track marketing events that we go to. So when we go to an event, we create a campaign, so we proactively target customers before we go there. We log the activity that we get while we're there. So when we talk about return on investment on an event, we know how many people we spoke to, has it turned into a qualified lead and a prospect, and actually we won some deals off the back end of it. So when my boss says to me, hey, what's your return on investment on that event you went to? Well, actually, we got 4 new connections, we got 2 new deals, it's worth £20 million. So when I want to go and spend that money again next year, hey, it's a no-brainer of doing that. But also, we've embraced it. We've launched some web pages off it there as well. So we've started integrating into some of our web platform that we've done as well. So yeah, it's been the next evolution from Sales Hub was Marketing Hub, and that's helped drive growth even further. Did we have a problem uploading so much of our parts into our database? We did. Luckily, I've got some geniuses who work with me that simplified that. But also, like BabelQuest, our integration partner, did a great job in kind of making sure that the data was good going in. Because I can't stress enough, if you use HubSpot, it's only as good as the data you put in. So rubbish in, rubbish out, right? So the biggest part for us is how do we make sure we don't transfer all the old data and products that we don't do and services we don't offer anymore to make sure it was really clean. So yes, we had problems, but spending that time before you integrate with them, again, a good integration partner is key to that, really.
Thanks a lot for the presentation. What's your team's most favorite channels for business development?
What's my favorite?
Channel for business development for new business.
Favorite channel? So do you mean like social media or do you?
Social media.
Oh, okay. So my favorite channel for selling is LinkedIn. Right? And once again, when we sat here last year, we said we were going to integrate it, like I was buzzing, right? And because now I think from a platform or a sales point of view, that everybody's on LinkedIn, right? Nobody is not on LinkedIn. It's crazy. So that's the biggest platform. So we create a lot of our content and our media in HubSpot as well. We post it from there. So definitely for brand awareness and reaching out to buyers, it's LinkedIn. When I started sales 20 years ago, I would have to drive on an industrial estate, knock on a door, speak to a receptionist, argue with her for 20 minutes to get a comp slip, and then try and get a meeting. Like now I can go and speak to a CEO of some of the biggest businesses in the world, but how do you do it really succinct and really targeted so you're not wasting your time? But LinkedIn would be the tool for me. Hi. Did I have any challenge with IT as a project? You always have challenges with IT, right? I've never met an IT department that doesn't have challenges. But actually, we didn't do it as an IT project, if I'm being honest. We kept that separately. Obviously, we got involved with like security and stuff like that. And once again, HubSpot and BabelQuest worked great with us. But actually, we had it as a standalone business because it's not an IT product. It's an app that we use, so they own it to make sure that it runs correctly. But actually, the customization and what we put into it was a sales and marketing tool. So, of course, we had them on board, but they realized it was a sales and marketing tool and not an IT tool as such. So we kept them involved, but not always involved. So, anything else? Hi.
Yeah, hey. I'm intrigued by like the multiple products that you had set up on.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming out this morning. So nice to see you all. How'd everybody like the drums at the hotels this morning? It's so quiet outside, right? Well, we are going to have some fun this morning. I'm Kit Bodner. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer here at HubSpot. Thanks so much for coming to Inbound. And I have an amazing marketing leader that I'm going to be talking to this morning, Shannon Duffy, CMO at Asana. Big round of applause for Shannon. And I've got some fun questions. And backstage, Shannon's like, did you write those questions? They're really good. I was like, Claude and I wrote those questions, so shout out to Anthropic and the Claude folks. We went back and forth and came up with some fun questions. And this is meant to be a play on like the actors on actors concept, where we're gonna talk marketing, marketing leadership, marketing careers. Hopefully you all take a bunch of fun stuff away from this morning, and it's a good kickoff to your day. So Shannon, thanks for coming to Inbound.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
All right. My first question, which I think is a fun one, is if your marketing career was a movie, what movie would it be?
So I'm a huge Britney Spears fan. And
we're learning so much.
I mean, she's great. She's having some issues right now, but anyway. My title of my movie would be Oops, I Did It Again, a CMO's journey to reinventing brands and making mistakes.
Oh, reinventing brands and making mistakes.
And making mistakes.
Because you think in the process of reinventing brands, you have to make mistakes?
Yes, and I reinvent the brands, but I also keep making mistakes. So oops, I did it again.
I like that. What mistakes do you keep making?
It depends on the situation, but sometimes we all make mistakes, but that's how we learn.
That is, yes, I've made more, more mistakes than I can count.
Absolutely.
Okay, I love that one. My next thing is a lot of us are working from home. I think you kind of work from home and the office.
Yes, both.
What is the most interesting item on your desk?
So I have the tarot of Britney Spears actually on my desk to continue with that.
Wow, you really love Britney Spears.
I have a candle, I have a pillow, I have all these things. But the best thing about the tarot of Britney Spears cards is before a meeting, you shake them up and somebody takes a card and Britney gives you guidance. So you can start your meeting with some wisdom from the various Britney.
Maybe we should all get these cards and be using them before meetings.
Would recommend.
I'm going to at least get them anytime I have a meeting with you in the future. I'm going to use them.
Yes.
Okay. So I think that was pretty fun. My movie, I think, would definitely be Ocean's 11 because I feel like I stole like the best job and best career in the whole world. I feel like I'm like so incredibly lucky.
That's great.
And I love a good heist movie.
Yeah.
Okay. If you could swap marketing superpowers with any fictional character, who would it be, and how would you use that superpower at Asana?
So I think for me, it would be Katniss Everdeen. Do you guys know who she is?
Oh, a little Hunger Games.
Yes,
Love it.
I love the Hunger Games because I feel like she was able to galvanize and create kind of grassroots marketing campaigns in a way that gets people to really feel with their whole heart, their soul, and their bodies wanting to drive change and do something. And if I could capture that as a marketer and add that to whatever I'm marketing, like that would be a pretty cool superpower to have.
Yeah, you're basically like, obviously in the Hunger Games, the stakes are high. They're trying not to die.
Yeah.
But the hardest thing about marketing is apathy, is having nobody care about what you're trying to do at all. And you're like, hey, if I could have the ability to have everybody care about the problem I'm trying to solve out in the universe, it would just be so much easier to solve that problem.
And to feel, right? I feel as marketers, we want people to feel something. Like that, whatever it is that we're marketing, you need to feel a way about the product, the service, the thing. And she was able to get people to feel and care so deeply.
I think that's one of the hardest things about being a marketer is that you're working with a CEO, a CFO, head of sales, and a lot of those conversations are very logical and not very emotional. And you think that people make decisions based on logic, and they don't.
They don't.
They make decisions based on emotion. And if all of your work is very logical, you will not be as successful as if you also have a lens of emotion. And that's kind of what you're
Absolutely. And that's why we all have jobs, right? Like that is our job, to change the emotions of our customers.
Yeah, we heard from Josh tomorrow from Disney at the end of the day yesterday, and he was talking all about storytelling and how you drive that emotion. And Disney is like an incredible company at doing that. Okay. Both HubSpot and Asana are in the business of making work better.
Yes.
Like we're helping companies grow better, you're helping companies work better. What's the most surprising thing you've learned about how people actually work? Asana does project management, so you have a front row seat into how people work.
That people waste time on silly things, right? Like,
I love this.
We were all hired because we have an innate gift or a skill, and so much of that skill is wasted on busy work and things that don't matter. And so being able to do less of the busy work and more of our innate genius not only makes us happier, but makes our companies more productive.
What are some examples of things that you think, that you see just across the board, writ large, that people are doing that they should be spending less time on?
Searching for information, asking who is doing what by when and why, like not knowing the basics of why things are happening, if a project is moving, and if it's not moving, why it's stopped. I think waiting for information to come to you when you can find it or have it automatically pushed to you through AI knowing what you're working on and what you're trying to do, like there's really an endless list.
One of the things I like to talk about with other marketers is the challenges they have. And when I think about what you're trying to solve, it is you are trying to help people embrace and understand that they can be way more productive.
Yes.
That's also kind of a tough sell because it's like, what does productivity mean? It's a little abstract, and it's like, oh, so you just want me to work all the time? Like, what does that actually look like? So how do you actually get people to care about productivity without the kind of ambiguity, the negative connotations to that?
I love this question because, again, to me, productivity is not about working more or working harder. It's about working smarter, right?
Yep.
So how can you do actually the same amount or more in less time? And that, again, goes back to how are you using tools not to be a distraction, not to be another, a Slack or a ping or an email or an @mention in a Google Doc. Like, how are you using a tool that actually is pushing information to you in a way that is meaningful, that is intuitive, and that you can make the most of it to go faster?
Love that. I know you just got in yesterday at the end of the day. So she missed day one, which was, I think the word AI was used a ton of times, even by me, I think like 1,000,000 times. How are you all actually using AI at Asana? Anytime I'm talking to a successful leader, I want to get kind of the details around what's actually working.
Yeah.
What could anybody out here think about going and doing in their business?
Yes, and so I think, and I think we're going to talk about this in a minute, like those of us that have been in marketing for a while, there's been a lot of fads, there's been a lot of things. AI is not a fad, and if you think of like what AI will disrupt, it is really around knowledge workers, right? Like that is who the disruption is going to come from. And so my perspective as a marketer and the perspective of my team is we need to embrace this. We need not to be scared of this. We need not to fear it. We need not to think it's going to take our jobs. We need to embrace it. So the good news about Asana, which we use every day at Asana, because we have to, but it's great, we love it. It is deeply entrenched into everything we do. And so things like, how do I know what projects need my attention? And not that I know a project needs attention, how do I get the actionable insights for how I can actually fix it? Like think of that in the old world of having to look through emails and Slacks. That can actually take a long time. And it's even multiplied when you're at a business that maybe has different geographic locations or different time zones or different languages, right? Using AI to not just like kind of be this thing that kind of sits on the side, we look at it as an actual teammate for us, that is someone, it is helping us be more productive. Again, going back to that innate genius, why we were hired to do our jobs, unleashing that in a way, the busy work falls to the side and we're able to actually work on the things that matter.
That really resonates with me because I don't know about everybody out there, but I see project trackers and I see whatever red, yellow, green, or thumbs up, thumbs down. Like you have all the different ways and you just like, when you have a long list of those, you glaze over it. And what you're really talking about is AI can look at the details of the work if you're documenting your work in Asana or something else, and actually uncover opportunities to say like, you actually need to dive in here because this project is not going as you designed or intended it to go.
Absolutely. What if you could talk to your project like it was a teammate? And you could ask your project, what is going well? What is a blocker, right? So no more of the hunting and having to find, or even just looking at a list of red, yellow, green, like what does that mean? You're like, bad, kind of not bad, good? Like,
and
that's
everybody
not helpful.
thinks everything's green, so it's also normally not an accurate like representation. I find that nobody wants to tell you the bad stuff.
No.
But AI doesn't care to tell you the bad stuff, right?
AI doesn't care, no, it'll tell you.
And I want to know the bad stuff because I want to
Exactly.
fix the bad stuff because that's actually how you how you get much better.
That's how you get better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not one to pick favorites, but if I were going to pick a favorite question from today, this would be my favorite question, which is, at Asana, you're all about improving team collaboration, but if you were going to make a marketing team, it's like a fantasy marketing team, and you could pick characters throughout history to be on your marketing team, who would you pick?
Okay, this is
And what would they do?
this is like my favorite question I've ever been asked in my life. So thank you. So I would pick Eleanor Roosevelt to run my comms because she's amazing, and she was.
I mean, she got it done.
She got it done, and she knew she was ahead of her time. Which you kind of want your comms person or your PR person to be ahead of their time. I would pick Walt Disney for customer experiences because
obvious.
Again,
why not?
Okay, this one's going to sound weird, but go with me. I would pick Dolly Parton to run my marketing analytics.
We are all ears on why Dolly Parton should run marketing analytics.
I feel like
that sentence has never been said before in the history of humanity.
Here's why I say this, because I think she is a lot smarter than people give her credit for, and she leans into it. And I could see her walking into a room, dropping some amazing marketing analytics knowledge, and people being so shocked, but they're so impressed with her marketing analytic knowledge that you can get whatever budget or approve whatever campaign you're approving.
Kind of true.
Yeah, right? Awesome. I would pick Coco Chanel for brand, because again,
come on,
I know.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
And then I would have Picasso as my creative director. Bold, changing styles.
Yeah, very unique style, differentiated. Who's Demand Gen before we move on?
Oh my God,
who
is Demand Gen? That is amazing. A Kardashian, pick one, I don't care.
A Kardashian, pick one, I don't.
And that would be a great dinner party too. Like you'd want to come to that dinner party.
That team outing is the most fun team outing that's probably ever existed.
Very fun.
Okay, I love that. Okay, both of our platforms, HubSpot and Asana, help streamline workflows. There's a lot of automation in those. Like, if you had to explain using only emojis what Asana actually does and the workflows you help people with, like what emojis would you use?
I would use a laptop.
A laptop emoji.
Because like work from anywhere, like work. I would use a check mark, get stuff done.
Check it off, I love it.
I would use up and to the right, because it's going to make everything better. And the dancing lady, because you're so happy.
Oh, that's a good. If you texted me that, I'd be like, oh yeah.
I'm going to text you that tomorrow.
Yeah, you definitely should. Okay. You've seen a lot of marketing. You've had an amazing marketing career. What's one trend that you initially thought was stupid, ridiculous, crazy, insert word, but ended up embracing it and completely changing your mind?
So I thought Twitter was dumb. I was like, oh, no one's going to use this. So that didn't work out very well for me, guys, not going to lie. So yeah, I was like, oh, we don't need another social media platform. And I remember like having an argument, like again, we talk about make mistakes, like why at the company I was working at the time, like we didn't need a Twitter account. We all make mistakes, guys, all make mistakes.
We all make mistakes.
But since then, clearly the power of social, the power of having that one-to-one relationship with your customers and your prospects has been a huge thing that I've cultivated throughout my career, and especially to Asana when we think of sort of how we make our brand more accessible, humanized, and really can connect directly with our customers.
Love that. There are folks out in the audience today from all size companies. Very small companies, very large companies. And you've had the fortune in your career to work at lots of different size companies, to work very closely with different size companies. What do you think changes in a marketing strategy depending on the company size? And the clever Claudism here was, is it like changing a whole outfit, or is it just like changing toppings on a pizza? Is it like you change a little bit based on how mature the company is, or do you think marketing is wildly different depending on how big the company is?
So I think it's closer to changing outfits, because pizza, it's still like pizza with different toppings. I think with changing outfits, like if you think of like most people's philosophy of getting dressed, if you can call it that, is you have a style that is unique to yourself. And so whether you're going to like a formal event or you're going to run errands, you still have your style. Those outfits are going to be wildly different because a small customer is going to need something very different than a large customer, but it's still true to the style of what you have. And so I think, again, when dealing with different types of customers, they have different needs at the size, at the industry, at the scale that they're at, and you really need to think of marketing more directly to them, which is more than a pizza topping. It's more like a full outfit change.
Yeah, I think what I have found in marketing to different sized companies is when a smaller company, the person making the decision is also the same person using the
Yes,
product.
absolutely.
At larger companies, that is not true, right? The decision maker and the end user are very different. And because of that, you have to market more to the entire company, the entire team as you move up market.
Yes.
Less down market. And then the other thing that I think I have seen is that companies down market actually need more help, time, and attention than companies
true.
up market, which is like counterintuitive. People are like, oh, they're less sophisticated, they're spending less money, they need less help, and that turns out to not be true.
Yes, absolutely true. And I think that's important for our marketing too. It's like, what marketing are you putting into market so you can help the smaller companies at scale, right, who are going to need that help.
All right, next one, we're looking for a little vulnerability. What was the biggest oops mistake you've made since you've been at Asana doing marketing? And then how'd you turn that around and make it a success?
So my biggest mistake was early on in my tenure. The team was planning an event, and I was sitting through sort of the briefings to the event. I was very new to Asana, and my gut was telling me that this was not going to work. And it was a really hard experience because I was sitting in front of these very smart, very skilled people who were pitching me on this event. They were telling me how great it was going to be. They were walking me through their thought process. And I was like, every nerve in my being was like, this is not going to work. Like, this is, not only is not going to work, but I have like bad, like this isn't going to be what we want it to be. And instead of really sort of leaning into my gut and my instinct and my pattern matching, I've been doing this for 25 years, I kind of let it go. And it turned out like I expected, unfortunately, right? And so bad, like, customers were commenting on it and they were like, this is what we expected. And we lost a lot of trust with our customers, which was the worst part, right?
Yeah.
The silver lining was, because it had the effect it did, and we had actual real-time feedback from customers being like, this was really bad, we were able to pitch a new event strategy. Asana had never done in-person events before. And part of this was a virtual event that we had done. And we're like, no, we have to get back out there. Like, COVID is over, the pandemic is over, like, people want to meet, we're trying to connect with enterprise buyers. We have to do that. And so it was because the event was such a issue, we were able to do a completely new strategy because we had the data points and we showed that we needed to rebuild those trust with our customers.
I had a wonderful boss at HubSpot a while ago, JD Sherman, and he would always say, never waste a good crisis.
That was what we did.
Never waste a good crisis. If something does not go well, use it to your advantage to reinvent, reboot, and change something. And that seems like here what you're saying, like that was the catalyst for doing that.
100%. And like similar to my movie title, like it was a mistake. I made a mistake, we made a mistake, but we got feedback. So when we did do the first in-person event, it was a success because we took what we learned, as hard as it was.
I have a couple follow-ups here because I think this is one of the most important lessons from this morning. Because sometimes as a leader who has seen a lot of things work and seen a lot of things not work, you've got better pattern matching.
Yes.
And you have a better ability to predict the success of something. When do you let your team try something and fail? Or when do you jump in and say, hey, I just got to put my proverbial thumb on the scale, and I'm just going to tell you I think this is not going to work and we have to do something different?
So I love this question because I firmly believe in the multiplier philosophy of leadership, which says you let everybody make one mistake once. And so I do think part of the learning process is allowing people to make mistakes. What I would say to answer your question though, Kip, more directly, it depends on the scale of decision, right? Like the smaller decisions, the things where it's not going to matter, or if it goes wrong, again, we can learn from it. Like an event like this, for example, I would not leave up to chance. I would trust your judgment on some of those decisions, right? So how do you find the right size and scope for people to make decisions that may or may not work, while making sure the really big, important ones you lead into your gut?
And it's hard to make those mistakes, from my experience, because when you make those mistakes in marketing, you get a lot of qualitative feedback. Everybody emails the CEO, like you get all these flaming emails to you, your CEO's forwarding you all this stuff, and you're like, oh, I'm the worst person in the world at this job right now.
Yeah. And
it feels really painful
Yes.
But what the lesson here is there's an opportunity to transform and reset and make sure everybody actually learns from the mistake. If you're going to make the
Absolutely.
mistake, you also have to learn from it. You said, let anybody make a mistake once. You can't repeat those mistakes because that's how
Absolutely.
teams start to be really unsuccessful.
Absolutely. And I think to your point too, like I always say, like, I mean, the qualitative feedback, it's like everyone has an opinion. I like to say everyone's a marketer, but guess what? They're not. And so being able to like put the noise of that from the decisions that actually you as the marketing leader or you as the marketing professional need to do is really important skill.
Yeah, I'll let everybody in on a secret. If you're a marketer in the room, which you probably are if you're here, you're like, oh, maybe someday as my company gets bigger, all these people won't care about my homepage. Oh. It never happens. You still get all of the crazy emails about the homepage.
Yeah.
Why isn't this on the homepage?
Yeah.
Why does your navigation not make
exactly.
sense?
Like you must be an idiot. Yeah.
Why is the homepage so slow today? It's crazy. Okay. In just a minute, we're going to get to some rapid fires that are going to be fun.
Yeah.
But before that, if you could send a message to yourself from 10 years ago about the future of marketing, what would it be?
It would be fix problems when they're little because they get harder the longer you leave them. And what I mean by that is like most of us are companies that are growing and sometimes it's easy to be like, oh, I'll fix that later. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's easier to fix it when you're smaller in scale or the problem is new. And then my wrong answer to this would be is like, don't go big on NFTs. Or that's my right answer. Like, remember when NFTs were like the big thing? Everyone's like, you need an NFT. And everyone was like, do I need an NFT? Guess what? You don't.
You're like, I'm just going to give you a little cheat sheet. You don't need to do that. Okay, we got some rapid fires here.
Okay.
Emails, emoji overload, or corporate robot.
Oh, I would just send emoji. Actually, there was like a week-long period where I wanted to see how many emails I could respond to with just Britney Spears memes. It was really fun. It was good.
I just want to be on text and emails with Shannon, and I feel like that would be my whole Britney Spears quota for my life. It'll be pretty awesome. Okay, social media, TikTok dances, or LinkedIn humble brags?
My dream is to do a TikTok dance with my team, and they will not do one with me. So if you ever need anyone to participate in your corporate TikTok dance, call me.
And let's be honest, if it's a Britney Spears TikTok dance,
even more.
You're in.
Yes.
You're in. Okay. Marketing KPI you'd happily send to the moon. Get out of here.
Like, oh, get out of here? Oh, like number of leads, because it doesn't matter.
Volume
doesn't matter.
Leads, yeah.
Volume doesn't matter.
Volume without quality. I love that. Favorite marketing campaign that wasn't yours?
Okay, and I'm not just saying this because it was Dolly Parton, even though a little bit. I would say like maybe 2 or 3 years ago, I think it was Squarespace. They had a working 5 to 9. It was a Super Bowl commercial, and they were trying to target entrepreneurs to use their software, and they had a Dolly Parton like singing custom lyrics. And one, it was catchy because it's Dolly Parton. Who doesn't love Dolly Parton? But two, it really tapped into that like what it means to be an entrepreneur, and it was a really way to sort of humanize their technology and make it seem easy and friendly, but also selling their core value prop. I thought that was really good.
It's a great example of using the Super Bowl not for just mass scale awareness, but for tackle like the core perception gap that Squarespace was dealing with at that time.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay. What is the most unconventional marketing channel that you've used successfully?
So I wouldn't recommend everyone use this, and this is probably a one-time thing, but years and years and years ago, we got sign spinners for a like we were exhibiting at a inbound like conference, and the sign spinner was so good that it got picked up by Dig at the time, which was like a big thing that was kind of like
it was like Reddit before Reddit.
Yeah, like Reddit before Reddit. Like that's how old I am. And it got picked up by the local news, and so we just got all this like free press from like sign spinners that cost like $300. But again, I think that was a little lucky. I would recommend you add sign spinners to your marketing mix.
As a side note, that had to be a really remarkable sign spinner.
He was really good. He was like flipping it. It was like under. It was amazing. Like I actually should have hired that guy wherever you are.
That's incredible. Okay, what favorite marketing pun you've used in a campaign?
I don't like this one. I don't understand puns. Puns make me think too hard.
This is why we asked the question, because some people are very anti-puns, some people love puns.
What's your favorite
pun person.
Well, you must have a favorite one.
No, I don't really like puns either.
Where Claude just came up with this one? This one you? Okay.
This was a Claude question, and I liked it. Because I was like, maybe other people like puns, and it's just me that doesn't like them. All right.
I'm curious though, like, do you think, this is a real question, like, do you think puns are effective in marketing?
It's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't think so,
Yeah,
personally.
I agree.
I think they're too subtle, right? I think that, and I'm biased because I don't get subtlety, just so you know.
Yeah.
Like, you could walk right by me, and if you didn't say, like, hey, and wave your hand in my face, like, I wouldn't see you. Like, subtlety is not my thing.
Yeah.
So that's my bias there.
Thank you.
Okay.
We heard it. No puns, guys.
No puns. Influencer marketing or influence your CEO to increase the budget?
Oh, this one is like, I would say influence for more budget.
Ooh, I'm going to disagree with you here. You're looking for more budget. I host a podcast called Marketing Against the Grain. I recently interviewed Omir, who's the CMO at Wix, long-standing CMO at Wix, and he said the biggest change year over year in his marketing budget was influencer marketing.
Okay.
So, and I will tell you at HubSpot, we've completely transformed a lot of our marketing spend, even just paid to influencer marketing. And we have found influencer marketing, like paid partnerships, they're 5 to 7x cheaper than programmatic paid.
Okay.
So why I love money, I also like getting 5 to 7x
I love that too.
More quality results.
Yeah.
So
what would be your tip though to do that in a B2B setting?
Yeah, so the tiptoe to do that in a B2B setting is, I think you start with YouTube. So like, for example, we think that creators with the kind of that 50 to 500,000 subscribers on YouTube is a really good sweet spot. And you reach out to them and you say, hey, I'm interested in working with you. And they know their audience really well. And they kind of give you ideas of show, kind of sponsorship offers that'll work, and you kind of co-create with them. And what's great about it is you normally pay like a flat fee. And so if you do really good execution, your actual cost per lead is very low. So that's, I would, there's a bunch of great, for Asana, for example, business and productivity YouTubers, and I would reach out to a couple of those.
Will they do TikTok dances with me?
Probably.
Awesome.
I mean, you should just throw that into part of the deal. Yeah. Okay.
Right into the contract.
Most absurd place you've had a marketing epiphany?
Alcatraz.
Oh.
I was in the cell. Okay, I don't know if you've been to Alcatraz, but one, it's really hard to get tickets for Alcatraz. And then two, when you get there, they put you in a cell. It's really weird and kind of creepy. But when I was there, I said, wouldn't this be a great place for an event? Everyone wants to be there, and once you get there, you can't leave. And I did an event, and it was great. And it was parodied on Silicon Valley. Thank you.
That sounds awesome. I want to go to that event. Okay, best marketing advice you've ever received in 10 words or less?
So it's not marketing advice, it's business advice, but it is adopt a better, never best mentality in everything you do, which allows you to kind of put your ego aside and celebrate what you did well, but really focus on what you could do better for next time.
Got it. Mine's be a learn-it-all, not a know-it-all.
That's great.
Love that, growth mindset. Last rapid fire. Branded socks, are they still cool or are they so 2015?
I like them. Give me your socks. I'm going to go out there on the exhibit floor. I want the socks. I will come find your socks. Yeah, because everyone needs socks.
Okay. About a minute left.
Okay.
Thank you for tolerating all of my outlandish questions. It's been so fun. It's nice to be the person asking the questions. I want to kind of close with this notion. If you could rewrite one of the unspoken rules of B2B marketing, because I think most people in the audience are B2B marketers, that kind of everyone follows, but you're like, I really wish they wouldn't follow that.
Yeah.
What would that be, and why would you want to change that?
Stop putting so many buzzwords and jargon in your content because no one cares. Like, write like normal people read and talk. Like, I think we need to like jargon it up to sound smart or sound like on trend, or and just talk, create content like you would want to consume content, which is the way normal people
get the product technical language and jargon just out.
Yeah, don't look inward, look outward.
I find that companies think they need to do that to feel sophisticated, to target a sophisticated buyer, and it turns out that is completely not true. What those people actually care about is a clear understanding of what you do.
Yes.
How it impacts them is going to give them value.
Yep.
And how they could get started / like what is it going to cost them
Absolutely.
to do that, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to, if you could all give Shannon a huge round of applause. This has been a very fun morning. Thank you all for listening to our conversation today. And thanks for coming to Inbound. See you all soon.
Bye.
welcome. I'm Cass Better, Senior Marketing Manager of Customer Proof at HubSpot. I'm thrilled to be joined by Brian Morris, SVP of Marketing and Sales at Gold's Gym SoCal. So to get started, we're actually going to do a workout that Brian's going to lead. I hope everyone brought their gym. No, I'm kidding.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
So today, first of all, Brian is incredibly pivotal in the success and transformation of Gold's Gym SoCal, and has really earned the title of the largest group in North America. So that's incredibly exciting. Brian, I'm so happy to have you with us. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thanks for having me. And look, I want to start with the Gold's Gym SoCal tradition. So some of you put your phones down for a second. Because in Gold's Gym SoCal, every meeting we start with, someone asks you how you're feeling, you say unbelievable. So I'm going to ask you in a second how you're feeling, and I want to hear unbelievable. So let's go. All right, Inbound 24, how you feeling?
Unbelievable!
Boom. I'm feeling unbelievable, Cass.
It's incredible, and it's a great way to start this session. So today we're going to be talking about how to maximize your sales team's potential, and there's no better example than Gold's Gym SoCal through the journey of Brian building an incredible, successful sales team. So for those of you who don't know, Gold's Gym began as a modest facility in the 1960s in Venice Beach, California, bringing together bodybuilders, fitness enthusiasts, and celebrities alike. Some of them you may know, like Lou Ferrigno and Arnold Schwarzenegger. But before we get into your journey at Gold's Gym SoCal, I'd like to take a step back to your journey in the fitness industry. How did you get started?
Well, that's a funny story. I was supposed to be a golf pro. And I decided to get a membership at a gym so I could stay in shape. And I found out that I was better selling memberships than being a golf pro or playing golf. So I found a company, Town Sports International, back in 2000. Look, they're a great ride. I was a sales consultant in 4 years. I moved from sales consultant to vice president of fitness sales and operations. So I realized that I understood the gym industry at that point. After my time at Town Sports International, I moved on to California Family Fitness in Sacramento. Great organization there. I was tasked to bring sales to where it needed to be, bring structure, and it was there I actually kind of started working not on strategy, but more on understanding the operations, how marketing kind of meshed with sales.
And so fast forward to 2015, you joined Gold's Gym SoCal. What did Willie and Angel Banos expect of you when they brought you on?
Okay, so flat out, Angel Willie wanted me to sell memberships, make more memberships. At the end of the day, we need more memberships. So I came on as vice president of sales. And as I basically looked through the landscape, I said, well, we can definitely get some sales, but we needed a marketing platform. We needed some sort of way to bring in leads or more leads. So that was my goal, is to try to figure out how to get more sales through marketing.
And what made you realize that that was a good decision, that, walking in, understanding the landscape, what did you notice when you first joined?
Traditional means of marketing, direct mail, door hangers, and a Facebook page. Come on, we just had a Facebook page, that was it. All right, and then we try to figure out how we're gonna get leads coming in. It can't just have a Facebook page, right? We need a little bit more. So that's when I decided, let's actually search out there for a marketing cloud, marketing engine to actually drive a lot of the digital.
And that's when you actually became not only the VP of sales, but the VP of marketing. And so bringing in Marketing Hub and bringing in an integration with the existing CRM that you had, things worked extremely well and some things didn't. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, yes, I gave myself the title of sales and marketing because that was definitely needed. But, it was really important for us to figure out where the leads are coming from and then how our sales team is going to actually go after them. And so, when we got HubSpot Marketing Enterprise, it changed the game. We went from 750 leads for 12 clubs to 4,000 leads overnight. And so once we saw that, we said, okay, we don't have to pound the pavement all day to actually, because that's in the fitness industry, that's the traditional means, is pound the pavement, get out there, talk to people. And after a while, the salespeople just don't want to do that work anymore. So we were just finding ways to drive leads to them so they didn't necessarily have to go anywhere, but we wanted to focus on them closing those leads.
And so what wasn't working well?
So the traditional means in the fitness industry, we took marketing enterprise for HubSpot, but our CRM at the time was ClubOS, and then we moved to gym sales. And when you have a marketing enterprise and you have that CRM, you have to work with the integrations, and the integrations are not necessarily your best friends. What happens is that sometimes you lose leads, right? Think of a tunnel, right, from one end to the other to get from one software to the next. And it was working great when we first started, trust me. We were like on cloud 9, but then all of a sudden you get breaks in the integration, and therefore, we're struggling. We're struggling for some months. Like the one lead through Google didn't make it to the actual CRM. And so we're trying to figure out, well, what are we going to do to actually fix that problem?
And I imagine that it impacts rep adoption, data accuracy. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, the fact is that we needed to ensure that the data is, the data is only as good as that goes in that you use HubSpot with, right? So we needed to ensure that, as it came in, it got clean. We understood who our people are, and then how we're going to actually connect with them on a regular basis. We built buyer personas. We definitely, put in attributes in there for our sales teams to understand what they're contacting. So that was one of the biggest areas we needed to improve on.
And so this couldn't last very long, right? You had to make a change. So what was it that you did, realizing that, having everything in disconnected systems wasn't working? What was the next thing that you did after that?
Well, inbound 22, we were here, my marketing director, Nico, he and I decided that we're just going to actually take a look at what's the next step. And we learned at Sales Hub, and look, I've had Sales Hub, I had one seat in Sales Hub, and I didn't really utilize it to the degree we needed to. Also, because I didn't think it was customizable for the fitness industry. But we were actually here with the inventor of ClubOS, which is the other CRM we talked about, Dan Maxwell. He actually said, hey, we can do this. We can actually customize it. And so Nico and I looked at each other and said, look, do we want to sit back and actually chase leads, not making it into the system? No. So that was one of the biggest moves we had to actually make at that time.
And so one of the things that I actually love what you did when I met you is understanding before you actually bought into Sales Hub, you did something very specific. You met with somebody. Tell us a little bit about that experience and what really sold you on Sales Hub. Okay,
so first off, moving to Sales Hub was not my sole decision. I had to get help. My leadership group, I talked with Angel, talked with Willie, and there were some debates. We kind of had some fights here and there, friendly fights, friendly fire. But what happened was that a friend of ours in the industry came to visit us, and his name's John Brady out in Midtown Athletic in Chicago, and he told us that he actually moved to Sales Hub, and he said it was exciting. It was one of the best things that he ever did. So when he said that, Angel and Willie go, okay, we should look at it. So all right, so we flew to Chicago. Nico and I flew to Chicago. We met with John and his leadership team. Fantastic group. You could tell that they actually, did it very, very well with really good structure. But look, we're always trust but verify, right? Trust but verify. So someone because sales is my native intelligence, so when selling memberships, I know the difference between what I think is right and what the leaders think is right. So what I did was I asked John, I said, hey, do you mind if I spend some time with your sales teams? And he says, of course. Now you can go spend an hour with the sales team and they can fake it for an hour, right? but spend 3 hours, and you're going to hear good, the bad, and the ugly. So we spent 3 hours, and we heard more good than bad. And it was like, they were really excited about working with Sales Hub, being able to identify the leads coming in. But more importantly, for them, it was like working in the same ecosystem.
I think that's so important. So many companies don't really think about the end user, right? And so just making sure that the system that they're investing in is actually used and loved by the people that are going to be leveraging it on a daily basis is so important. I think also speaks to the type of leader you are. And, what happened when you adopted it and you started to implement? How did you get the teams involved?
Okay, so when we were in that sales pit, working with the sales team, Nico and I said, okay, when we get back, we're going to bring in not just our directors, our sales managers, our general managers, but we even brought in accounting teams, right? We just said, hey, we're going to come into the room and we're going to sit back and we're going to actually really develop this the way we want. But it can't be what I want, because I'm just there to help bring an opportunity and a vision. They have to be the ones that own it, right? They're the ones that have to develop the process. So they really got involved and looked at, like, for example, an abandoned cart cadence, right? You guys know what abandoned cart is, right? We know abandoned cart, right? So they looked at the cadence of like what those messages would be going back out, and to actually make it fun, make it like exciting, and they loved it because they got to see it themselves when it actually came back and forth. So it was really eye-opening for us to actually have that team, those teams, really help drive that actual customization.
It's a huge deal being able to give ownership and autonomy to those teams for them to actually come up with their own ideas, and I love that example. We talked about easy, so obviously adoption gets really high because the reps feel comfortable using the software. Now that everything's in one unified place with marketing and sales hubs together, tell me about the dashboards. How has that been impactful for you and your teams?
They're my best friends, the dashboards. Look, I think you get into a moment where you're always looking to get more data to look at, right? I could find many different things I want to see. Fact is, though, the dashboards, our sales teams see the same things I see, and we have everything broken out, right? So the first thing is lead to close conversion, and that's like all the leads coming in and what closes. Everyone should know what that number is, and then break it down from like, okay, all the internet leads, all the walk-in traffic. We have VIP guests. That means like if you're a member, you can bring a friend with you to come to the gym. We track that. We track the trials that we actually do. So we break it down in different categories. And then when you take the internet leads, you need to understand, obviously, is it Facebook? Is it Google? Is it cross-device display? Like, where's it coming from? And so my team now sees that. And instead of me going to them saying, we need to do better here and here, they come to me. And they say, oh, Brian, can you do more in Facebook? Okay, so you saw the dashboard. I got it. Yeah.
And what are some of the interesting insights that you've learned looking at the dashboards? Any kind of pivotal decisions that you had to sort of switch course on?
Well, every once in a while, like, at the end of the day, we do know, like for walk-in traffic, for example, right? In the fitness industry, our walk-in traffic has decreased where more people are engaging online and actually finding it. So instead of like looking at it from one prism and saying, okay, well, what are we doing with the walk-ins? We just say, okay, if we're getting more of the internet, how we're going to actually break that down? How we're going to really go after the different buyer personas within those people that are coming in. So you fill out a landing page. The landing page gives us an idea of what your persona is like, and then we're able to actually really give you relevant content to allow you to actually come on in and, with no hassle, come on in and have a great time working out.
And it's been almost 10 years since you joined Gold's Gym SoCal. It's obviously been a lot of time since you've been in the industry. What's been the highlights over the last 9 years or so that you've been at Gold's Gym SoCal?
Wow, it's been a blur, to tell you the truth. When I came in, we had 12 clubs. It was really great to actually see how we grown in the last 10 years. Now we're going to be 24 clubs next year. It was, the people that came in as sales consultants, fitness consultants are now, general managers, vice presidents, regional directors. So it actually brings a little tear to my eye because you had a little something to do with that career path. That's been really good. But more importantly, our technology stack has actually improved. Bringing on, I feel we have one of the best technology vice presidents in the industry in Brian Taylor. He's incredible for what he's able to do. Because a lot of things that I don't want to find anymore in the marketing IT, because I have a day job. I don't need to do. He does all that. So that's actually been really good for us. But overall, it's just seeing the growth of our people and also look. Since bringing on Sales Hub, we've had the best 6 months of sales. The last 6 months, it's been awesome.
That's amazing. And obviously, we have a lot of people here in the fitness industry and also outside of the fitness industry. You've had such incredible success. What advice would you give the audience?
Wow, yeah. Purpose. I think the first thing is understanding what your purpose is, what the company's purpose is, and having it defined. Then looking at the goals. What goals do you want to achieve? Are they measurable? And then look at your skill set. You got to look at your skill set and then the people that you're bringing on, what their skill sets are. Can they deliver? In one aspect, if they're not there, can you step in, right? If you had to. And then, what is the reward at the end of the day you're looking for? What reward are you trying to achieve? And then how do you want that recognized? Sometimes it's not about money. Sometimes people like to be recognized in other different ways. So that's pretty much what I'd say from the get-go. And then, look, you have to have the right partners. The right vendor partners are key. We could not have done anything that we've done without our vendor partners. I'll mention a few. Our Solutions One partners. They've been incredible in helping us in getting rewards and referrals coming through. Sweaty Marketing. They do a fantastic job in doing our HubSpot management, right? They actually do help with the lead generation, everything like that. We also have another partner, Saltbox Solutions. They help us with PPC and SEO. So, having the right partners and then also defining your purpose, also defining your goals, defining your skill sets, rewards and recognition, I think is actually the best advice I can give.
I think that's great advice. And I have to say, your decision to bring on marketing, it's every marketer's dream to have sales say how essential marketing is. So I love that. What are you looking forward to most in the future? And is there any takeaways from Inbound that you're going to bring into that future with you?
Well, look, last year, I think the buzzword was AI, right? We first walked in here, it was like AI. And then we all walked away, we were like, what are we going to do with this AI? And then now it's okay, it's evolved so much that we understand that we have to now really plug it into many different elements inside of how people contact us and how we contact them. So we're going to be working on that when we get back. But also Adam Jones earlier today, I just learned about the LinkedIn connection. I thought that was incredible, right? So that's something I want to actually go back with my team and say, hey, let's actually look to actually get that connected. But it's been so far a great 2 days. Looking forward to the rest of today and tomorrow. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a lot more.
Oh, that's amazing. It's been such a pleasure having this conversation with you on stage. This was a dream to bring you here, so I'm happy that we got to have this conversation.
Thank you.
We're going to open it up to Q&A. But before that, we just want to let you know that we have a ton of other amazing stories that you can check out on the QR code here. So feel free. And yeah, if you would have any questions, please, there's 2 mics on either side. Feel free to line up and have your questions, and we'll answer them. Hello.
Hi there. Okay. Do you have tips on getting that sales buy-in to put the good data in and not just, rush through it, but actually make sure that good data is getting into HubSpot so that you can use it? Tips on getting them I guess, motivated to really help out in that way?
Tips on getting the clean data into HubSpot.
Yeah, from your sales team.
Yeah, well, for starters, don't have them enter. No, I'm kidding. I think in a lot of cases, what we do is we want to make sure that the user enters the information as much as possible. So, for example, coming on into the club, a new client will actually hit a QR code and they will put in the data themselves, right? Even when signing up a membership, we call it the fitness consultant link, and that link allows the user to actually enter their own information as they're signing up and then pick the salesperson. So we try to find many ways to not have them enter the data at first. So that's the first recommendation I would give. Like, set up all the landing pages that allow you to actually get that data in without them entering it. And then the data that they do enter, which for us, we see referrals is like probably the biggest piece. That data, like, we have to always go back and actually clean that. But get an email verifier on the actual landing page, because what that'll do is to ensure that that lead is probably more legit than not.
Great, thank you.
So thank you.
Hi, so thank you very much for the presentation. That was amazing. I have I'm always asking successful sales leaders, what is the one skill set that you're looking for in a salesperson that is avoidable when you're hiring one? What is that one skill set that you're actually looking for?
What is the one skill set you're looking from a salesperson, right? I mean, I can only see when I was selling every single day, I had a relentless pursuit to close. It's just a relentless pursuit. I would actually ask you until you told me no. And if you told me no, I'll find a date to ask you next month, right? So it's really just being relentless in the process and not being able, like, understanding you're going to get no's. No's is fine, okay? But the fact is, how do we clarify, like, what we're actually asking you to do today, which is different from what you walked in, what you thought you were going to do?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, thank you so much. Brian will be around at the side of the stage. If you have any other questions, you can rate this session in the app. Thank you again so much for being here, and enjoy the rest of your inbound.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey.
not actually just me, I promise.
You want to build a campaign as unique as each customer. And to do that, you need to know who they are and how they're using your product. That's exactly what Amplitude's powerful behavioral insights can do for you, now available within HubSpot's customer platform. With the updated Amplitude app for HubSpot, your marketing team can use product behaviors to identify the best leads to nurture, easily pass more qualified leads to sales, better welcome customers at sign-up, see how email campaigns are performing, and work with service to reignite at-risk customers, all using Amplitude's curated, targeted data in the hubs you already love. Install the Amplitude app for HubSpot to get started today.
Here we are.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the session. What we just showed, my name is Karen Ng. I'm here with two incredible product leaders, Francois, who's the CPO of Amplitude, also the ex-CPO of Tableau, and Andy Petrie, EVP of UX and Product at HubSpot.
Hi, everybody.
Today, we're excited to talk about unified data, PLG, how that drives growth, and how that drives revenue. What you just saw with that video that played is Andy at the keynote yesterday announced that we have a deeper partnership with Amplitude. Andy, why is it so important that we had this partnership now, and what are companies looking at for driving growth?
So for me, the answer to that question is when we think about HubSpot, we think about what we're trying to build at HubSpot and the product roadmap. We want to provide our customers, businesses, with the most unified source of information about everything that their customers are doing. We want to make it easy to have all that information in one place, to make sense of that information all inside of HubSpot. And Amplitude obviously has incredible analytics data. We use it at HubSpot for product analytics, but I know it does more than just product analytics, but I always think about it through that lens. And so there's like incredible information that you're tracking about your customer behaviors inside of Amplitude, and it just makes sense to have that incorporated with all of the other customer data that you're tracking in HubSpot Smart CRM about your customers.
And if I can add, today being customer-centric is more critical than ever before. And so the more you know about your customers, the faster you can grow. And I think it's important to think about the entire customer journey. And in this new world, customer data comes from everywhere, right? Obviously, you bring customers into your website, but then they go into your product, and that's a rich source of information. And without that knowledge, it really creates a big gap. Think about it from a marketing perspective. Are you driving the right campaigns to the right users? By being able to unlock that product data or that website data, you're going to be able to better target your users based on who they are and what they're doing. Or think about it for sales, being able to do better lead scoring by using the product signals to help you target those most powerful leads that can be converted. Same thing for customer success. The product usage data can help you know which customers are at risk and where you should have proactive action. And that combination that we have between the data that we have in HubSpot, the ability to take action in HubSpot, plus all the behavioral data that you have in Amplitude, those two things really enable you to get deeper insights about your customers and ultimately drive that faster growth that's required in this highly competitive environment.
Cool. So they both mentioned unified, or we've been talking a lot about unified data and the importance of that. And you talked about a couple things in marketing, sales, and service. Really good data helps you drive action, whether it's a marketer trying to understand how do you segment a cohort of users, to sales understanding how do I bring value and personalize almost. Talk to me a little bit about how do you know when you have missing data? How do you identify what's missing, and how do you go from there? How do you get it?
Well, I think you said it, right? Data without action, to me, is a missed opportunity, right? You have all of these rich signals from your customers that are coming from a variety of sources. Your website, campaign data, social data, e-commerce data, product data, it's everywhere. And the more you have a complete picture of your customer, the better you can serve them, the better you can target them, the better you can engage with them to drive value. And oftentimes what we've seen, especially in the B2B world, where you have only half of the data, AKA you have some data about how you're targeting your users, but when they're landing in your product that you're trying to sell to them, well, is that converting or not? And in many cases, one of the challenges that exists is that there's a breakdown between the various disciplines. Marketing is not connected to product, that's not connected to sales. And the opportunity is to really connect the dots with everybody, to make sure that every single person is operating off of the same data, the same view of the customer, and doing that in this unified experience. That's really what becomes so critical. And again, unifying that data is the missing link that makes all of this possible.
And I think everybody has missing data, unfortunately. That's a problem that I think we're trying to solve together, is to solve that problem. But even HubSpot has missing data. I'm in meetings and I'm looking at HubSpotters like sitting in the front. I'm in meetings like on a regular basis with people about, oh, we need to be able to track this, we need to be able to track this, we need to be able to track this. And I think that, as a business, it makes a lot of sense to like work backwards when you think about like where you need to capture data. So like, what do you actually want your customer experience to be, right? How's your customer going to find you? How are they going to sign up for your product? How are they going to activate on your product? How are they going to use your product? And then how do you think about tracking those different events in the customer lifecycle? And one of the things that we love about Amplitude is it's like so easy to create those new events where you say like, oh, we just changed something about the sign up flow, we just changed something about the activation event, we just changed something in the product, and it becomes really easy to just add those events in to be able to understand like who's completing those events. And then with things like replay, it's easy to actually watch customers and see like what they're doing inside the product and like where they're stumbling. And then that brings, then you go full circle and you're basically like, okay, if this is where customers are stumbling, this is where we need to be able to track in order to understand like the completion event of all of these different things.
It's interesting you say it that way because really this combination, it gives you the power to know.
Yeah.
It gives you the power to know whether your investments are driving the dividends that you want, the outcomes you're trying to drive. It gives you the power to know, where there's frustration, where the customers are not succeeding at whatever it is you're building. Are they, adding their product to carts or not? Are they, signing up for the product? Are they sharing? Whatever that activation moment is, you need to know whether or not you're getting that value, but you also need to be able to experiment quickly and try out different things and test out hypotheses so that you can, in classic HubSpot terms, zig and zag along where your customers are going.
Yeah, totally. And I think it's like, sorry, I'm just going to say one more thing.
Go for it.
I think that, especially for product people, but also for marketers, we're big consumers of data. I think that you want to think about it through the customer lens. I think you want to think about start with your best idea of how your customers are finding your products and signing up for your products and activating on your products and using your products and upgrading your products. And then no matter what, you're going to be wrong. Like that, don't feel bad about it. Like you're just going to be wrong. But then once you have that set up, you can learn where you're wrong, and then you can continue to iterate and get better and better at tracking the actual customer experience. But I think everything should be customer focused. And everything should be in service of helping your customers discover your products and use your products better.
Yeah. One thing the three of us share as product builders is we all have a deep belief in a concept called product-led growth. I spend a lot of my time advising startups about when's the right time to think about a product-led growth motion versus potentially a sales motion and how to balance the two. Francois, can you describe to kind of all of us, like, what does PLG mean? What does it mean to you, and how do you think about using it in the growth of a product?
Well, PLG, product-led growth, is definitely a buzzy term these days. Everybody's talking about PLG and how can the product help sell, essentially, the product for you. Think of it in the standpoint of what if your product was your best salesperson? Wouldn't that be pretty amazing? What if the product could actually help convert and drive the experience that you're trying to drive? And so PLG is not just a marketing channel, it's not a product, innovation thing. It's a whole new way of thinking about the role that product can play within your customer journey, within your sales journey. Because if you think about let's just talk about the buyer journey, for instance. You know, the typical buyer journey looks like more like a funnel, right? Top of the funnel all the way down to activation. But the reality is that in this new world, customers want more self-service. They want to be able to try before they buy. The experience that you deliver will actually enable them to decide whether or not this is the right product for them. But every time they're engaging with you, that is a signal. That is an intent. And knowing how to optimize that for the outcomes you're trying to drive is so critical. And so PLG, again, it's about shifting that mindset to making your product the best salesperson at the company and using that to also activate your sellers as well, because they understand now all the facets are there. So it's everything around activation, usage, monetization, retention are all the key facets around PLG.
Cool. I love that it's making product your best salesperson. You know, Andy, PLG is incredibly important for us at HubSpot, you know, with our free CRM and how we can try before. How do you think about, or how would you kind of explain how it drives product growth for us?
Let me take a step back for a second and touch on some of the stuff that you were just talking about. So, you know, I think obviously we're at a conference called Inbound, and HubSpot has been a big advocate of inbound marketing for a very long time. And, you know, to me, PLG and inbound are very similar because the idea of inbound, you know, is this idea that, you know, the power has shifted from the seller to the buyer, right? It's like the classic HubSpot story was like in the old days, the sellers had all the information about their products, about their services, and the only way you could get that information was to engage with a salesperson or get some sort of, you know, outbound, you know, like messaging to you. And in the age of the internet, everything changed, and suddenly buyers had all this information. They could research things for themselves, they could try things for themselves, they could do things for themselves, and so they could get all of this information without having to go through a salesperson. And I think that product-led growth is an extension of that, right? I think, you know, for all of us, I think, you know, how many people here would rather just try a product, you know, themselves rather than, you know, get a demo of the product? I think that's just, yeah, most hands are going up. That's just the way that I think people, you know, want to experience products. So when you think about HubSpot, we have the free version of HubSpot. We get over 200,000 signups to the free version of HubSpot, you know, every single month. And for those buyers coming, or those, you know, users and you know, future HubSpot customers coming into HubSpot, they want to be able to just, you know, don't just tell me about the product, like let me use the product, let me see, let me test out different use cases, let me see if it works for these different parts of my business. And so that's the way that we think about PLG. And are there salespeople here, or is this all like, you know, product and marketing people? There's like 2 salespeople here, 3 salespeople here. You know, I think for salespeople, you know, there's this idea sometimes that PLG is going to like replace salespeople, that salespeople are not necessary, and I think that that's not true. Because the way we think about PLG at HubSpot is we want to be product-led, but it's not like exclusively product growth, right? So once you have people, you know, who come into HubSpot, who start using HubSpot for themselves, some of them do completely get set up entirely by themselves, buy HubSpot entirely by themselves, you know, and they're able to do that. But a lot of people, after they use it for a little while, they want to talk to somebody, they want to get more information, they want to get some help getting something set up inside the product. And so for us, we have this concept of product qualified leads, and those are the leads that our sales team, that's the ones that they want. If it were up to them, that's the only leads we would give our sales team is the product qualified leads. And that's somebody who's basically signed up for the product, started using the product, now wants to, you know, engage with a salesperson, and they're much, much deeper in the sales funnel than, you know, another lead that they would get. So that's the way that we think about PLG at HubSpot.
And I think what Andy is saying is like really important, which is not, it's not PLG self-serve all monetization. It's different handoffs at that moment, and it works in balance with the sales team. He mentioned PQLs, so product qualified leads. I'll have you, how would both of you describe how to think about a PQL, which is a product qualified lead, and how does it relate to other qualified leads?
Who's gonna? I'm gonna start.
Either one of you.
Okay. I guess I'll start. So, like I was just saying, a product qualified lead. You know, so okay. So the evolution of like different leads, right? So I'll say this through the HubSpot lens, but I think this is true for a lot of different companies. You know, in the early days of HubSpot, we just had leads, right? And it was marketing's job to generate inbound leads for our sales team. And the inbound leads would come to HubSpot, they would download an ebook about social media or about SEO or about marketing in general, and then we would take that lead and we would give it to the sales team. And that was great, and sales reps loved it. I remember when I joined HubSpot, which was back in like 2009, you know, you talk to sales reps at HubSpot and they're like, I'm never going to work at another company because every other company I've worked at, I had to go find my own leads, and at HubSpot, I show up every day and I get leads. And then over time, we started generating so many leads that sales reps were like, I don't have time to reach out to all these leads. Who are the ones who are most qualified? So we came up with this idea of a qualified lead. And so a qualified lead was somebody who was basically deeper in the funnel, right? So there's like a lead of someone who just downloads an ebook, and then there's a lead of somebody who like requests a demo of HubSpot, right? So it's obviously like get back to the people who want demos, you know, the soonest, right? Those are the people who actually want to talk to a salesperson. And then a product qualified lead is like the next version of that, right? So now a product qualified lead is somebody who, you know, has not only, you know, downloaded an ebook, not only requested a demo from sales, but there's somebody who's actually used the product, had been set up on the product in some way, and now is looking for more information about how to get started, how to be successful with the product. So it's the, you know, and then I don't know what the next lead will be, like after a product qualified lead, but it's just, you know, you're going further and further down the funnel to get more and more qualified leads.
He starts touching upon marketing qualified leads with this input.
Yeah, marketing that's what we call them, marketing
Yeah,
qualified leads, yeah.
The marketing qualified lead. Amplitude is incredible at behavioral and product analytics. You know, as you talk about PQLs, how do you think about a PQL?
Well,
You kind of need that product signal.
What's that?
You need that product signal.
You do need the product signal. I mean, it is kind of the
If
core
only
part.
there was a tool that would let you
Only.
track product usage data so that you could get those product
Tied
signals
with
for
a
product
sales
qualified
marketing
leads.
service
And the answer
product.
is, make it really easy for you. Look, if I told you that I could give you a lead that converts 8 times better than another lead, would you want it? Yeah, pretty much. So if I told you PQLs convert 8 times better than an MQL, that's a hot lead, right? That is that opportunity because the customer is giving you that buyer intent directly in the product. They're telling you what those moments, those value moments are in the product that will then give them the intent to purchase, upsell, cross-sells. But I think it's really important as all of you are getting into this journey to know what are those value moments. What are those trigger opportunities to move up? Do you have a value moment? Hold on. If there's a mic for the audience, that would be great. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to hear it all. So let me just finish that thought. Let's get you a mic, and then we'll do that. So they're going to bring that out. So I was just going to say that one thing that's really important is understanding what are those value moments that drive the next behaviors. A classic example is Facebook. Back in the old days of the social world, do you know what was the differentiation between a Facebook user staying on the platform versus being a lifetime Facebook user? 7 friends. That's it, 7 friends. So everything that Facebook did back then was to try to get every user to find 7 friends. And then they were there for life. We have a customer, Udemy, which does incredible online learning. Do you know what is the highest predictor of a customer signing up for a Udemy subscription? If they want to learn 3 skills. 3 skills. Not just, hey, I'm coming online and I want to learn about AI, but if there's 3 separate skills you want to learn, they are going to subscribe. And so what they did is they used that concept, they used that understanding to then start giving offers, right, promotional campaigns to say, hey, three training classes bundled together at a discount. They would find cross-sell opportunities in the product. So if you're learning about AI agents, there was another kind of class maybe offered for free to learn about data to train your AI agents. And so those were really those trigger moments, and they optimized everything around that. Even for us at Amplitude, as we're building software, as we're building product, it's all about the moment is, did you save a chart? Which is our activation moment. That means they got value, they answered a question. As soon as you can do that, then as they navigate the product, we know where they're trying to go next.
I'm going to take one clarification question. Yeah.
Hi there. My company sells ISO certifications, so we don't have a free trial or something that people can actually see the product or the service that they're getting. Sometimes people come to us because they have to get ISO, not because they're choosing to. and it's not something that people tend to get super excited about. What could we do in the kind of realm of PQLs and, you know, trying to do something rather than just
Let me pull that back too a little bit. We're not going to open full questions, but I think you're kind of getting to ISO as a specific question of like if you have to find that moment. And then Francois, you were a little bit talking about these value moments or these trigger moments. You know, how do people find what those should be? And then once they have them, how do they think about them in this PLG cycle?
Well, I mean, first is you know your product. And I'm actually going to say the word product broadly, because it may be a B2B product, but quite frankly, your website is a product too. You're trying to drive them to take an action.
Yeah.
Contact us, download this thing. Whatever the action is, think of that as your PQL moment or your opportunity to get there. So don't limit yourself at thinking, oh, I'm not a product builder, it's not relevant to me. Everybody's a builder, everybody's building different kinds of offerings. And again, the trigger moment might be services or whatever, and so you want to use your website to do that. I think it's important to understand, you know, what is that customer journey? Where's the funnel? You know, how are people navigating your experiences that you're putting in place, and where, you know, how you look at that journey. If your trigger moment is the contact us button, well, let's look backwards from there and how did people navigate it? Where are those moments on your website where there's drop-off? So if 100% of people land on the website, but only 7% convert by clicking on the button, what are the steps along the journey that you can optimize? That's really kind of that key. Again, I'll give you a personal example. At Amplitude, the first step in the journey is to connect to data, right? Either instrumenting HubSpot, instrumenting your website, instrumenting your application. That's our first moment, because without data, we can't do anything. Our data upload rate, not so good. It was like 12%. And so we looked at it, we agonized it, we looked at replays, we did experiments, we tried different things, we moved things around. Now we're up to 35, 36%. We did that in a quarter. But we knew what were the barriers in that journey, and then we experimented, we tried, we learned, and we adapted along the way. But you had to know what you're trying to optimize for again, and then you work backwards.
You know, Andy, you've been thinking a lot about this inside HubSpot as well. Like, how do you find those moments to be fast and easy?
Yeah, sure.
How do you think about that?
Oh, yeah, I want to say a couple. I want to say a couple things. One, getting from like 12% to like 34% activation is like, I don't think I've ever moved the number that much before.
It is.
That's awesome.
Crazy.
That's incredible.
We hadn't optimized it, so I'd say the bar was really low.
Okay, all right. So that's awesome. And then secondarily, I just want to agree with what you were saying, which is like we obviously all work at HubSpot and Amplitude. We're SaaS companies, so we're thinking through the lens of a product. But I think to answer the question from the front, I think if you don't have like a SaaS product that you're tracking inside of, I think you should think of your website as the product, and then you can use a lot of the same PLG tactics on your website. And if you're using, I assume you're a HubSpot customer, here inbound. There's a lot of things you can do with Content Hub and the HubSpot CMS to create like password protected pages, and you can create those types of like login experiences and even put content behind those login experiences, and then use that to basically be the way that someone's getting access to a product. So maybe we can talk after. There's a lot of ideas there, but your website, you can think of as your product in those cases, and you can still measure those flows. And now I forget the question that you originally asked me.
I was going to have Andy share. Finding those trigger moments.
Oh, sure.
Drive, activation, and onboarding are really key. How do you think about that, even in our team?
Again, I think you, as a starting point, you can start with your best assumption about customer behaviors, right? So hopefully as product people, as product managers, we're talking to customers, we're watching customers use the product, we're watching replays of customers use the product, and so I think you can start with your instincts there and really say like, okay, this is where I think people are getting the most value of the product, and you can track those things. And then I think to some degree, and you're probably better at this than I am, you're probably better at this than I am, but I think there's my honest answer is like there's a lot of trial and error in where you find those moments. When we first launched HubSpot CRM, we tracked a bunch of different actions in the product, and then what I basically did was I looked at those actions and I looked at the retention based on those actions. So you talked about like the 7 Facebook users, right? And what you're looking for in that retention, if I draw it backwards for the audience, is like you're looking for those moments like where retention starts to flatten out. right? Like, so if retention goes down to 0, that's not sticky. It might not go down to, it might not be 100, it's probably not going to be 100%, but if you can flatten out at like 50%, retention, that's like a really good retention point. And, but again, the thing that you're looking for more than anything is like, where does retention start to flatten out, where you're going to have these customers, forever, because that's how you're going to stack your user base on top of it. So just as an example, in HubSpot CRM, one of those things was adding your first contact to HubSpot CRM. So if you add a contact to HubSpot CRM, your retention of HubSpot CRM was really good. And I'll tell a bit of a funny story here. One of the things I did was I said, like, oh, adding a contact, that gets your retention to be, it gets your retention really good, but the activation is lower than I wanted it to be. And so I was like, let's run an experiment. Let's just add contacts for people. So everybody comes into HubSpot, everyone has a contact added. Our activation went to 100% because, we forced everybody to have a contact. Our retention went to like, 10%. So that didn't work out.
I agree.
And then we kept looking through the data, and then the next thing that we found was the thing that had even higher retention than adding a contact was adding a team member. When you add the team member to HubSpot, you have, I forget, it was like 70% retention or something like that at the time. But I think it's a little bit of customer instinct and then a little bit of trial and error. But again, what you're looking for is which of those events are most correlated to retention of people using your product, or in some cases maybe purchasing your product, depending on what you're trying to buy. But that's the way I think about it.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Those moments of retention, it's really understanding your product, that if you do these set of actions within the first set of time, it actually causes like dramatic retention. You see that in social for Facebook and others. Adding 3 friends in Instagram, for instance, is highly sticky. But what is that moment? If you have data science and other kinds of teams, you can often find those patterns as well. But you usually have a guess on that behavior.
Yeah, we have a lot of people at HubSpot who are way smarter than me, who are good at finding those things with data instead of trial and error. But for me, it's trial and error.
Okay, so if you're not a product person and you don't have a product market, what can people learn from PLG?
One thing I'll say, there's the classic expression that you can't improve what you don't measure, right? So you have to start measuring, and at the heart of all that is data. If you don't have the data, then you're kind of flying blind. And so my recommendation is don't boil the ocean, just get started. Start by just connecting the data that you have and making it available to the people who know the business. They could be a marketer, they could be a product leader, they could be a revenue leader, whoever they are. Just start and get that going, because once you have the data, you're going to have more questions. And you want to be able to start using that data to improve the business. So don't overcomplicate it, but start by measuring so you can drive improvement.
Cool.
And yeah, do I get to answer that question?
Go for it.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna. So you're the data guy. That was like
I'm the data guy.
Like the data answer. I'll give the customer answer, which to me, and I think both of them are true. Obviously, I'm not. So,
it's data about the customer.
Data about the customer. But I think to me, whether it's like PLG or whether it's like inbound or whether it's whatever, I think ultimately all of it is in service of your customer, right? What you're trying to track is what are the things, what are my customer behaviors, what are the ways that they're coming to me, what are the ways that they're getting started with my products, what are they finding most valuable in my product, what are they finding not valuable in my product. And again, if you don't have a product, to the question, it could be your website experience, it could be any of that. And so I think it's all in service of helping the customer discover the thing that's going to help them and going to get them value.
Cool. Any last advice for folks in the audience, how to think about customer handoff, how to think about anything else?
My personal advice that I tell people is, it's going to sound counterintuitive, but I always say this: care less. Care less about yourself, care deeply about the outcomes. Let's all be outcome focused, and let's figure out how to move forward. Don't be afraid by not knowing all the data. Don't be afraid by asking the questions. Ask, be curious, be engaged, care less, but care deeply about the outcomes that are out there. And like I said before, right, you can't improve what you don't measure. So measure, 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 experiment, learn, be curious, and incredible things will come out.
And I'll add on top of that, I think, in the same spirit, like move fast and iterate. Don't obsess, don't get like paralyzed by data. You know what I mean? Like it's all about progress, not perfection. Just keep, start doing it, start learning from it, and then continue to just iterate and make it better over time.
Cool, awesome. Thanks, everyone.
This presentation, I'm going to give you a little bit of AI sugar before Dylan gives you the AI substance. So I'm going to give you a little couple of interesting tips and takeaways. I would love to start by just asking, what for all of us has been our kind of AI aha moment? When did the light bulb go off? Just in terms of how transformative this technology could really be. Because I've really had several of those ever since I first used ChatGPT way back 2.5 years ago. Maybe one of the biggest for all of us is we are at one of the largest businesses conference on the planet, and just how much of it is about AI. And AI has only been around for 2 to 2.5 years. It's pretty incredible. But I want to start with one of my favorite use cases, and one of the ones that I built. I've built many different types of AI functionality for how I work, for how HubSpot work. But just one of my favorites is like content remixing. I love creating content. It's one of my favorite things to do, whether I'm podcasting, trying to figure out how to be a better short-form content creator, how to crack the code on YouTube, which is really, really hard. But because I create so much content, it can be hard to always have really great ideas. And AI is incredible for giving you really great ideas and taking a content asset and turning it into ideas for you. And so here's a quick thing that I did. I love LinkedIn. I love sharing my ideas in there, my thoughts in there. And so I wanted to try to build a little assistant that could help me get better at LinkedIn. And what this assistant would do is it would start with a YouTube video, grab the transcript, and then do a couple of interesting things. The first thing to realize about AI is you have to teach the AI something. And so I do believe that AI is an incredible unlock for people with deep domain expertise, people who really understand their craft. Because I have spent so much time trying to figure out how to do short-form content really well, I could teach the AI what are the types of short-form content that do well on LinkedIn. And here's a couple of those for you. The first is an educational post, but you have to do it in a certain way. And the prompt for me to teach the educational post to the LLM is much bigger than this. This is just a snippet. But it's really a clear and concise lesson. It has to be a singular lesson. You cannot have multiple lessons. They will not perform well. It has to be a singular lesson that you can teach someone in a short amount of words or just a really quick video. The second is how the internet kind of works today. Spicy takes. You have to have a view that is counterintuitive to what most people believe. It is not the thing that the average person believes. They work incredibly well if you can frame it properly. And then the head nod is one of my favorite. The head nod is the thing that people have on the tip of the tongue. They really believe in that thing, but they just can't articulate it. They've never been able to frame it in a certain way. And you can do that through your content. There was a post recently from Paul Graham, the founder of YC Combinator. He had a post around founder mode, and founder mode took off because it really fitted this head nod category. And so I teach my assistant what is good short-form content, so when I give it a YouTube video and it has a transcript, it can take all of the talking points and bucket into these categories. Then the AI can teach me something. What people get wrong about AI is they think it is a copy and paste tool. It is not a copy and paste tool. It is an accelerated learning tool. It is just accelerating the way that humans have learned forever. And so what AI does for me is it teaches me what a great writing style is. And so I got fascinated by why certain writers on certain platforms did so well. So I basically took all of their content and I give it to AI, and in this case, Claude, and I would say, create me a one-page template of how I could replicate that style. Now that sounds like copy and paste. It is not. There is a copywriting framework called Copywork. And Copywork is how teaches you to get better at the craft of content by taking a piece of content that you really enjoy, that you want to be that good in the future, you want to be able to replicate that style and to write it out each and every day, to just write out that content each and every day. And that's what the AI is doing, but just in an accelerated way. It's teaching me how to replicate those styles. But the third thing is really important. You need the human edit. You need to be able to provide your own point of view. You need to be able to provide your own, the thing that makes you different. If you do not do that, you will not get great results with AI. And so I was able to use that assistant to take my results in LinkedIn to a whole different place. I used to get hundreds of thousands of impressions. Now I get millions of impressions each and every month. And again, AI is not creating my content. It is helping me form great ideas, and then it creates first drafts based on writing styles I like, based on the type of short-form content I want to create. And so AI is really a way to supercharge your creativity. It supercharges creativity. I think too many people think about it as a way to crush creativity. I don't see it that way. It really unlocks the creativity inside us. It unlocks the craft person inside us. We can go from idea to realizing that idea so much quicker. And it turbocharges your iteration. I started building that assistant as a prompt. That's how I always start. I start with a prompt. Then I built an agent, and then I built an app. Now, I used to be a coder, a really bad one. I used to do software engineering. But with AI, I'm able to actually build real apps to do the thing I actually went to college for. It's awesome. My parents are really proud. So I want to leave with some tips in my little part here on just a couple of things that can make your AI journey much more successful. And some of them are going to seem really basic. But that's because they are, but not enough people do them. And the first one is prompt engineering, right? Prompting. I start everything with a prompt to try to validate my idea to begin with. And people, I think, are put off with prompts because they think, this is really hard. I don't want to be a full-time prompt engineer. And you don't need to be a full-time prompt engineer. What people don't realize is these AI models are incredible at prompting. So when I have an idea, I talk to Claude. I say, Claude, I want to build a presentation style guide, an assistant that helps me take other people's presentations and can create a style guide so I can replicate that talk. Can you create an advanced prompt for me? And it creates a great prompt, right? It's a very good prompt engineer. Is it a world-class prompt engineer? No, that's a full-time job. But it's a great way to get started. It's a great way to figure out, can your ideas come to life? And so you can literally take out your phones and try this out on Claude. It's that simple. It is also very addictive. So I will just tell you that. I spend an inordinate amount of time going back and forth with Claude and different ideas and prompting. The second is, if I would take one thing away from this conference in terms of my success, how to be more successful with AI, it is this. I think this is the most important one. Context really matters to teach your assistant what good looks like. And I'll start with a little story. There was a podcast I really enjoyed recently from the founder and CEO of Klarna. And he talked about their results with AI. Now, they are one of the best examples of a company that have integrated AI into the go-to-market. Their AI does the work of 700 support reps. It's equivalent to 700 support reps. And he said that to begin with, our results were not that great, right? They were not that great, and we had to get there over time. And what he realized was the problem was their onboarding docs. Their onboarding docs, the docs that they would take a customer support agent through to be good at their job. Those docs were not great, therefore their results were not great. If you cannot teach the AI assistant what good looks like for the task you want it to do, you will get inferior results. The AI is a really enthusiastic junior employee. It wants to do well, but you have to teach it how to get there. I believe in the future, companies are going to have teams internally that document all roles, the processes of those roles, how to do those roles. But you have to teach the AI assistant what good looks like. The last slide in mine is a little like, well, where is AI going to show up across the typical B2B go-to-market? And so this is a little more forward-looking. There's a great quote from Kevin Scott. He's the CTO of Microsoft, and I think he has a great framing for AI. He said, AI makes the impossible problems just really hard. And so what are the really hard problems in our go-to-market that I think AI is going to be transformative for? The first is really paid ads, right? Paid ads are something that all of us do, and we usually do A/B/C testing. It is incredible to see how AI can transform that into A to Z testing, because it can create many variations of that ad, the text, the imagery, the video. There are tools today that do this. And then it can look for the most efficient ad and get more dollars from your spend, back from your spend. That is a great use case for AI today. The second is content. We are going to go much more towards video in the content we create for all of our prospects than we ever have done, because the text to video tools are getting so much better. That is another use case that I would start trying today. One of my favorites is when we have to convert all of this traffic into leads, something for our sales team. Chat is a big way we do this, right? Chat is like a way that customers and prospects and leads want to interact with you. Today, chat, for the most part, is text-based, right? We type some words out, someone responds. What you're going to see in the not so distant future is chat move to much more of a multimodal experience. You're going to be in chat, chatting to a business, and that can turn into an avatar presenting to you a product walkthrough, a sales demo, showing you visuals for the questions that you have. Again, that is a use case that you can actually start to do today. There's tools to be able to do that. Email, we've seen an increase in 80 to 100% in conversion rates by having GenAI personalize the email for the individual. Today, for the most part, B2B think in terms of segments. AI allows us to think in terms of individuals and how we personalize that email for the individual. That is a great use case to start on today. Product demo. One of the things I love about AI is it actually gives you much more coverage to provide an incredible customer experience. Today, we're limited in terms of the amount of prospects we can demo our product to because we have to have a salesperson do that. In the future, AI is going to be able to give you an entire walkthrough of a product. I've seen it. There are tools working within this space today. That is a great use case to start to get passionate about. Virtual BDR. We have business development reps that can identify good fit accounts, reach out to them in text, call, and social. Today, where we are in terms of AI, AI is incredible to identify good fit accounts and reaching out to warm fit leads via GenAI text-based emails. The results are phenomenal. I think next year, voice AI-enabled agents will allow us to do lightweight meetings, book meetings for our sales reps, and to do lightweight, non-complex sales. That's where I believe voice will be next year. But text is there today. If you are not using text to do outreach into warm fit leads, you're missing out. Video. How incredible was it when we, as B2B marketers, could personalize our email based upon our CRM data? Like, that was just a huge unlock for the results we could get back from email. Where we are going today is tools like HeyGen can take your data from your CRM and personalize video for the individual and use them in your outreach campaigns. That, again, is a use case I would work on today. And I'll end with two quick ones for customers. One of my favorite use cases that we built was around churn. Churn is the silent killer of SaaS business. Churn is also hard because customers just leave and don't tell you why, right? So you cannot fix those problems. What our team did was take great unstructured data and provided structure with it through AI analysis. So we looked at all of the customers that left, provided no reasons, and used AI to look at their call logs, chat log, email logs. And by doing that, we were able to apply a reason for that customer leaving to 2/3 of the customers that never had given us a reason before. So now we can fix those problems. Never before we could have done that without AI. And then support, we all know that use case. Support turns AI turns support into a brand driver, not something that creates negativity around your brand. So that's where we're going in the future. They're the use cases I would get super passionate about, but you need the right tools. You need something that makes it really easy for you. And that is why I would love to bring on Dylan Salberg, who's going to show you how HubSpot can start to bring AI to life for your business. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Let's hear it again for Kieran and the HubSpot marketing team. I work on the HubSpot product team, and the HubSpot marketing team is our inspiration very often. They're pushing the boundaries with AI. They're teaching us new things. They're paving a path for where we can build our product and take our customers. They're pouring a ton of energy in. They've got a big investment in AI, frankly, some money to spend. And we're really excited about AI on the HubSpot product team. I'm sure you've heard it a million times this week, but I want to double down a little bit. Bill Gates said that AI was the largest shift he has ever seen in the entire digital realm. That's Bill Gates. Mark Zuckerberg said every business would have an AI agent. Dharmesh told us last year at Inbound that AI would take our jobs and give us better ones. Now, these are brilliant people, some of the greatest minds in the world. But when I talk to HubSpot customers, when I talk to this room, when I talk to you all, I hear a bit of a different story. There we go. I hear AI is hard to use, hard to learn. There's a steep learning curve. I hear you're not sure if you can trust AI and that you're very busy. AI is disconnected from your data. We get that. And none of you want to be prompt engineers. That is not a desirable job title for somebody who's a marketer or a sales rep. They want to keep doing what they love. In the space, the AI space is moving so fast. In fact, I probably have missed an update in the last 25 minutes having my phone off. It is really incredible. The world is not going to stop for small businesses to learn how to use AI. So there's a big chasm that needs to be crossed. You hear folks like Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg making bold promises that AI will enhance your productivity, help you scale more, deliver more insights to your business. But in reality, we're left on the other side of that chasm. And that is why we are building Breeze AI, HubSpot's AI that powers our entire platform and opens up new opportunities for you and your business. Breeze is going to help you cross that bridge. It is a trusted AI platform that is unified across your data stack, easy to use, deeply powerful, and delivers incredibly fast time to value. And today, we are launching 3 products to help you cross that chasm, reach new levels of productivity, reach that scale, and gain new insights like never before. Breeze CoPilot is your AI-powered assistant. Breeze agents are experts designed to automate tasks. And Breeze Intelligence unifies and enriches your data across the HubSpot platform. So what I'm going to do for the rest of this talk today is dive deep into these 3 areas. We're going to go deep into CoPilot, deep into agents, deep into intelligence, and understand exactly how they can apply to your business starting today. But before I do any of that, let's talk about one thing wholesale, and that is trust, transparency, and accountability. Breeze AI is backed by the same promises and the same protections that all of HubSpot is. Third-party models are never trained on your data. All data in and data out is SOC 2 and GDPR compliant. Your data is protected. It's also optimized for businesses. We're consistently vetting new models, adding them to our stack, and automatically updating so you don't need to keep up with this quick-moving landscape. And we're also launching new settings, new configuration to keep you in control, allowing you to opt in or opt out of specific products and new user-level permissions that will help you adopt AI at your own pace. Now I want everybody to meet Breeze CoPilot. It is your AI assistant designed for deep integration, ease of use, and extensive knowledge of your customer relationships. It is designed to assist you all across HubSpot. And it is not just generic AI. It is AI that speaks the language of your business. Let me show you. One of the things we deeply believe on the HubSpot product team is you should not need to think about when AI can help. With a truly unbounded set of capabilities, it can be really difficult to know where to start. So we are introducing CoPilot previews. CoPilot previews provide contextual insights all throughout HubSpot. When you search, you'll see CoPilot summaries of that record, pulling out key pieces of data. And from here, you can ask CoPilot more detailed questions about a customer record to help you get the information you need faster than ever before from anywhere in the HubSpot product. And from the new sales workspace, when you're working deals, CoPilot is going to provide you a quick rundown of the activity and details you care about a given deal. And from there, you can engage CoPilot to learn more about a given deal. You can ask targeted questions about its progression and its pipeline. You can ask questions about customer engagement, like, have I received any text messages from this customer that would be relevant to know about? We want to save you the activity of hopping around the HubSpot platform for every piece of information you need. Now, when we launched ChatSpot. For those of you who remember on this very stage last year, we heard one thing on repeat. Bring this in HubSpot. Please bring this in HubSpot. And we didn't want to introduce another tab or another app that you had to navigate to. So we have woven it throughout the fabric of the entire HubSpot platform. CoPilot can be found in the navigation page. And when there's no navigation, you will see a floating icon. Depending on where you open it, you'll see suggested prompts that are tailor-made for that page. You can also use CoPilot templates to take all of the work out of sending a prompt to CoPilot. All you need to do is enter a key variable or two, and the rest is done for you in just a few keystrokes. I think we have a, here we are. Sorry, we had a little slide ordering issue there. We're back. I want to show you all how CoPilot understands where you are. I asked to summarize this. No context. I'm on a CRM record. CoPilot knows what CRM record you're on and can summarize that contact. And you can use CoPilot to get more done more quickly, creating a task using nothing but natural language. CoPilot is helping you get more done from anywhere in the HubSpot product. And CoPilot extends beyond HubSpot, well beyond HubSpot. For years, we have tried to fit more and more of the HubSpot CRM into your pocket with the mobile app and into your browser with the HubSpot Chrome extension. But with CoPilot, we have reached an entirely new order of magnitude. With CoPilot on iOS and Android, you have your entire CRM in your pocket. You can easily research companies, see them on a map relative to your current location. You can instantly add contacts or companies to your CRM on the go, generate email to either send from your mobile device or create a task for yourself once you're back at your desk. And we've ingrained all of this CoPilot functionality into both the HubSpot Chrome extension and the mobile app. So CoPilot is there with you whenever you need it. Now, one of my favorite ways to use AI, and you've heard a lot about it this week, is in collaboration. If you're using a popular conversational AI product, I won't name names, you probably spend a lot of time copying and pasting between that product and your actual work. Or perhaps you ask for really slight tweaks. You just want a word refined or a paragraph worded differently, and you get an entire overhaul in return. Well, we have a content experience inside of HubSpot. There's so many different places where you are designing things that reach customer eyes. And we saw this as an opportunity and decided to reinvent how you can collaborate with AI in your content development. So we've integrated CoPilot directly into HubSpot's entire content suite. Whether you're in an email, a blog post, or a landing page, CoPilot is there with you, collaborating. You can highlight a body of text, ask for a specific tweak, like a translation, a reference, spelling and grammar suggestions, and CoPilot will present its ideas right alongside your work. With a single click, you can replace or refine that text, and you've now collaborated with AI to get a very specific piece of work done, making it more easy for you and more ingrained in your existing content experience. You can also engage CoPilot for an entire body of work. If you're writing a blog post with CoPilot, and if you've set up your brand voice, you can ask CoPilot for an entire conclusion or paragraph, and it will deliver results that are perfectly on brand, thanks to brand voice. The result is content collaboration that feels seamless. CoPilot isn't about replacing your creativity, it's about enhancing it. And this is now available across the entire content suite, our blogs, landing pages, knowledge base articles, email, SMS, blog posts, playbooks. I'm missing a few, but you get the idea. And we see so much more opportunity than just content collaboration and data lookups. So we have integrated CoPilot deeply with HubSpot Calling to help support your teams live in real time with assistance and insights, both during and after the call. Let's have a look. When you're on a call in HubSpot, CoPilot is there with you. It's listening, transcribing, and ready to help. Now, this is really cool. If a customer asks a question that's already documented in your knowledge base, CoPilot will proactively suggest that knowledge base article to your reps. Now, your customer service or your sales team has been onboarded from day one. They have insights at their fingertips to help them better handle customer conversations. And once the call is done, you can use CoPilot to ask detailed follow-ups based on a snappy summary that is presented anywhere in the HubSpot product for you. Now let's talk about the CRM connection a little bit more. We see AI as an opportunity to make hard things easier. And sometimes building reports, especially from scratch, can be difficult. And no matter how powerful LLMs get, they will never be as connected to your data as HubSpot is. So we built CoPilot in a way that is deeply connected to your data, making building reports easier than ever. You can ask CoPilot, how has your deal close rate been over the last 6 months? And it will return its own insights and a chart. You can expand CoPilot into a full screen experience to get more immersive and collaborate with CoPilot on that report. And in addition to that, I want to show you one more example and discuss how natural language can really make the CoPilot or the reporting experience seamless. In this example, I asked for a breakdown of contacts by source. CoPilot did a quick analysis, but I actually was looking for a pie chart. Instead of rebuilding that report, I just asked CoPilot in natural language, can you turn this into a pie chart? And it does. Presented directly in line in the full screen CoPilot experience that is available anywhere you are in HubSpot. With this power of your data combined with HubSpot AI, you have insights at your fingertips all across the entire product suite. Now, I really wanted to have, the famous one more thing slide for CoPilot, but there are so many more things. Here are 14. There's probably 140 things that CoPilot can do as your new AI-powered CRM assistant. You can get started using CoPilot today. It is available in public beta to all HubSpot customers, free, starter, pro, enterprise. What do y'all think about CoPilot? We are just getting started there. CoPilot is amazing today and will continue to improve. We're very, very excited for the opportunity with our customers collaborating and working alongside CoPilot. But we see a lot more opportunity with AI. We see the opportunity not only to collaborate with it, but to use it to automate things. Let's have a look at these tweets. If you're not in sales and not using AI, you're crazy. Simply build a bot, find your ideal clients, draft outreach messages. That's really easy, right? Or just hire this intern from Y Combinator who built something that uses Claude 3.5 Sonnet and reads every blog and chains content and then explains that an opportunity in a sheet. Seems pretty easy. Or actually, this is even easier. Someone built an AI agent that does marketing on autopilot. You just copy this code, and I think you can deploy it somewhere from there. Not that easy. AI agents can be difficult, and we wanted to change that with Breeze AI. And so today we are introducing Breeze Agents. Breeze Agents help you automate tasks. They're available 24/7, and they add valuable expertise to your business. And today we're introducing 4 agents that I want to tell you about. Now, before I do that, I want to talk about some connective tissue that all of our agents are built atop. Now, Breeze Agents are automatically personalized to your business, batteries included. They'll use your brand voice and your ideal customer profile to generate on-brand content for your audience. They use your CRM data to drive results based on your existing relationships, understanding what has worked and what has not. And they review all of your existing content deeply to understand your business's tone, style, and approach. These agents, they're not just programmed, they're educated. They study your brand, your customers, and your data to become actual extensions of your team. Let's have a look. I want to talk about the first problem we hope to solve with AI agents, and that is instant gratification. Our customers, they don't want to wait anymore. And as your business grows, it can be really difficult to maintain quality at scale. And when there are demand spikes, maybe you've launched a new product, maybe it's peak season, maybe it's inbound and you just launched CoPilot to 60,000 people. It's a reality. How do you keep up without burning out your staff? And how do you provide personalized customer interactions at scale as your team grows, as your product and company grows in complexity? Well, introducing the Breeze Customer Agent. It is an AI solution that is always ready, around the clock, to engage with your customers. It is quick to set up with no lengthy onboarding, no complicated programming. It is just sophisticated AI that is meticulously trained on your business. It can work in concert with your customer service team, seamlessly handing off queries that it cannot handle. And it provides you data-driven insights to help you continue to improve and address opportunities for your customer service. Let's have a look at setup. We have simplified building AI agents. Even really complicated tasks like retrieval augmented generation and model fine-tuning, we've made it so easy you literally don't even need to know what those things are. Look how easy this is to set up. You start by fine-tuning your agent with a name. Then you give it a role. Then you'll give it a personality. This is what's defining how your agent is responding in its conversational style. Then you'll jump into some of that retrieval augmented generation work by selecting the existing content and uploading URLs that you'd like to train your customer agent on. And in seconds, your customer agent is ready to get to work. When a customer asks a question to your newly assembled customer agent, it is your first line of defense. In seconds, it can provide an answer based only on the sources it has been trained on. Now, these type of bots have made the news a bit for sometimes hallucinating and getting companies in hot water. And we wanted to avoid that with the customer agent. So we include source citing in every customer agent response. Beneath every response, it will show exactly in its training data where the information was found and allow the customer to view that directly in line in the customer agent widget. And of course, there are going to be cases where customers need support and something has not been documented yet. It goes beyond what your frontline staff can handle. And we recognize the importance of AI and human collaboration in cases like these. So if a bot is asked a question that it can't answer, it will be transferred to a customer service rep. They'll jump into the inbox, and CoPilot will provide them a quick summary of what happened between the agent and the customer. Now, your human agent can review that conversation, pen a reply really quickly based on the context they have been given, and your customer is delivered an outcome instantly. That is human and AI collaboration at its finest. And finally, the customer agent will give you deep insights into its performance to help you continue to improve and iterate on it. We've got stats that cover conversations revolved, conversations reflected, agent workload, unanswered questions, how often AI is handing off to humans, and so much more. Now, the customer agent is available today in public beta to all Service Hub Pro and Enterprise customers. What do y'all think about the customer agent? Now, the next agent I want to introduce you to solves a problem that keeping up with social media can be challenging. We saw an opportunity here with an AI agent to help businesses keep up with the relentless pace of social media content. You're being asked to churn out engaging content that is relevant, targets the right audience, and deliver it at the right time. And just when you think you've mastered one platform, a new one emerges or an algorithm changes. And consistent posting is key. Maintaining that optimal posting cadence, keeping your content calendar full, is way easier said than done. But I want you all to meet the Breeze social media agent. The social media agent is working 24/7, gathering context about your business and creating content for X, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. It is working to create compelling social posts for your review with optimized publish times for any social post on every network. Let's have a look. First, let's set up our social agent. It is effortless. No coding required. Simply tell it a little bit about your business and the audience you target on social media. The social agent handles the rest. Every post it generates from there on out is written with those goals in mind. On-brand content continuously. And once you set up your social agent, it gets to work. It's thinking like a social media strategist. It is consistently monitoring trending topics and understanding what resonates with your audience. It's monitoring calendar events that your business may care about, product and service offerings, brand content, marketing events stored in HubSpot, and your top performing targets. Once it creates a post, it will provide its own evidence for exactly why it created that content, helping you post with confidence. And now we know AI-generated content can be finicky, especially on social media. You want to keep some hands on the wheel, especially in the early days of having something like a social media agent. So we've designed it to keep you, the human, in the loop. Once a post is created, you can easily make any modifications to imagery or content. You'll even have the help of AI along the way to help you with those tweaks. Simply send a prompt to the social agent. Maybe you want a new image, or you can edit it directly yourself, and you're off to the races. With the social agent, content calendars have never looked this robust. And the social agent is currently in private beta to all Marketing Hub Pro and Enterprise customers. What do y'all think about the social agent? Now, the third challenge, third of four, that we wanted to address with our 4 Breeze agents is the content conundrum. There is a never-ending demand for new, high-quality content. Content is no longer king, it is the entire kingdom. And it is difficult to maintain high quality at scale. And even if you do, that quality can be resource intensive, requiring a team of experts, SEO, writers, designers, editors. And that is exactly why we developed the Breeze Content Agent. The Breeze Content Agent creates 4 things for your business: SEO optimized blog posts, landing pages that convert, case studies that prove value, and podcasts to engage your audiences. Let's have a look under the hood. The Content Agent leverages external data to improve its output quality. We have woven SEO throughout the entire experience. In a partnership with SEMrush, we ensure that any blog post the Content Agent creates is fully SEO optimized. It will suggest titles based on monthly search volume, difficulty to rank, and keyword intents. And for any asset it creates from there, it will use those target keywords throughout the post's body, its meta description, its title, and the entire body of content. Now, one of my favorite things about this Content Agent is how it leverages CRM data to get its work done. To build a case study with the Content Agent, you begin with a description. Then you'll select a target customer in your CRM that you are looking to feature. The Content Agent will review that customer's profile of data, understanding all interactions. You can also upload any custom content, like a call transcript where that customer was just gushing about how helpful you were. And in return, the Content Agent will return a beautifully designed case study that is rooted in your business's data, extracting facts from not only that customer record, their company record, but also the files that you have uploaded, whether they be transcripts, images, files, or video. The Content Agent can also help you build your first podcast. Now, I would not say that every brand needs a full Joe Rogan smash hit podcast, right? But I do think there's an opportunity for targeted micro content for really specific audiences that you can distribute at scale, like a quarter in review, for example. This is a new medium for small businesses, but I think our customers are going to get really creative with how they use the podcast functionality in the Content Agent. Especially considering how easy it can be. Let's have a look. You begin with a topic or an idea. From there, it will generate an entire podcast outline for you. Once you've aligned with the content agent on the outline, it will provide a script. That script can contain AI-generated audio for the entire body of text. And from there, it will handle the episode artwork and episode description all for you. Making a podcast has never been easier. And with the content agent, I am really excited to see the unique ways that our customers can apply this to help grow their businesses. Now, the last part of the content agent I want to show you all is the landing page job. Now, my favorite thing about landing pages is that they're truly multimodal. When you hear multimodal in AI, you typically think text, images, video, audio, sometimes code. But with Breeze AI, multimodal can mean something entirely different. When you use the landing page agent, you'll be presented with a few different goals for that landing page. And based on the goal of that landing page, the landing page design will meet those needs with multimodal outputs like a meetings link, for example. And if you chose a landing page that would help get signups for a webinar, it would automatically create a sign-up form for that webinar and include placeholders for preview content. Multimodal can mean something entirely different when it is deeply connected to your CRM with Breeze AI. Now, the Content Agent is currently in public beta and can be opted into by any Content Hub Pro or Enterprise customer. What do y'all think about the Content Agent? All right, we are on to our fourth agent, 4 of 4, and that is the Prospecting Agent. Prospecting can be a puzzle. You need to know who you're prospecting. You need to know what matters to them. And you need to know when you need to reach out. Collecting all these pieces of the puzzle can be really hard to scale. But not anymore. I want you all to meet the Prospecting Agent. It can help you build a more qualified sales pipeline that is focused on your ideal prospects and help you fully automate outreach. Setting up your Prospecting Agent is easier than onboarding a sales rep. Trust me. Simply define your company website and goals. The agent will automatically pre-populate what you sell, what you offer, the target pain points you solve, the industry you sell to, and the target personas. From there, you can tailor how your agent performs. You can customize its style, its tone, the length of the sequences it generates. And then finally, you can decide if you'd prefer the agent to work entirely autonomously or if you'd prefer to keep a human in the loop to review the agent's work. Now, the Prospecting Agent can be tailored to your sales strategy in various ways. You can choose to manually enroll contacts directly from the dashboard. Just select the ones you would want to enroll, confirm your strategy is correct, and the agent gets to work. Or maybe you want to set up automated enrollment for different events. For example, if a contact views your pricing page, the agent can take note of that and design a targeted sequence and respond accordingly. Now, my favorite thing about the Prospecting Agent is the research it takes into account. It will bring every contacting company, put them under a robust and deep research strategy, understanding company news, information about their business, their company values, recent product events, job openings, and use that to design a perfectly tailored email sequence that is designed to meet the needs of your prospects at the right time that they are in their buyer's journey. Now, I want you all to meet Breeze Intelligence. Breeze Intelligence uses LLMs to unify data from public sources and across the internet to help you give the right context for your customers at your fingertips. Real-time enrichment gives it the context you need on existing contact and company records to convert the best opportunities at the right time. Empowered by reverse IP and enrichment data, buyer intent helps you understand which companies in your target markets are ready to buy, whether they're in your CRM or not. And we also built form shortening with Breeze Intelligence. You can get the best of both worlds with form shortening. Your customers and contacts don't need to fill out a bunch of redundant or repetitive data, and your team doesn't need to ask the same questions over and over again. Breeze Intelligence will dynamically detect.
So here we are.
Here we are. I'm so excited. Hi, everybody.
Hey, everyone. How's it going?
How's Boston doing?
All right. So I have a question for everybody. Have you bought Burn Book, Kara's new book yet? Raise your hand if you have.
Oh, see, it's small amount.
Okay,
That's all right.
okay.
It was a bestseller. That was back in March. It's fine.
Second question, raise your hand if after this session you're going to do the right thing and buy her book.
That is correct.
All right, cool. Okay, so before we get started here, I'm going to share a secret with you.
Okay.
The main reason that I never became a Hollywood star is because I'm bad at remembering my lines.
Oh, okay.
Not good at that.
Okay.
Therefore, I'm going to read off my notes here.
Okay.
Ready? To do your
That's
intro,
great.
if you're ready. So I'm going to do your intro now. You ready? Here we go. Kara, who's seated to my left, is a renowned tech journalist, co-founder of Recode, host of the acclaimed Pivot podcast, and author of Burn Book, which you're all going to buy afterwards, known for her fearless insights and in-depth interviews with the biggest names in technology and business. How'd I do?
Good. That
We're
sounds good. Yeah, accurate.
Miss anything?
Accurate. Yeah, accuracy is something that's important to me. I had a bit of a kerfuffle this week. I was on CNN on one of those screamy panels, and the guy kept having inaccurate statements, and I had to keep calling him willfully inaccurate. So that was willfully accurate.
All right, cool. So starting off well. And I know that you're going to be interviewing Serena Williams later on today as well.
Yep.
So we have like a good trust circle here. So if you want to take notes on how to interview people,
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome
Yeah.
to do so.
Yes, I've only done 5,000 interviews in my life, so I'm so happy to hear more instructions.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. So what I want to do is just tell you a quick story in regards to my time working at Facebook.
Mhm.
And please don't cut my head off for that. But I worked at Facebook, this is about 10 years ago, so it's like 2014.
Early days, yeah.
Early days, yeah, the heyday. And there's like this inter-office like messaging system where people would say things like, hey, where's my stapler? Or what's going on in the break room? And as I was looking at it, there was a thread where someone said, hey, have you noticed the yogurt that we now have is not as creamy as the old yogurt?
Yeah.
What's going on with that?
Right, yeah.
So I left my desk and I came back and there were like 200 comments about how
yogurt.
creamy or not
Yeah.
creamy the yogurt was.
Yeah.
So that's how I got my insider secrets on the tech world. But I'm
Right.
wondering, how do you get access to such big names, to all these breaking stories in the tech industry?
Well, it's interesting because you mentioned yogurt, because one of the things that I always found interesting about tech companies is when you cover them, most people cover businesses just as businesses, but I think of businesses as people, right? And their foibles and their assets and strengths, but also the things they're concerned about. And one of the things that always was super, because they give you an idea or a reflection or an insight to these companies. And one of the things that I was always riveted to with tech companies was food, because food mattered a great deal to these people, like in ways that was a little bit strange, I thought, and quite privileged, quirky, and also it gave you an idea of what was prioritized to them. And one of the things that I always thought was that a lot of the tech people were treated like toddlers. And so their concerns over their food, or this wasn't right, or this wasn't right, or their comfort, or their dry cleaning, or their haircuts. And it was a very good insight to understand the character and nature of a lot of what happened, in that these people were coddled and treated like children, or adult toddlers, and so they behaved like adult toddlers. And so what you're seeing today is to me, and indulged by venture capitalists and everything else, what you're seeing to me is badly raised children affecting us all. And so both of us, each of us has 4 kids, so we understand what that means. We have 4 kids each, that's 8 between us, which you're welcome, I guess, in some way. But it's, although it's perfectly fine not to have children, and anyone that says otherwise should go fuck themselves. Honestly, it's the most heinous thing, and any parent that does that should really rethink their parenting efforts, because to use children as cosplaying assets is grotesque in the extreme. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, thank you. So anyway, so one of the things that was an insight was that they were very overindulged. And so I was worried about a group of people that lived in a bubble that was so small that they would worry about creamy yogurt. They would worry about, you know, at one point they were concerned at Google when I was having lunch there that they didn't have they had like 9 different kinds of sushi, and they had this and that kind of stuff that other people don't live in, and it was delivered to them for free. And at one point, jokingly, I said, "Ugh, you don't have Nepali cuisine here, right? That sucks." And they're like, "It does suck." And I was like, it doesn't suck. Like, most people don't get to behave like this. So I always found that very instructive. So how I found things out is I paid attention to things that maybe other people weren't paying attention to. And so you start to get insights and build a case and a narrative around whatever companies. And once you understand people, they tend to tell you things. They tend to. And they want to tell you things because they trust you, because you've taken the time to care about creating a narrative and a story around them.
So speaking of trust, I mean, part of the culture, and I'm not like shitting on Facebook, I'm just telling you how things were, is don't snitch. Do not leak information to the press, because you will be found out and it's not going to work out too well. So what I'm wondering is, I mean, with so much secrecy just being built into the culture, what role do you think tech journalism plays in holding companies?
Well, let me tell you, Facebook is the most porous company I've ever covered, so it doesn't seem to work, their don't snitching. They literally, at some points, I was like, stop talking to me, stop telling me things. You know, Apple is a better example of that, which I think, but they, of course, Steve Jobs never said don't snitch. People just didn't, right? It was sort of in the DNA of the culture. Because everything came out of him. He created that culture from the beginning. I always find it really interesting when companies do that, because one, it begs the question, what do they have to hide? Why is it so, like, what secret friggin' sauce do they have here that is so special? Or what are they doing badly, you know, that they're doing it? Why can't they disclose why they're doing things the way they do? Why can't they explain themselves, especially when their products matter so much to society? Why can't they tell us what the impact on teens is? Tell us. What is that? It's bad, right? That's correct. So they're worried about being open to liability. And maybe they should be open up to liability if they're doing bad things. It makes no sense to me, because they're not regulated the way a pharmaceutical company is or an airline is. They should tell us what happened and what they're doing. And eventually, even though tech companies are not under liability restrictions the way every other industry in this country is, they will be, and we will find out. And so they might as well be as transparent as possible about how they make and create things, because it has to do with our safety and everything else. So, I think it's a bad thing to have a culture like that, because it foments a culture of politicalness, of people screwing each other. It's an open culture is always a better culture. And I just find that. And again, what they're making is not the biggest secrets in the world, right? I think we should have algorithmic transparency. We need to understand what's in these fucking things. And it's just like, we should have AI transparency. Where did it come from? Who made it? Where's the information from? So people can understand the provenance of things and not be fooled by fakes, which are going to come at us hard and are already coming at us, you know, furiously.
Yeah, and I heard some applause for that
Yeah.
already. So, yeah, clap it up. No, this is a real deal. So when you're talking to these insiders that are giving this information, what is their catalyst for this? Are they whistleblowers? They want to do good, or are they just like jaded because they're about to get fired?
I
what does that look
discuss
like?
this in the book because I think it's really important for the media to be responsible of where they get their information, because a lot of times you get information from people who have an agenda, and a very nefarious agenda. Sometimes it's just they're trying to screw each other. Fine, whatever, they're all doing it. But it doesn't mean, it means the information's not good, right? So you're not getting good information, you're just getting one side of a story. One of the things I spent a lot of time doing is understanding why people would leak to me, like why they would tell me things, why things were going on. And I came to the people I did want to talk to were people who really cared about the product and wanted me to know what was going into them, because they didn't have anything to hide, right? And one of the executives at Yahoo, who I broke a lot of stories on, called me and said, "Why do people leak to you?" She was upset because I got another leak, like in seconds, essentially. And I said, "You know why I think they leak to me? Because you're not listening to them. They're telling you problems. They're telling you things. They can't speak to you, so they speak to me and you listen to me." And so I was like, they're trying to tell you things that you're not listening to. And it was a really instructive moment, I think, for her to understand that I was their vehicle for change within the company. And that's fine, especially if you have if you want good outcomes, as many, many people who leak do, is they want good outcomes, or there's something that's happening, like a Frances Haugen, she just couldn't stand it, that they were not telling the truth about certain things. And she was worried for our society at large. And so she did not have a choice but to do that. And she then became a congressional whistleblower in that case.
So I live in Brooklyn, and as a result.
So sorry, but go ahead. My wife wants us to move to Brooklyn. I will never move to Brooklyn, but go ahead.
We can talk about that later.
Okay.
Is anyone here from Brooklyn and enjoys living in Brooklyn? Thank you.
I know.
So we got.
Sorry, Brooklyn.
We got some fans, but I'm just not easily surprised because I live in New York City. But I'm wondering on your end, you've uncovered so many scandals and all this information that we don't see. When's the last time that you were surprised at something that you learned? Like, holy shit, I can't believe this is going on.
Just this week, there's a story that's going to come out. It's going to knock your socks off. I was surprised by a story I just found out about it. One of the things I like about myself is I'm not cynical or hardened by stuff. I'm always surprised when people behave badly. I'm always surprised when people do the wrong thing. And ultimately, I don't want to become one of those hard-boiled, that's just the way life is, kids. People suck. I don't want to be that person. And so I like being surprised. I like that I am continually like, how could they do that? Just this recent pet thing. It's a lot of online stuff around this Haitian pet eating thing, which is insane. And I am surprised that they could sink so low. And I'm glad that I'm surprised by it. So it makes me cover it with a sense of this is not the way things should be. This is not how we engage civically. And it's all meant as a heinous jazz hands to issues we should be talking about, important issues. And of course, it's race baiting and everything else. But we're not talking about actual issues. I think voters are desperate for actual issues. And this stuff that politicians are foisting upon us is such nonsense. And it's meant to distract and upset us. And it actually comes from, by the way, foreign actors, Russia, China, Iran. And so there's an expression, useful idiots. This is not us doing this. In some cases, they have, proxies, and the Justice Department just did a thing around Russian interference in the election correctly. But we are being used by countries, especially Russia at this moment, that want us to fail. And because our American experiment, however flawed it is, and it is the most wonderful experiment in the world to perfectibility of government. And so they want us to be at discord, they want us to not get along, and they want us to argue about eating pets, or childless cat ladies, and it's such a cynical thing to do to people when there are major issues today to deal with, whether it's poverty or about reproductive rights or whatever it happens to be, whatever side you're on, we should have real discussions about real issues. And unfortunately, things like generative AI and the internet have been used for the most nonsensical and dangerous of things.
And I think that's why discernment is so necessary, because there are teams of data scientists who sit around all day trying to distract you. Like, that's what they're paid to do. Like, what can we put out there that's sensational? It's going to get you to stop scrolling and pay attention to this instead of what's really going on.
Right. I think one of the things is that, there's a part in my book where I talk about this idea of enragement equals engagement. Mm-hmm. If you make people happy, they engage, but if you make them enraged, they really engage. And so it's kind of sick. It's just the human condition. It's the way people are. You look at traffic accidents. It's just the way we are, right? We're wired. And and it would be nice to be better, but people look at things. They're like a little birds. They're like, oh, look, a shiny thing. Yeah. And it works. And one of the things that's hard to do because the digital is so incredibly compelling is to move away from it. And the problem we have is that, and this is information I'd love to get out of Facebook, I'd love to get out of all of them, which is, what is the addictive nature of it? This is an addictive product, just the way cigarettes are or something else. But it's not just addictive, it's necessary. So it's addictive, and you have to use it for your job. You have to use it for communications. You have to use it to operate in the modern world, but it's addictive. Have you ever seen a product like that? So it's necessary, it's addictive, and you cannot look away, including not just your children, but you can't look away. So parents are addicted in a way. In fact, more so, I would say. I think younger people have a lot more discernment, speaking of discernment, about these things. My teenage boys, my older kids, literally have taken social media off their thing. And I said, oh, why'd you do that? And he said, I feel bad, and it's bad for me. And I was like, yes, that is correct. Aren't you the more adult person in our relationship right now? But I think that's the issue, is that you can't look away, and you can't stop looking, and it does engage you in the worst of ways, when it could be used if they just did, these tech companies did a little tweaks in ways that protect you a little more. The last thing I'll say is this: Facebook just announced this teen thing, which is a decade late. Like, give me a break. And they want claps. They're like, Kara, what do you think? I go, you want to thank you for doing what you should have done a decade ago, you terrible people? Like, no, I'm not going to thank you for now not, taking, not vomiting on my shoes. Well, thank you for not doing that this week. But one of the things that's important when you think about it is, we protect our children, and I think a lot about kids because I have so many, we protect our children offline quite a lot. Probably maybe a little too much, or a little too protective, or a little too careful of where they go and what they do, and we watch them carefully in the physical world. So we protect our kids offline a lot, and online not at all. It's a really interesting dichotomy in terms of protections of the default setting that you're not allowed to, people can't contact you. If we did this in the real world, I mean, some of the stuff that they just did on Instagram should have been done because, imagine in the real world, someone had a gathering where you had young women, young girls of under 16, and you invited, a whole bunch of 55-year-old men in to say hi to them. You wouldn't do it. You'd be like, what? Even if, it just would be, everything that you would do offline, you shouldn't do online kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, let's wrap it up. No, I agree. And going back to children, I mean, my 8-year-old daughter called me out. She said, Dad, why are adults so addicted to their phones?
They are.
And
it's addictive.
Yeah, so I was like, go clean your room, right? I don't have a good response to that.
Go do independent play without digital devices,
Yeah.
which they do more than adults do.
Yeah. But back to kids, I mean, that's really what scares me about generative AI, to your point earlier about, would you let a bunch of young children be in this environment? Because we're weeks or months away from anyone being able to make a video of you doing something silly that you wouldn't want to do. And so cyberbullying is going to kick it up a notch in a way that I'm really afraid of. So, I mean, in your opinion, what role does tech play in regulating this? And if they're not going to do it, what should we do instead?
One of the things I pointed out to this incredibly sloppy and stupid man on CNN the other night was...
What's his name?
You can look it up. I'm getting a lot of attention for telling the truth, which is interesting, which is ridiculous. But one of the things he said, as I said, he started going on, which is a Republican talking point, oh, everyone is... everyone can't talk online. I'm like, I don't know what online you're talking about because no one shuts up online, is my experience. But he was like, all these restrictions on tech companies and speech online. And I just said, just to amuse me, how many regulations are there that restrict speech online? And he goes, hundreds. And I said, actually, the number you're looking for is 0. And he's like, well, I go, no, 0. And you just said hundreds. I said, which tells me you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you're lying. I think that's what you're doing here. And secondly, there aren't any regulations. And so here is an industry never been regulated once, made up of the richest and most powerful people on the planet who own the most valuable companies in the history of the world. Think about, is that going to end well? Is that going to end well without any restrictions? And when you look at other industries, and listen, every industry makes mistakes, like all of them do. But when you had an industry, it was Alaska Airlines, I've talked about this a lot, they blew a door off, not a good thing. If you're on an airline, if a board, no, not good, not good. What happened when that happened? Lawsuits, regulation, investigations by state and federal authorities. The CEO was fired. That's a lot of stuff. maybe too much even. Like, wow, that was dealt with, and it's not going to happen again, right? Or if it does, hell will be to pay. But it got fixed. What happens when the similar things happen online? They get richer. They get $50 billion richer. They get to spew whatever they want, whether it's Russian talking points by Elon Musk or retweeting a Hitler apologist. There's no repercussions for this behavior and the products that they continually foist upon us. Now, the problem I have, and the reason the second part of my book is called A Tech Love Story, is because this stuff could change people's lives for the better in ways that are profound. I mean, with AI right now, cancer research, drug discovery, data about climate change that is really good, like solutions that we could come up with for poverty, for all kinds of things, helping us educate our kids better. The benefits are so myriad that we are over here not dealing with the weaponization part is really a disappointment. And I put it right now, I don't even blame the tech companies anymore because they're in the business of making money. That's their job, is to make money. I put it at our feet of our regulators and our legislators who aren't doing their job at this point. Because of money, because the money they get shoveled at them.
Yeah, I agree, and that's what I'm really concerned about, to be honest. It's like, if you're not going to trust the company to do the right thing, it's like, is anyone going to? Or how am I going to raise my kids in this world?
Oh, I don't trust the companies to do the right. They're, ultimately they are in the shareholder business. That is, they're not in the healthcare switchers children business. They want to sell me something. But you wouldn't allow it for an airline, you wouldn't allow it for a grocery store, you wouldn't allow it for, well, we do allow it for chicken manufacturers for some reason because they're so consolidated in power. But it does go, the reason why we have problems there is because there's very few purveyors. And so the fewer purveyors there are, the more consolidation of big business, the less we have choices, the less there's competition, the less quality we get. And so one of the other things I talk about a lot, and I can't believe I talk about this all the time because I purposely didn't go to law school as a choice, as a life choice, but antitrust, in the terms of we are in that era again of the robber barons where power is consolidating to a very few companies. And that is going to be a problem for everyone. It's going to be a problem for generating innovation. It's going to be a problem which our country is incredible at. It's going to be a problem for choices. It's going to be a problem for prices and selections and control, because ultimately when things consolidate, these companies can have a great deal of influence over our legislatures, over our regulators. And the fact that right now, it should be a big signal to you that the richest people on earth are very engaged in politics right now, because one of the things they've realized, politicians are cheap. It's easy to buy their influence in a way, and they're doing it explicitly. And so the fact that they're involved in weighing in on, like, I don't know what to say when a venture capitalist weighs in on Ukraine, except you're an idiot. Like, but that they can do that and get the audience of our top officials is disturbing simply by giving them $10 million, which is nothing to these people. And so that's worrisome in that, by the way, we elected them, not them. Right? The people did. And so the consolidation of power is something I think about all the time now.
Let's talk about disruptors.
Yeah, I love disruptors.
Who do you think is poised to be the next major disruptor in the tech industry? It could be an individual, organization. It could be for good or evil. I'll leave it up to you. But who do you think is poised to be the next major disruptor?
I mean, I love small things killing off bigger things. I love it. It's my favorite. I mean, I remember when I went to visit Google in the garage, you could see what they were going to do. I spent so much time with them because you had Microsoft having just in the middle of its antitrust trial. It was really problematic that Microsoft had so much power. It was ultimately taken care of, although it's one of the most valuable companies in the world now, so I guess they didn't suffer that much. But they were small and scrappy, and they had new ideas. And it's so exciting to get that. In the tech space, the consolidation of power to the big companies is continuing and getting worse, especially in AI. The costs of compute are so high. The ability to generate is to be able to make businesses of them and to lose money is hard for small companies to do. I think on one hand, though, once this stuff gets into the wider use, it's going to cost almost nothing to code, and therefore you would imagine younger and interesting, and not younger necessarily, but smaller company, you'll be able to it'll become like electricity, right? And so it won't the electricity won't matter, it's what you make with the electricity. So if the cost of creating ideas and coding comes down, that's a great thing. My next book is all about happy tech, things I think are interesting, including around healthcare. There's amazing stuff going on in healthcare, whether it's cancer research or gene research or disease research. Climate change tech, I'm riveted by. There's all this really interesting energy stuff happening, and it's actually not the big companies. It's all these really cool small companies that I love. We have to solve this energy crisis because it's suicidal where we are right now. And so really innovation is going to be one of the many ways we're going to recycle everything. Everything will pay, renewables, but renewables won't get us there. So we need innovation, real innovation. We need space travel. I know it sounds crazy. I don't want to go anywhere, but we do need to think about that. And so I spent a lot of time with that. I'm very interested, I know it sounds crazy, in these Ozempics and things like that. The diabetic industrial complex has made us all too fat. These are really interesting new drugs to try to, to stop pretending that we can just resist Doritos. You can't resist Doritos because they're made to be irresistible, and you can't do it. So it's good to have options that will help you get there so people will be healthier. There's also showing some real promise around inflammation, some of these drugs. Same thing, I know it sounds crazy, with psychedelics in terms of getting off of opiates. There's all kinds of, so my next book is all about future tech that has an analog and digital element, because I really do believe that the problems that we have are so massive, we are going to need massive computing and innovation to fix them. Going forward for the health and continued existence of the human race, because I don't think we're going to be able to do it without energy in particular. Like all of you are going to have a small nuclear device in your house someday, and I know that sounds scary, but it's not. It's not. You have to start to think about how we're going to generate the energy we're going to need going forward. So.
Yeah. We got a couple minutes here, so I want to go deeper into Burn Book, actually, because in your book you highlight the impact of tech leaders on society. So how do you see their influence evolving over the next few decades?
Well, I hope some of them die. No, I do. They're terrible people, but they will. They're trying not to. They're trying not to, but it's still not going to work. You remember in Moonstruck, where there's a woman and her husband's having an affair, and she goes up to him and she goes, Carmine, no matter what you're going to do, no matter what you do with your life, no matter what, that you're doing this, someday you're going to die. And I always think about that, because I think a lot of these people have become curdled and darkened in ways that are disturbing. They have a dystopian view of society where they are better, and you've heard them say it. Alpha males should run society. Maybe women shouldn't vote. Society has gone down since women were given the right to vote. People of color are they. Everything like that is sickening what they're doing. And they're acting like they're here to save us. They're not here to save us. They're here to make us lesser. I love young entrepreneurs. They're so much smarter. They're so much better. They're not, now that they've taken every word and made it worse, they're not woke. They just care about people. They're kind. I find young entrepreneurs, especially around some of these areas, really much smarter than the older ones. The older ones should just do what Jeff Bezos does, buy a yacht, put your girlfriend on the front, and sail away. Good luck. Have a good time. Same thing. Elon, go to Mars. You should. Good luck. Have a good time. Get the fuck off this planet and stop saying heinous things about your own children. That kind of stuff. They shouldn't be in our society as much as they are, and they shouldn't have this much control of it and in our brain space. They're fine, some of them, and some of them are fantastic people. But we shouldn't rely on individual powerful people to control our destiny as much as we're letting it happen. I believe, and I'll say something that'll seem unusual. I'm obviously a liberal, but I'm not that liberal. I'm kind of a weird mix. But one of the things I always say is, like, our legislators are elected by us, right? We're a democratic country as much as we have issues. And even like in the stuff like around tech legislation, I was giving a speech, I said, I really don't like Ted Cruz. He's a terrible person, but we elected him. And so he should be the one making decisions. He and others in our legislatures, like them or not, should be making decisions about our future, not the Elon Musks, not any of them should be making, even Tim Cook, who I like a great deal, he should not be making decisions about our future. We should, and not them. And so I think about that a lot, and how do we get there? And so today it's the tech people, tomorrow it might be the cloning people, whoever it is, a small group of homogeneous people should not be making decisions for all of us, our wonderful, diverse, exciting planet of so many people. And the American experiment is about diversity. It is, it really is. And it's not the diversity you're thinking about that gets impugned. It's about the ability of a heterogeneous group of people coming together. And that's my vision of the world. So.
Well, thank you for this.
Thank you.
Thank you for this. This has been amazing. I know you'll be back later on with Serena Williams.
Yes, I'm going to talk to, speaking of a fantastic person, Serena Williams. She's amazing.
Yeah.
What an incredible accomplishment. She's had a great entrepreneur, by the way.
But you keep it real. You should move to Brooklyn. I think you'd fit in well. I just want to point that out there.
Yeah. Well, what am I going to do? There's only, I don't know. I don't have time. My dad died when I was 5 years old, and ever since then, I've never had enough time. So, by the way, none of you do. You'll be dead in 100 years. So stop being jerks, because you'll be gone someday. All right, thank you.
Well, enough there, but we'll see you later on this afternoon. Thank you. This has been amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
right. Hello, Inbound. How are you doing? Woo! Yeah. Who's ready to talk about content, content marketing, media? Can I get another round of applause, please? Yeah. All right. My name is Jonathan Hunt. I'm the VP of Media at HubSpot and the head of our business publication, The Hustle. And I couldn't be more excited to have a conversation with these three media leaders today. But before we get started, I just wanted to do a little bit of scene setting. So yesterday, you heard from Yamini that it's obviously becoming a lot more difficult for marketers to reach their target audiences. And the old playbook doesn't work anymore. And you know what else doesn't work? Boring content. So there's a lot of trends that are driving this, right? You see audiences that are migrating to trusted journalists, trusted creators, trusted publishers with domain authority. You see audiences continuing to migrate to more shareable and more discoverable formats like video that have become a currency for a lot of third-party social platforms today. In Google, they're taking all these signals and really recalibrating their own search experience for audiences. And so I actually think this is a good thing. And so that's why I'm really excited to have these three folks on stage with me today, because the thing that they all have in common is that they create great content. Not boring content, not average content, but great content. And so give them a round of applause, please. So to my immediate left, I have Sarah Personette. Sarah is the CEO of Puck. If you're Silicon Valley, if you care about Wall Street, if you care about the Beltway, check out Puck. Before Puck, Sarah ran all of B2B marketing for Meta and then ran all of revenue for Twitter. I have Jim Bankoff. Jim Bankoff is the CEO and chair of Vox Media. So if you're not familiar with Vox Media, you're definitely familiar with The Verge, with New York Mag, who listens, sorry, for The Verge, New York Mag, Vox. If you listen to the Pivot podcast as well, yep, Kara Scott Galloway, just had her on. Check those out. And then finally, we have Barbara Pang. So Barbara Pang is the CEO of Business Insider. Before that, she was leading a lot of business intelligence work within Business Insider, ran eMarketer, and now is the CEO of BI. So thank you three for joining us today. I'm going to start with just a quick round of hot takes, if that's okay.
Hot takes.
All right, I love hot takes.
Good content.
So three media CEOs of leading media companies. What would you say is probably the most important strategy today for actually reaching audiences at a time when it's becoming just so difficult to reach audiences through traditional channels and traditional methods? And Sarah, I'll start with you.
Great question. So I think probably the most important thing is delivering on the value that you promised your consumers and your customers. So for Puck, we promise access to the inaccessible. Our elite journalists are covering the center of the key decision makers in every single industry across media, entertainment, art, sports, fashion. And so it's really important that we're constantly providing that access to what is the story that is inaccessible. That said, when I ran marketing at Facebook on the B2B side, our value was delivering real business results to each of our customers. And so making sure that's woven into every product decision that you're making, every marketing decision, every content decision helps you to engage audiences at every single set of the intersection.
Cool. Jim?
Yeah, building off of that, I would say one word for me would be relevance. And media has always been about relevance, but a lot has changed. We are in this pitched battle for attention that we've never seen before. There are so many things to choose from to get our time, and there's about to be a lot more with the introduction of AI, which I know is a big theme here. And so how are you relevant to get that attention? In our case, you rattled off a few of our brands where Jonathan and I used to work together, so he's probably tired of hearing this from me, but
yeah, give me the pitch again.
My big motto then and now is, for Vox Media is we want both relevance and reach. Sometimes I say quality and scale. Like we're not a small media company, we're a big media company, but by being big, you sometimes lose relevance. Particularly in this day and age, you see a lot of if you're trying to mean something to everyone, you might mean nothing to nobody, right? And so the way we organize ourselves is that we have brands that are relevant to their audience, everything that Sarah just said, but through a portfolio structure. So Eater Boston really better know its audience. Our New England Patriots site, Pat's Pulse, but I'm doing all the Boston stuff, really better know its audience as part of SB Nation. And of course, Kara and Scott and Pivot know their audience. And I can rattle off all of our brands, which I won't, don't worry, but we try to make sure that each one of them is relevant. And then when you cum it all, you get together. So my guidance is it starts off whether you're trying to market yourself or create content for an audience of 10 people or an audience of 10 million people, you have to really understand what's going to resonate with them more than ever.
Just building off that, people have more options than ever on where to spend their time. So it's not like you're just competing with other news publishers. You're competing with the Netflixes of the world, TikTok, et cetera, et cetera. And you cannot be everything to everyone. So you need to know the unique value that you provide and provide that consistently. And I think that's how you really engage your audience and keep them coming back, build those deep relationships. For us, our audience is ambitious, they are driven, they're optimistic, and they love our conversational approach, our ability to be inclusive and thoughtful, especially covering business and tech, because business doesn't need to be boring, and people love us for that and come back to us for that.
Yeah, and Barbara, just to double click on that, I feel like that was a big impetus for why Business Insider went from Insider to Business Insider, which is where it started originally, was for that very reason, like a very focused value that you need to provide that business audience that maybe they can't get anywhere else.
Absolutely. For us, that was a big decision, and it was also, I think, a big risk and a bold move to go back to being Business Insider. You don't know what your audiences are going to say, your partners are going to say, and what have you. And there was just really overwhelmingly positive reception from everybody, which is lovely and what you really want to see and hear. And knowing that that's what our audience wanted from us, wanted more, from us on, that focus and going back to our roots on business, tech, and innovation has really paid off for us in very tangible ways too.
Yeah. At the top of this conversation, we talked a bit about expanding the content creation playbook, right? Fox Media started as SB Nation, very text-driven. BI started text-driven. Puck is heavily text-driven, but also audio as well. Fox Media and Business Insider have obviously made substantial investments in video. Can you explain to the audience why you're doing that and what maybe the future holds for video at your companies? And then obviously, Sarah, we were talking a bit about this, and you maybe have a bit of a contrarian point of view to that, so I'd love to hear that as well. So I'll start with you.
Yeah, so we just talked about relevance and appealing to an audience, and you do that through storytelling. We happen to be mostly journalistic storytellers, right? So fact-based storytelling, and there are different mediums through which to do that. Now, you can't force it. You have to. If you're going to be relevant, you have to be good at it, and not many people. It's about knowing how to serve that audience and the talent, whether it's in front of the camera or in front of the keyboard, knowing what they can do well to serve that audience. Mr. Beast has been in the news a lot the past couple days, and there was a memo that was leaked about his playbook on how to serve the YouTube audience, and it starts off with our job is to serve is to make great YouTube videos. He's not saying our job is to make content. He's not saying our job is to make great YouTube videos. And I know Sarah's about to speak. I think Sarah's team is among the best at doing their beats in print. Since we have a variety of things, some of you probably just saw Kara and Scott. Saw Kara here. We have begun, where appropriate, to be multi-format for the creators and the opportunities to do that. So for instance, we just signed a partnership with Megan Rapinoe and Sue Bird, who are doing a great podcast. I don't know what to call it. Is it a podcast? Is it a show? They go into our studio, they film something, then they work with producers who will make sure that that content is relevant across social video platforms, across long-form video platforms, across audio platforms, and even where necessary around text platforms as well. So I guess it's back to the old like Marshall McLuhan, like the key thing is to match the message with the medium and be focused on what your audience cares about and not try to force it just because it's a business strategy. We're all human beings. We all consume information in a variety of modalities depending on where we are. You know, I think, you know, all of us will look at an Instagram reel, probably all of us will read a long form article, all of us will listen to podcasts or radio. And so you don't have to try to do it all, but what you do, you have to do well.
So what we were talking about, Jonathan was like, oh, are you going to invest in video? And I said, no, we are not. It started out as simply as that. But I think there are a few things. First, undeniably, the consumer has shifted to video and video consumption, and that's been happening for the last 20 years. So that part, I believe in. If you guys are thinking about your content strategy, video makes sense. For me, we are an early stage company, and as you mentioned, our journalists break through that fourth wall by creating a very intimate relationship through our newsletter sends. And so I want to make sure that as we grow the business with a sustainable growth rate, that we're really, really, really protective of protecting that core. And the way that we can do that while not creating a ton of bloated cost is not setting up things like a large video studio. But that said, I think in the future, and this is where we started going deep on different formats of content, we have a lot of different podcasts in our portfolio. Our readers both love to read our journalists and they love to listen to our journalists. There is a world where sweating that asset, as you just described, like they're already on camera. Do we take that and do we scale that across different platforms? Possibly at some point in time, but we're going to do it in a way that is extremely efficient and effective and that also really speaks to audience engagement. And if we don't see the audience engagement, I believe in sort of a test, learn, scale type of structure. If we don't see that engagement, then we're not going to go doubling down on that particular format.
Yeah, I think that's a really great insight where if you are resource constrained, if you are capital constrained, trying to just create a flywheel with existing content formats that you're already investing in, I mean, that's a great example and that's how we approach it. We don't do any new audio-only products. If there's no video component, if we can't capture video out of it as well and sweat that asset to your point, we don't do it. So being able to just take advantage of your existing content investments and remixing that into new ones that actually reach audiences across LinkedIn, across YouTube, across IG, et cetera, I think that's like the best approach that you would want to take for any smaller to mid-sized company that is just starting out in video.
So Business Insider does a lot of storytelling and video. We have a pretty massive team. They are incredible. They've won a lot of awards, and there's just so many stories that are better told in video. About 1.2 billion minutes watched for us, like every month. So they're just a big part of what we do and what we want to do moving forward, because very much not only is it how people want to hear and listen to stories and see stories, it's something that's really taking off. I think the really AI and the tools that are coming are making it easier too to get into video and to really kind of destroy some of the barriers, I think, between form factor and what it means for storytelling. And then for us at Business Insider, we've had some really wonderful collaborations between kind of more the text-based newsroom and video that have produced some incredible work. So it's something that we believe in and we're definitely doing more of.
Yeah. So you said the word AI. This wouldn't be a panel at Inbound if we didn't talk about AI to some extent. there's a great new podcast out called Channels with Peter Kafka, obviously a reporter at BI. It's part of the Vox Media podcast network as well. So there's some great partnerships happening here already. But Peter was interviewing Neil, the CEO of YouTube, and Neil made this statement that the future of AI is either a tool, but the tool is either going to be used to create a bunch of repetitive content, or it's going to be used to help people do more better. Right, and I definitely fall in the camp where I think AI is going to continue to help people do more better as opposed to take people's jobs. That's just not it. You need a human as part of the process. But I think that goes to the question, which is how are you all thinking about AI within your own content strategies, especially at a time whenever there's a lot of concern and skepticism, especially amongst newsrooms around the role that AI plays. And obviously, Jim and Barbara, you both have pretty big partnerships with OpenAI as well, so it seems like you all have gone pretty all in. I'd love to hear, Sarah, you as well.
Do you guys want to share first, or? Okay.
Go for it.
All right.
Like, we're all eager to.
So agreed. It will impact either workflow in some capacity, and then it will also impact content. I think on the workflow side, everything from the large language models that we've built to a lot of different ways that we're looking at just the overall supply chain, it includes generative AI solutions. So that just makes us more productive, more effective, and doesn't require us to scale as quickly. On the content side, I think about it in sort of three different ways. There is protect, measure, and monetize. Right now, we're really in the protect and measure space. So when you place monetary value on content, then it's scraping that content actually is a federal crime. Our content is behind the paywall, which is important, but what we've also done is basically created an API wall that surrounds our content and allows us to capture and understand when different AI agents are essentially knocking on the door and trying to scrape and trying to learn. And it's not that we don't necessarily want to, in the long term, partner with those types of organizations, but right now we are in the early stages of learning, and so we really just want to make sure that we can protect the content. And then I think we're also I'm very closely following the regulation in this space, because I think that's going to be a huge driver of what ultimately winds up happening, and we can sort of take you guys are more of the market makers in this space, and so probably the work that you guys are doing, the partnerships you're doing, we're learning from as we continue to grow.
Yeah, I mean, at Business Insider, we've always been quick to embrace change and innovation, and we did the same with AI. There are so many good solutions out there that we've utilized to deliver better results for our partners throughout advertising, subscriptions. We launched a new smart AI-driven paywall this year that is driving 75% more subscriptions than our old one, that's incredible. Like, we're in the early innings of what AI can do, so imagine what that looks like in a year, in 5 years. On the partnership side, the same, embracing. I'm really proud of our partnership with OpenAI, very much setting the precedent that you need to be compensated for your work in our industry, which is very important. And being part of partnerships like that, we have an opportunity to kind of define what the relationship is between publishers and tech, and what is a really pivotal and foundational moment for us as this technology takes off.
Monetization, protection, agree. Business applications, to help with New York Magazine subscription product, definitely helping us, as I'm sure it is with you, around marketing spend to grow that consumer revenue, helping us with our advertisers. We are multiple revenue stream company. Talk about content for the consumer, but there's also advertiser content. Many of you are probably involved in that, using AI to help, in some cases, on the art side, potentially, if not create, certainly test across multivariate testing, across thousands of creatives, across thousands of customer segments. AI just makes that a whole lot easier. So a lot of business applications. On the consumer content side, we are we are human first, not only because we are humans and we believe in humans. I'm team human, I hope you are too. But also, in all seriousness, we believe, there is a strong place for technology. There always has been, and there will continue to be a place for technology, in this case, Gen AI technology, to elevate the work that the humans are doing. And I'd say, in a serious note, the other reason we believe in human creativity is because it's the right business strategy for us. It's what distinguishes us, it's what differentiates us. And particularly in a world that is about to become flooded with AI crap. There's already a bunch of it out there. I think all three of our companies have a really vested interest in promoting our differentiated talent, our differentiated work, and then how do we use technology to elevate that work? For instance, we have a brand called The Strategist, which is part of New York Magazine, that has humans who are doing the work to evaluate products. Think Wirecutter, but fun, and you should go check it out. And it's great. But we do so many reviews and so many write-ups that at times it becomes hard to navigate. And yes, you can search for the the device or whatever it is that you're looking for, the fashion, the makeup, whatever it is. But we, rather than just like search for something, we developed a thing called Gift Scout that instead of just like saying what you're looking for, you say, okay, my niece is turning 13. What would, she's interested in this or interested in that. Show me something that the strategist recommends for her. And all it's doing is pulling the content that our humans worked really hard to make great, but it's helping to sift through that and sort through it in a way that's relevant to the audience and relevant to the person who has that need. So in service journalism, you can imagine something very similar with our Eater brand, which helps you find the restaurant that you're looking for, or our Thrill List brand, which might help you plan a vacation or a trip. And so it's those kinds of applications to elevate what the humans are doing that we're really focused on.
Yeah, I think if everyone takes away one thing from those three responses is that you're using AI to provide more value to your audience at the end of the day, which is the way that you should be doing it. So I wanted to quickly talk about the role that content creators, journalists, talent play within each of your strategies. Obviously, we're talking about before, Puck is a very personality-driven first organization. Vox Media has some of the biggest journalistic talent in the world working for it, as does BI, who just hired a brand new EIC who's going to continue to lead the charge forward, which is really exciting. But would love to just hear about how you all think about identifying and working with talent, whether it's talent that you hire or talent that are third-party talent, like creators that you may work with. And then any advice that you have for this audience that may not necessarily have the same kind of capital that your three media companies have, but are kind of like creator curious. Maybe I'll start with you, Barbara.
Excellent. Well, you mentioned we're so excited to welcome our new editor-in-chief, Jamie Heller. She is a force. She's a powerhouse. She's starting later this month. She's coming to us from the Wall Street Journal, where she led business and tech. And as we kind of kicked off this conversation, about a year ago, we went back to Business Insider, refocused on business, tech, and innovation and our audience, and the results have been wonderful. Our audience is engaging with us more than ever, spending more time with us, and bringing in Jamie, we really are looking forward to her taking us to the next level. I think what's important very much is the talent that you have, the journalists that you have. But one thing we've been trying to really refine and tighten and sharpen with this direction is who is Business Insider, and making that meaningful and making that experience that people have with us consistent.
Cool.
Yeah, for us, back to my thing about the message in the medium, we talk a lot about creators today because I think the media is enabling creators in ways that it hasn't in times past. Like go all the way back to broadcast television. Like it was hard to be a creator. Like how are you gonna, unless you're supported by a network. And now we're in a medium with Instagram and TikTok, YouTube, newsletters, et cetera, where individuals can be very powerful and very relevant to their audience. So we've kind of organized our company where a big part of it is around brands that have a bunch of talented people contributing to them, but the brand is the signifier of trust and relevance to the consumer. The Verge, SB Nation, The Cut, etc. Then we have another part of our company which is about talented creators. Again, Kara, Brene Brown, Esther Perel, I mentioned Sue and Megan, and a lot of sports figures, etc. But the value we provide, and this is something to think about for you all, is like we can provide services to those individual creators to make them stronger, really network effects. If you get a common set of people who like each other, respect one another, they can cross-promote one another. When we try to make a business out of it that is helpful, we can then bundle together to go to market with advertisers to get real scale and real reach. And in doing so, the talent benefits as well because we can provide more compensation, more infrastructure for them too. So, when we think about talent, we think about, all right, how do we, first of all, curate to make sure that we stand for something in the consumer's mind, but then get enough scale out of that curation such that we can build a successful ecosystem out of it.
On the Puck side, so we actually just celebrated 3 years last week, and the founder and our editor-in-chief, John Kelly, built the concept of the company around talent first, journalists first. So our journalists actually have equity and ownership inside of the company. It's very personality forward, and he is just a master at identifying really incredible personalities who can get access to that story. I think what's interesting though is I think about it for you, we as a company, as a media offering, are authentically anchored around these personalities. For you, you might be like, I don't necessarily have a personality that is out there in the world. But the reality is you probably actually do. And if you look inside and you think about who are the people that have interesting perspectives in the different capabilities, services, products that you're building, and how do you bring their personality and their voice forward? So it could be your head of research and development, it could be your CEO, it could be your policy lead, it could be someone who's new at the company that is just bountifully joyful about the services that you're providing, and then how you help support them in understanding what it is that you want to message in the world, but really making sure that it can be their authentic voice and that they can really create that relationship with an audience, I think helps to bridge the gap between being a media company and potentially other services or goods that are categories you might be in.
Thank you. Okay, we have 40 seconds left. I'm gonna just do another rapid fire round real quick. So on a personal level, as a media operator, I found that the need to take bigger risks for bigger rewards has only increased over the last couple of years. I'm sure you probably agree as well. I'd be curious from each of you, like, what is one big risk that you've taken that was maybe a little unproven that has either yielded high reward or maybe not at all?
So the background of that, I would say, always follow the consumer, and the risk will always be worth the reward. Everything from, if I go back through my career, shifting investment from broadcast to cable, shifting investment from offline to digital, shifting from display to social, shifting from broad-based marketing to personalized marketing at scale. There's like 4 or 5 different jobs in all of that, but they were all, and they felt very risky, and there were a lot of clients and a lot of customers that were like, no, we do not want to do these things. But if you're following the consumer and you're seeing where they're heading, ultimately you're going to be able to measure that those investments really drive significant results for your business and for your customers. So that's kind of how I would think about it.
No, that's a great point. Build off it, like, platform shifts and the risk that you put into any platform shift. You just rattled off a bunch of them, and it's happening so fast. Like me, I like to say, there's more change in media than any other industry because you're subject to the technological and platform changes, subject to the economic changes that we all have, and then you're subject to changes in taste and cover. 2 years ago, I had a staff and team talking about crypto. This year, I have to staff a team talking about AI. And it's always like it's always changing, and so that creates opportunity, creates threats, and you have to like pick those spots wisely. Go in, maybe in terms of risk reward, take calculated bets, measure, test, iterate, refine, and don't be afraid to retreat. If it's easy to retreat if something fails. It's harder to retreat if something's sort of working, and if we just give it one more, $20,000 more in budget, or hire one more person, like we know we can do it. Those are the ones that are hard to retreat from. And if you don't retreat, you can't focus on what's really working. You can't deploy your resources. So like test, measure, retreat quickly, invest in the ones that are working, prune the ones that aren't.
Yeah. You cannot play it safe anymore. The environment is just moving way too fast, and if you were playing it safe, I'm so sorry. You may not be here in a couple years. So the level of decisions you are making, being bold, moving fast, functioning like a startup in many ways, which we were chatting about, you must do that. So I would just say be bold and go for it.
All right. Well, Sarah, Jim, Barbara, thank you so much for joining us. Let's give everyone a round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Hello, everybody. You guys enjoying Inbound so far? There we go. I'm Tope Awotana. I'm the founder and CEO of Calendly. It's a pleasure to be here today. It's my first time at Inbound, and I could not think of a better way to be doing it. So I'm excited to be here.
What's up, folks? I'm Wade. I'm the co-founder, CEO of Zapier. And I think this is my second Inbound, but it's a lot bigger than the last time I was here. We were in a much smaller room. I think it was like a couple tables, honestly, the last time I was here. So stoked to be here, yeah.
Yeah. And before I get started with the questions, before we were walking out of the green room, Ryan Halligan from HubSpot told us not to F it up. And so we're going to try our best not to do that. Anyway, Wade, you and I, we've known each other for about 7 years now. Mm-hmm. You remember how we met and you care to share with everybody?
I barely remember. I assumed it was through the partnership, but then I actually went back and looked, and our first CFO that we hired, Ginny Bloom, is down in Atlanta, and she was the CFO at MailChimp.
Yeah.
And MailChimp bootstrapped, Zapier almost bootstrapped, Calendly almost bootstrapped, and so Jenny here at the center of all this stuff is like, hey, you and Tope should meet. And I think soon after we got the partnership going and things like that, and it's sort of been off to the races since then.
And it's been a great friendship. So Wade is really, really humble, but he's just a great, thoughtful CEO and smart CEO, and very, very engaged, and he's just been really generous with his time with me over the years. I call him all the time for advice on everything from hiring to org design to how do you do remote really well. So just a great human being here.
Yeah. Same. Maybe to kick it off, I'd be curious, Calendly has seen this explosive growth, and we were talking actually backstage. Everybody's building scheduling stuff. How do you, how do you keep ahead of the curve when you've got every big company under the sun also building the things you're doing, and yet Calendly still seems to be the thing that everybody, everyone's like, send me your Calendly link, send me your Calendly link. How do you stay on top of that?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and as cliche as it sounds, it's really about listening to our customers, and really observing the trends around us, including increased competition and a lot of lookalikes. But going back to our customers, they've been experiencing a number of trends over the last few years. They're seeing where virtual meetings are dominant, right? Most of their meetings are now virtual. They have tighter resources, tighter budgets, and fewer resources. And of course, there's AI. And so what they're really looking for is they're looking for practical ways to adapt to these trends and bend them in their favor. And that's really what we made our strategy, is about let's help our customers with those different things. And so we are evolving from being a scheduling platform into a company that helps our customers make the most out of their meetings, and making them really effective and making them really efficient. And so we're going from really treating meetings as discrete events to thinking about them as interactions within the context of relationships and the desired outcomes of those relationships. So we want to help our customers meet the right customers at the right time and with the right context. And so to put that to make that more specific about how we're doing that, and so I'll describe the way we've evolved and the way we'll continue to evolve over the next few years. Take a B2B company, a prospect lands on their website. That company determines that the prospect is a high-value prospect. Calendly allows them to serve up high availability to that customer. And so what that does is we know that win rates improve the sooner the prospect can connect with the company. And so right then and there, we're helping them improve conversion rates. But then the work continues to lead it up to that meeting. We make sure the rep that's going to take that meeting has the right context to make that meeting successful. So we prepare them with a brief that includes a summary of past conversations, information about the company they're meeting with, information about the individual that they're meeting with. And then during the actual meeting, there's an AI assistant present that's going to help with follow-ups. And helping with follow-ups not in a generic way, but in a way very specific to that company's sales process. So it'll help extract things like, what's the budget, what's the authority, who's making the decisions. It could be a different sales framework that company uses. It'll also be able to support that. And then it just continues to build upon those recaps so that each successive meeting in that sales process has the context of every single thing that's happened prior to that. I can go on and on, but hopefully that describes a way in which we are helping our customers, like I said, with meeting the right people at the right time with the right context and leveraging AI as we do so.
Dig it.
Yeah. So I guess maybe sort of turn it over to you. You've made some really big bets the last few years, from AI to new product launches. What's the thought process behind those decisions, and how do you evaluate their success?
I think to make some of those bets, we made a lot of mistakes. I think we almost killed the company. I don't think it felt like that probably even on the inside, but certainly for myself, for the leadership, I think one of the mistakes we made was we stuck so, as we were growing, we were so efficient. And every year we would look at our growth and we'd say, gosh, it felt like we could have grown faster last year. And we looked at our bottom line and realized we weren't quite hiring fast enough. We'd have these big, ambitious goals to go tackle something, and we weren't quite able to get all the headcounts in. And so one year I said, you know what, we're going to fix this. I'm going to make sure that this year we actually hire all the folks that we think we need. And we fixed it. But in fixing it, we almost killed the company. Because we missed like an important part, which was all along, as we were bringing people into the company, we always knew what that person's job was going to be, because we'd been doing the job. We knew this is the thing you got to go tackle, this is your mission, and it helped us be very efficient as we grow. And Zapier is famously, nearly bootstrap, as is Calendly. But as we solved the hiring problem, we started just throwing bodies left and right inside the organization. And, I think we convinced ourselves that we were doing it correctly, like, hey, this will unlock growth opportunities, but we didn't actually pay attention to, like, hey, is this actually the bet that's going to work? And in doing so, we started to just have too many cooks in the kitchen for almost every initiative we have. It turns out you actually want a lot of constraints to try new things, to experiment on new stuff. You want a small group of talented folks who really understand like the vision and charter of what that thing should be. And if you put too many cooks in the kitchen, it actually slows things down. Everything gets kind of mucked up. And so for us, the thing that actually enabled us to drive the launch of things like all of our AI initiatives that have happened over the last few years. We have 400,000 customers that have delegated 100 million tasks to AI now. The launch of tables and interfaces and central, like a lot of that came from saying, actually, we don't want to focus on growing the team so efficiently. Instead, we're going to find these founder-esque folks. They may not necessarily have founded companies in the past, but they exhibit a lot of the traits of somebody that could, and that they have a deep passion for this pocket of the business that we want to go tackle. And then we're going to let them go race after it. And then the way we found those things was not too dissimilar from you. It was, a combination of listening to our customers. Hey, this thing really sucks. This is really annoying. Could you make this easier for me? Of looking at what everybody else was doing and saying like, hey, they're kind of doing this thing over there, and like that's sort of what it should be, but it's actually not quite right. And then a combination of our just own intuition, like what do we want? What do we think would be an awesome experience? And then going and building that. It's not, I think a lot of folks think that product development is this like purely analytical driven thing where it's like data in, outcomes answer, go build that thing. And it's never worked that way quite for us. Yeah, the data feeds it, but it goes through this very human, like almost artistic expression, and then out the other side comes a product that people love. And I think, when you look at most of the products that I think we use, a lot of them have come from, at least the origins of it come a little bit more from artistry than from science.
I could not agree more with that, and I tell our employees all the time, at the end of the day, we're building the products for humans, so we have to think about that.
Yeah. How do you balance the investing in like the core parts of Calendly, the things that are working, the stuff that your customers are telling you, versus like the new stuff, the thing that you have an intuition about, or someone on your team has an intuition about that you're like, yeah, I feel that too. How do you think through like when to go all in on this weird side project-y thing versus like when to say like, you know what, this thing is working, let's not mess up a good thing?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't think that there's a perfect answer. I think it is really looking at, maybe a really good model is is Apple. So Apple launched the iPhone in 2007 or so, and for the first 5 or so years of the iPhone's life, they sold, I think they did something like $200 billion in revenue, and during that 5-year period, they never offered more than one iPhone model at a given time. Yet they were able to generate, over $200 billion in revenue. And so the way we think about it is probably sort of similar, as I think we try to pick big problems, and if you solve big problems, you can go really, really deep, and that depth continues to yield a lot of a solid return on your investment. Conversely, when I think we've made very, very narrow decisions, no matter how much we optimize it, it's just kind of capped on the kind of results it can generate. So I think we try to figure out are we working on a big problem here, or are we working on a small problem? And what is the point of diminishing returns?
Yeah. The funny thing you said there that resonates with me is when you focus on a narrow thing, it wins. Like the interesting learning I have from Zapier is, every time we focus more on like, what is going to make a customer go, oh, that's freaking awesome, we've tended to make a lot more money. And every time we focus on trying to make more money, we've actually kind of messed things up. And so it's interesting to see this like money follows love sort of thing versus like the inverse. And I think so many companies get that like messed up, and they actually kind of do mess up a good thing. And we've certainly fallen prey to that.
I think you have the next question.
Talk to us about that, like.
I can go. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, tell us a little bit about that reinvention spirit inside of Count. Like, what is the mechanism? Like, how do you think of when is the right time to go do, invest in a new area or a new part of your business? I know you've, big part of your business is like PLG and small business. But you also have like fairly large companies. Like, how do you think through like when is it like, hey, we actually do want to press an advantage here versus, stay where we're at?
Yeah. So I think generally like when we think about invention, one stat about Calendly is about 50% of our employees have been there for less than 2-3 years, and so we get a lot of fresh ideas, we get a lot of fresh energy. They are not content to coast off Calendly's past successes. They want to put their own thumbprint on the company's history. So there's just a lot of really good ideas that sort of bubble up. But for us, like it's also really knowing about who our ideal customers are. And for us, we've thought a lot about it over the years. And what we find ourselves to be most successful, and where we have a lot of great domain expertise, is in serving external-facing teams, salespeople, customer success people, recruiters, product researchers, those types of people. And so we then think about like. What are the big problems those people are trying to solve? And in their day-to-day, like how are they successful in their roles? A salesperson wants to generate more revenue. A customer success person wants to retain more customers. And so we just really use that as sort of like the guiding process for what are the things that we have a right to do, we have a right to solve for our customers.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. As you think about Zapier's evolution, like one lesson, what's one lesson on reinvention you wish you knew sooner?
I think when you think about reinvention, I think somewhat counterintuitively, like the best time to go try something new is actually when it's going really, really well. We had, the early years are obviously like quite a grind, but probably somewhere around year 4 or 5, like Zapier caught a wave where we just sort of like, we had it locked in, product market fit, we knew who our customers were, we knew how to grow, and things were really moving. And I think a mistake we made during that period is we felt like, let's put all the chips on this thing that's really, really working. And that was probably 95 or 99% the correct move. But it turns out that like 5 or 1% or whatever is like a pretty big mistake, where because it was going well, that meant we could have much more easily, I think, carved off a small slice and said, hey, we're going to go start plotting what Act 2 needs to be for Zapier. whether that's the next product line or the next customer segment. And we could have incubated it fairly effectively. And the reason to do it, I think, at that time is because you have all this momentum, you have all this inertia, and it would not be that big of a risk to say, hey, we'll grow a slightly bit slower, just a little bit slower to go fund this tiny little thing over here. And the reason you want to do it then is because new things just take time. Yeah. Like, it's not something that you can just snap your fingers and say, hey, we've got this great new product, we've got this great new customer base to sell to, and like it's going to be off to the races, even for well-established companies. And so you want to, like, when things are going well, you want to start that muscle and get that itching. And the way I think you do that is to find, like, one of these founder types. And again, it doesn't necessarily have to be a founder, but exhibits like a lot of the traits that you care about inside of your organization, who cares about this like adjacency to your business. And that, I think, is something that we have started to do more recently, is to always have something in the hopper that's like going to keep pushing on it. And I think it's, it's more important. I think we've all learned that lesson now with, ChatGPT launching 2 years ago. It sort of was like, oh crap, there's a big paradigm shift happening. And there's a version of that where it changes the whole industry, but there's a version of that where, hey, this is a huge opportunity for us. Like, look at all the things we can build. And if we're willing to jump on some of those waves, we can build some incredible experiences for our customers. But it requires you to, do some things that don't always look like the right thing, quote unquote, on paper.
Yeah. I think that is really interesting because when I also reflect on, some of the biggest mistakes that I've made at Calendly, I think some of those biggest mistakes have been not starting those second and second, third, and fourth bets soon enough. We're doing them now. So like the story I described earlier is an example of how we're consolidating a bunch of products that our customers are buying from multiple vendors into just one vendor with Calendly. But I wish we would have started that sooner.
Why do you think you didn't start earlier?
Because I think that this is a real question. I haven't thought about that. I think maybe I thought that there were things in the first product that I don't think we got right. I wanted to land the plane on those before I moved to other things. I famously have a short attention span. And when I have a short attention span is when I actually tell myself, hey, maybe this is your attention span telling you it's time to move on. And so I actually wish I would have listened to my short attention span much earlier than I did. Yeah. The other thing I find fascinating in how you've gone about expanding your product suite is you've really sort of leveraged these founder type people that you've brought into the business. What I've done, and it'll be, I need to learn more from you on this. What I've done is actually whatever the next bet is that we're working on, becomes 90% of my job. And so I've taken those things as my primary responsibility, and up until now, that's actually what I spend a lot of my time doing.
I think that's a pretty good approach. One of the lessons learned from, there's this guy, Ravi Gupta, who used to be the COO at Instacart, and he gets asked all the time, as companies are growing, how do you make planning better inside? And I think everyone sort of hopes to hear this, like, oh, here's this great system, this set of OKRs, this set of, just implement these like process and rituals, and like now your company everything will work better if you do that. And when I was talking to him about this, he was like, it never works that way. It just doesn't. He's like, the way in which, if you really want to go get something done, the best way to do it is walk up to a whiteboard, write the number one most important thing down, and then take the person in the company who is best at that thing and put their name next to it and say, your job is to go figure that out. Our job is to give you everything you need. And so in your case, if that's the most important thing for Calendly is to figure that out, and you're the best person to do it, it kind of seems like it could work pretty efficiently.
I tend to agree.
Brian asked us this good question backstage, and I'm going to put a twist on it, which is, he asked, like, who is on your Mount Rushmore of CEOs? Maybe I'll put a twist on it, which is, who do you think you've learned the most from, whether it's a CEO or not? But who's your Mount Rushmore, and you're like, man, I wish like every time I'm making a decision, I have them on my shoulder.
Yeah, and it is probably not going to be, it's none of the usual suspects. Mm-hmm. I learned the most from, how do I say this, like, just everyday normal people. Everyday normal people, right? Because I think that one of the things I think one of the reasons Calendly has been really successful is that prior to Calendly, there were a lot of scheduling tools on the market, but maybe a lot of them you've probably never heard of. And I think the reason you never heard of them is they build these products for the most technical users, the savviest of all users, the productivity, devotees, right? Whereas I think those people are important customers, but I think for every one of those, there are 10 more people in the market that you can sell to, and I get more excited about solving problems for those, for those 10 people, as opposed to just the single person who's going to spend all day in their product, in your product, and so. I like learning, what are your challenges? What are the things that you wish you could do better? And I find that very, very inspiring. I also think about, I'm in my dream job. I feel so lucky to have this job. And there are many people who, haven't quite found their dream job yet. And I still see how they push really hard in spite of that. And that just motivates me. So. That's why maybe I take a lot of inspiration
Have you always loved your job?
I've always loved my job. I don't love every single day of my job.
When it's not going, when it hasn't gone well, what has enabled you to get back to the part that's like, now I feel like I'm back in my sweet spot?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that's helped me is way before I started Calendly, I was in sales. And in sales, you don't win every single deal. As a matter of fact, you don't need to win every single deal to be successful in sales. And so I've always had this mindset of playing for the odds. Before I started Calendly, I had 4 failed businesses, and then the 5th one took off. And so I generally know that I generally believe that if you follow a certain strategy, you have a certain hit rate, and it doesn't mean that it's going to happen, it's going to be evenly distributed, but over time, you'll have a certain hit rate. And so that's sort of what I go back to.
What do you think separates the fact that you had 5 failed businesses? Why did you keep going?
Why did I keep going?
A normal person would not have failed 5 times and then said, you know what, the 6th one, this is going to be the famous saying, 6th one's a charm. It doesn't exist for a reason. People stop trying.
It's kind of like, I'm going to use this analogy because I'm a new parent. It's kind of like when parents have new kids, they forget about what it was like to, what the last child was like. I think it's kind of like that. I think it's a little bit of having a short memory. And I think the other is just for me, I found nothing else was acceptable. There's nothing, I was going to be happy trying indefinitely to start and scale a business. Yeah. And I would have been okay with that indefinitely.
Yeah. My co-founder Brian shared a clip with me recently that made me smile on this dimension. He's a little bit of a movie buff, and I guess Quentin Tarantino, famous director, he's pretty famous for on his sets. At the end of the day, everybody's tired, everybody's exhausted, and he'll be like, okay, let's shoot it one more time. And everybody's like, and he's like, but why do we do it? And then the whole crew will say, because we love making movies. And I think there's a little bit of that for this stuff, where it's like, well, what else would you do? You actually love it, and you love it on the worst days. Yeah. When it's really bad, you're like, you know what, this is still 10 times better than anything else I could be doing.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I think of myself as the luckiest man alive.
No.
What pushes you?
I think it's that it's just really fun. Early on, before we started Zapier, my wife's a teacher, and when she was a first-year teacher, we got married right out of school. She would go. She's very hard worker. She would go to school at 6 a.m. in the morning to get ready for everything, and she liked grading papers, getting it all done after school. And so she would, sometimes stay till 9, 10 o'clock, finishing those papers up. And I had a pretty traditional job, and so I would end, in my day at 5, come home, and this was Netflix and discs era. So I'd just toss in a disc and watch the whole thing in one night. And I did that for 3-4 weeks. And at first it was this is pretty awesome. This is way better than school, grinding. And then after a few weeks, I'm like, is this really it? Like, is that all this is going to be? And that's when I started saying, like, you know what, I need something that's going to engage me much more intellectually. And started like learning how to code, learning a lot more internet marketing, things like that. And business just ended up feeling a lot like the best version of a video game, where it's like, oh, this is like all sorts of problems, multifaceted. You know, on one hand, you're trying to learn this hard technology problem. On another, you're trying to figure out how to get customers in. In another dimension, you're trying to figure out how to build a team. So you've got this like three-dimensional chess thing going on that, you know, is really, really fun. And I think, you know, 13 years in now, it just gets like, you just keep having hard problem after hard problem. And I can't think of any other thing you could do in life that would just scratch that itch. And so if I think for anyone who wants to try like starting a company, you ought to try it, because it's just so, it's hard to find any other thing I think will push you in so many different dimensions.
It's the ultimate challenge. Since we've got a few minutes left here, maybe we'll close it on a business note. You're working on a lot of great things at Zapier. You've been on a tear in terms of releasing new products. What are you most excited about that you're working on?
I think, you know, I think in the next, call it like 2 to 5 years, the cost of building software, I'm pretty sure is going to go to zero. And so, you know, I think the like, implementing things technically is not going to be the hard part of our jobs anymore. And so the fun part, I think, is going to be, well, the creative aspect. The ideas aspect is where all the energy is going to go to. And I think that's a bit of a twist, especially, you know, from a product management point of view, from a marketing point of view. For the last decade or so, you know, the technical side of the house has been the place where like a lot of the smartest brains have gone into. But I think it's going to invert again, where I think you're going to see a lot of ideas. And so one of the things that we're working a lot on is how do we help folks understand like where are the best places to automate their business? How, like, you may not realize that there's this untapped opportunity. And so, you know, we've been at this 13 years now, so we're going and looking at, you know, the 1% of our customer base that has really pushed the limits, that have really innovated, and saying, how do we take what that 1% has learned, and how do we go teach everybody else how to do that same thing? And how do we do that not just in like a, you know, one-to-one setting where the sales team is like educating a new prospect, but how do we actually implement into the product experience? So whether you're, you know, a large company or you're just, you know, a startup getting going and you don't know where to go, you don't have any money, you don't have any resources, you can just come into a platform and say like, hey, this thing's gonna help me figure this all out. Because I think that's, you know, when you're starting a company, that's the hardest part, is you just don't know what you don't know. And so you just kind of like, you try stuff. And if you have a little bit extra guiding hands along the way, I think that's the most exciting thing. And so that element of like helping people figure out that is one of the most exciting things for me.
Very cool. Yeah. And I think it plays to your strengths. You kind of led the way on remote working, and you taught the world how to do that. You brought automation to the masses, and it'll be fun to watch you bring creativity to the masses.
Same question for you. What are you most excited about for the next few years for Calendly?
You know, I'm very excited about, you know, reinventing the company. You know, this is year 11 for us, and I think the next 11 years of Calendly will look very, very different from the first 11 years of Calendly, and I could just not be more excited to make that happen. And so earlier I talked about how we're evolving from just a meetings company into contextualizing those meetings with relationships and driving the outcomes of those meetings. There are many things in that vision that I described that we're doing today. There are many more things in that vision that we haven't done yet and we'll be doing over the next few years and next few months. And I spend 99% of my waking hours thinking about that, working on that in some form or fashion, and I could not be excited to launch that to the world soon enough here.
What's the last 1% of your waking hours that you spend time on?
I look at my kids' pictures.
Oh, that's a great one. Awesome.
Yeah. Well, I enjoy doing this with you, Wade. Hope you'll invite us back in the future.
Thanks, Dope. Thanks, Screw.
Bye, y'all.
There you go. Oh, that's right. Alrighty, so we get started?
You don't have mic yet.
No, not yet.
Go for it.
Okay, what's up? Wait for the music. We're good? Yeah? Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming to our session today. My name is Bridget Gabris, and I am a Director of Product here for Sales Hub at HubSpot. I'm so excited to be here today with all of you, talking about closing deals, AI in sales, and how you can help take your sales teams to the next level with HubSpot and AI. I am thrilled to be joined today by Bo Brooks, VP of Sales and Customer Success at Teamwork.com. Bo, could you take a minute to introduce yourself? And for those who may not be familiar, tell us a little bit about Teamwork.com.
Sure. Hi, everybody. Bo Brooks. I lead sales and customer success, as Bridget shared, at Teamwork.com. So Teamwork.com, if you're not familiar, is a professional services automation tool with excellent project management capabilities. We help companies like SmartBug and Salted Stone do simple things like track time, manage their employee staffing, and then turn that into financial insights, profitability, utilization, and deep reporting inside of their business. So we're actually based in Cork, Ireland. I don't have an Irish accent. I'm in Denver. We have a big presence in Cork, Ireland. You can see behind us an office in Denver, and then an engineering team in Poland as well. So we're growing like crazy. It's been a success story since our founders, who ran an agency for 8 years, decided they didn't have the tools they needed to be efficient in running their business, so they built the product that they needed, and it's been a success story ever since.
Awesome, I love it. Thank you so much, Bo. I'm so excited to get into the meat of our discussion today. We'll talk about AI applications, both effective and not, and the ways that your team is really kind of charging forward in this new era of sales. But first, we're actually welcoming you back to the inbound stage this year. You were last year here with us in 2023. Who here in the audience was also here in 2023 last year inbound? Show of hands. Number of folks. Awesome. Hopefully, many of you got a chance to see Bo's session. I thought he gave such a great analogy about how HubSpot has really helped you transform your team from firefighters to surgeons. Love that. Maybe for those who are not familiar or didn't get a chance to see last year, can you tell us a little bit about Teamwork.com's success over the last year, how your sales process has evolved with HubSpot, and some of the results that you've seen?
Yep, so we've been on HubSpot for a little over 2 years now, and it's been a tremendous experience. I put some numbers up to share, but we've seen big growth, a 10% increase in win rates, I guess 18% increase in average selling price. And I attribute a lot of that to the work we did inside a Sales Hub with the team to make it effective. A lot of it boils down to efficiency in how the team operates. Rather than working out of spreadsheets, doing manual updating of forecasting in Google Sheets, we're able to do it all inside of one system, right, where they're coordinated with the managers, the leadership team has a better understanding of how deals are progressing. And that's actually led us to the last point, which I think our RevOps team is the most proud of. Month in, month out, we're within a 5% margin of error on our forecast through and through because of our ability to tightly control deals and how they flow through. I don't know if anybody else uses it, but the quoting tool was very helpful to us inside of HubSpot, right? When reps are working their deals and they're ready to go to the final stage and send over a proposal, that can go through an approvals process. So not only did it make it more efficient, but our CFO is happy because our discount rate has gone down simply by reviewing all their quotes before it goes out to the customer. So it's been a great experience inside of HubSpot.
That's amazing. That is some incredible results in the last year, especially that win rate, tighter forecasting numbers. We love to see that. Also in the last year, we have really seen AI just like completely reshaping the sales and success landscape. In such a short period of time. Obviously, with the launch of ChatGPT in late 2022, AI has really just accelerated at lightning speed. How has AI impacted your teams and the way that you operate, both in sales and success?
It's a big, scary topic, but AI has helped us in a few key ways. I already mentioned the efficiency piece, but it's definitely true. So we went from manually running task plays every day by the sales reps to a place where we could do it in HubSpot in their tasking system, which is more prompted to a rep, And now with the introduction of AI, we can automate a lot of what they should be working on. My team hears me say this all the time, but I think one of the most important things we can do as sales leaders is remove the question, what should I work on next? That's the most difficult thing and a low value effort of thinking that a rep puts in anything. So with AI, we're allowed to apply that to the efficiency measures that we're taking inside of the system. Better predictability and forecasting has been tremendous. I think a lot of us in this room are probably used to years and years of doing forecasting based on what the rep tells us and trying to maybe listen to calls or feel out where it's at in the pipeline and make a judgment call. Now we can balance that against AI-generated forecasting, so leadership all the way up to the board have a better confidence measure in what's being called by the reps. But we're able to now flip the coin on that and say, what should we be doing on these deals to increase the likelihood that they can close? That was also a bit of a guesswork process in the past. On the customer success side, we can do a lot of AI interpretation of product usage. And is that effective? Are people getting into the product enough? And if not, the system can tell us in advance where we need to take action and maybe where we don't. We've also learned where false triggers are by having AI evaluating our product usage. The other side to the AI coin, which doesn't get talked about as much because there's a lot of excitement behind it, it creates a lot of noise, right? It's very confusing for reps, for managers. It's exciting, but it's overwhelming. If you think about what I've just talked about, AI helps us remove a lot of the basic work that a rep does every day. You hear reps talk about 50% of my time is spent on manual work. We're able to cut that down to a very low rate, but we're replacing that 50% of time with difficult thinking, with higher value thinking, where they have to be considering, what do I need to do with this buyer in order to move it forward? That's exhausting. Like, I see reps now at the end of the day that are more tired than they were in the past because they're not doing some of that casual work that they did. They're now having to jump right into a deal analysis or a mutual action plan, and it fills up their entire day. So that's the challenge that sales leaders, that revenue leaders across the board, leadership, we have to solve. We have to figure out, how do we balance what's coming in with AI with not overburdening our sellers?
Totally. I mean, it's safe to say there's a pretty significant impact that AI is having on your teams right now. Are there some standout ways that you really see in particular tools, maybe predictive deal scores, health metrics, chatbots? What are some of these tools that you're seeing really have a significant benefit for your teams right now?
Yep, there's a few things that we've used in the AI space that have helped a ton. One, raise your hand if you're using the predictive deal score that HubSpot's rolled out on the account object.
Nice.
Yep, it's excellent. So it's AI generated. It uses the information that's in your CRM to determine the likelihood of a deal to close. And we look at that on a regular basis to understand the rep is telling us that this deal looks really good. It's gonna close in the next 2 weeks, contract's out. HubSpot is telling us this deal is a 45 out of 100. There's a bunch of actions that have not been taken that we didn't have before. So by having the predictive deal score, it helps managers and reps have a more meaningful conversation as to what's going on inside of a deal. And it also suggests actions. So if you've seen it, you're familiar with it, but it'll tell the rep what's not gone well and why the deal score is low, and they can take action to reverse that. So it may say you haven't had contact with this customer in 5 days, or the customer hasn't responded to one of your emails in 2 weeks. You change your behavior as a rep based on what the system is telling you, where historically that's not been possible. And this is brilliant because with AI, with things like Sales Hub, reps can do a lot more than they did in the past. They're more efficient, so we can put more on their plate, but that makes them have to think about a lot more things, right? So by having these suggested things in the predictive deal score, it aligns what we need them to do with what the system is recognizing they haven't done.
Right.
So that's one thing.
Yeah, and it sounds like deal scores are really kind of giving your reps that extra layer of accountability, giving them that guidance that they're looking for. Yep. Are there any patterns that you've seen with the deal scores themselves that are maybe changing the way that you're coaching or guiding reps?
Definitely. As I mentioned, a misalignment between where a rep thinks a deal is and where a manager might think a deal is. We've started to see that come together, and they become more aligned. So when we first did this, and a rep would say, a deal looks great, manager says, this does not look great based on the system, the rep would start to understand why. and they would start to take the actions necessary to fix the deal before it became a problem. So a good example is multi-threading on a deal. So if you're not familiar with multi-threading, it's adding additional contacts and touch points onto a deal. We know at Teamwork, if we have 3 or more contacts on a deal, the likelihood of it closing goes up by 50%. It's a lot stronger. So historically, we would have to talk retroactively to a rep about adding more contacts, trying to get more people pulled into a deal. But by them seeing this more frequently, that it's a gap in their sales process, they're proactively bringing these things up. So we have the majority of our deals now inside the system multi-threaded, which has taken up the potential for us to close really overnight. And it takes a lot of pressure off of the managers, too, to have to be looking at every single deal, right? So it helps build patterns that weren't there before by leveraging the HubSpot AI to tell us what to do.
Awesome.
A few other things that I threw up there. So for any of you that are Gong users out there, like there's some great tools out there. We use Gong. Gong has rolled out some pretty interesting things over the last 6 months with AI as well. One is the chatbot that lives on deals. So as a sales leader, I always have the problem. I can't listen to every call. The sales directors can't listen to every call. So when we ask a rep what's going on with the deal, we're relying on them to give us good information. The chatbot now that exists in there is it's natural language that you can prompt it with a question of what's going well with this deal, why is this deal potentially not going to close, and it'll scrape call transcripts of every engagement that the rep has had with the customer and tell you, here's where your risks are, here's where your challenges are. And that's helped us significantly. We have product jumping in and asking it questions of why deals are not working out, why we may have lost something, or why we won something as well. It's been game-changing for us. It also helps with mutual action planning and pre-call planning for your reps. It's much easier to plan for a call that you have coming up if you can just pop in, what happened on the last call and how can we improve it for the next one. And then the last thing I'd give you, we use Tatango for predictive health scores. So we've loaded up and mapped in all of our product data, and we now have a real-time sense of how a customer is doing. Our customer success managers are reporting back to us. When I talk to somebody, I know with much more confidence whether they're doing well or not doing well because the AI can tell us how they're performing. Are they engaging enough? Is the usage that they have inside the product in the right areas? And where do we need to increase the amount of people that are getting into the product? So AI is changing the way that we think about selling and then engaging with customers in a meaningful way.
Awesome. I love to see it. And you really mentioned, a mix of tools here, right? Some on the HubSpot platform, some on other platforms. With so many AI-powered solutions hitting the market these days, how do you actually go about evaluating the tools that are really going to make an impact for your teams versus which ones are going to be just noise?
Yeah, some of them work out really well and some of them don't. Like, raise your hand if you're thinking about how to use AI in your sales process today. Most people are.
Hopefully everybody.
Raise your hand if you've tried something and it completely failed in your sales process.
Nice, nice.
Not as much. Or at least people are afraid to admit that they tried something and it didn't work. So we've had a few of those. We actually had a pretty tough one. We 5-figure product that we purchased, we spent months implementing, and it crashed and burned pretty much immediately. There's a lot of risk out there as well. So some of the things I would say is talk to your reps. I think one thing we don't talk about enough is reps are afraid of AI. For one thing, because they think it might take their jobs. And two, if you've talked to very many sales reps, we think we know better than everybody else how to do our jobs. So they don't like to be guided on what to do. We have a responsibility to help them get there. So work with your reps to understand what their workflow is wants to look like, and then put AI in that workflow. Where we failed on one of the tools is we went to a point solution, and that was generally, email automation effectively, doing research and writing the emails for us. But it wasn't inside of HubSpot, and it was a standalone channel. So we had the reps leaving HubSpot to go work on the email automation, coming back in to do things like LinkedIn Sales Navigator and making calls and having meetings, and it was disconnected. And it broke the flow of a rep in their day-to-day. So they were even having to go in and log the emails in HubSpot just to show that they had done it. Not efficient. So don't discount the importance of having it in the flow of a rep, because if they don't adopt it, it might fail just because you had a bad setup in there. Another is do peer reference calls. It burned us still. The product that we bought, which was around the email automation, we did a lot of peer calls, and it was so early that everybody thought that it was working great. And it took us 3 months, a lot of work, warming up IPs, getting emails ready, and then it failed. So as best you can, talk to people who are deep into use of these tools and make sure that they're not standalone channels, that it's going to roll into the system that you're using to make sure you're not going to make it a bad experience for the reps.
Totally. I think that's such a key point, is really about how do you fit within the rep's workflow, not just creating change for the sake of change, but actually really figuring out how can I help make my reps more efficient? How can I make their work easier, right?
Maybe the thing I would add, like we heard HubSpot talk about it the last few days, they're pushing this concept of, like, we're calling it EFU at Teamwork, but it's got to be easy, it's got to be fast, and it's got to be unified. I think that fits right into what we're talking about here. Typically, they're easy because it's AI. They've got to be fast in how you use them, and they've got to be unified in the system. And that's where we've had a few false starts when trying to implement AI into the sales process.
Absolutely. I love that tie back to the HubSpot strategy. That's great. So once you've actually gone through this process of evaluating, you're thinking about that rep workflow, you've gotten your references, how do you actually go about integrating this experience and ensuring that your reps do end up adopting and using these AI tools in the most effective ways?
Yep. As we've made mistakes in trying to do it right, we've boiled it down to 2 different touch points. One is the technical side. As I mentioned, does it fit into the process? But also looking at how are the reps engaging with it? If it is in the process, is it natural? Are they using the insights that are coming from the artificial intelligence to guide their selling process? Or is it just something that's in the process that they're kind of pushing out into the ether? That can be a scary piece. There's a lot of dehumanization that's happened in touch points, particularly over email, because the AI is writing it. I heard Peter Thiel say the other day that the best way to be noticed, maybe not in a good way, and forgive me for saying this, is to either be racist or sexist in your emails, because the AI will not do that. You will get noticed. Otherwise, it sanitizes everything out, which is a scary thing to think about when we talk about humanization and how we connect with people. So making sure your reps are not just pushing out sanitized language in their emails out to the market and keeping it clean. The other side is the psychological element behind it. As I mentioned, reps are skeptical about using this stuff because it's going to take away their jobs. If we can get super efficient at this stuff, they may have less to do, and that scares them. So talk through, at the same conference, Sergey Brin, the founder of Google, was talking about how his 13-year-old son was building apps and launching them by writing code in ChatGPT. And he thought that was so cool. He hadn't seen it yet. He went to the engineers at Google and said, isn't this great? They're like, yeah, it's awesome. How much code are we writing using Google Gemini in our product? 0. The engineers at Google weren't even using it because they're worried about it. So the psychological element of making sure reps understand how this is going to complement rather than threaten their workflows shouldn't be discounted, right? And then on top of that psychological piece, making sure that when customers are responding, we're not just relying on AI to understand how the deal is progressing. We're actually taking a step back and looking at the response and then crafting follow-up. Most of the AI in sales right now has to do with prospecting and SDR work, and then with forecasting. There's a big chunk in the middle that's not quite been addressed very well, which is deal management, right? We have AI to get stuff in. We have AI to tell us whether we're doing a good job with the stuff. But that middle stuff that's really the most valuable part of the sales process hasn't been addressed all that much. We are going to talk about Sales Workspace, which is helping there. But that's important in this psychological component. If they're only using AI at the front and at the back, is the sales rep giving enough thought and time to that middle section?
Right, totally. And I think you brought up a really great point there about balancing the automation with the human element, right? It's not just replacing everything; it's kind of replacing those automated tasks, and then really allowing reps to focus on what matters most, right? And focus on those key personalization, the key follow-up. At HubSpot right now, we are really focused on this idea of guided selling, right? Providing reps with the right data and recommendations at the right time, really trying to focus on that middle point, as you called it, of that kind of follow-up and deal progression. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts on guided selling as kind of a whole space and how you've been seeing that already help your teams start to focus more effectively.
Yep. Guided selling is excellent. I think a big part of why we're thinking and talking about AI and guided selling is we can normalize what the best reps do naturally. Like a lot of times they don't even know that they do these things, but we can put process behind it. So the image here is the new Sales Hub, Sales Workspace that is in beta right now. but reps can interact with, and it's suggestive of their day. It brings a lot of the different pieces inside of Sales Hub together that they can work on. But the really cool thing is that it does have AI behind it, and it will look at deals that the rep has forgotten about and make recommendations on actions that should be taken that don't even have anything set up on it. So I've had reps come back after looking at this with some basic things like, I can see where I'm at against my goal for the quarter right on the front page of this. I used to have to navigate to the forecasting page or the deals page to understand where I was. Now I can see it right there, and it's right next to the tasks that I have to do. It's a very simple thing, but it puts everything together and allows the rep to work from one place. And the suggested tasks are excellent. So I was worried about rolling this out when we have a new piece of tech come out in the software. We go to the team and say, hey, check this out. This looks great. They don't spend a whole lot of time doing it because they've got their process set up that they follow. So what we did at Teamwork is we went and found a couple of reps that we knew would be open to this, and we put them in it. And once a week, I'd go ask them how it was going, how the evaluation was happening. And for the first couple of weeks, they would tell me, I'm not sure, I didn't spend a lot of time in there. And quickly, that turned. About the second or third time, they were coming to me saying, check this out, I was able to do this. I love the fact that I can see the tasks right there, and I can inline edit some of the elements in our sales process that I used to have to navigate around to fix. So the Sales Work Hub is bringing everything into one place and making guided selling easier. Historically, HubSpot has really helped us with guided selling, but it's been in different places, right? We can set requirements in different stages on what a rep needs to do in order to progress a deal through the sales process. Now we can do all that in one place. We can make sure they've got everything filled in. We can see the predictive deal score right there on the deal. Right. It's an excellent centralization of the tool.
Yeah, absolutely. Sales Workspace is really that centralized hub, right, where reps can spend their day, they can see their activities, they can see their deals, they can see those insights. And this is an area where we're really continuing to build our investments in this space. So we're really excited to get more and more customers, like hopefully everybody in the audience here, starting to use the Sales Workspace, guided actions, deal insights, this predictive deal score, really starting to hopefully see a lot of the benefits and results that your teams are already seeing, just even in these early beta stages, which is great. So let's take a step back a little bit and talk about your kind of sales strategy as a whole. How do you feel like your kind of approach to leveraging AI has really shifted like your entire sales process and your sales strategy?
Yep. There's been a lot of change in how the team executes on a regular basis. So I think one thing I would call out is the importance that the CRM plays in the sales process, particularly as we talk about AI. So salespeople by nature are not very good and not very amenable to updating the CRM. They don't like to do it. We fight with them all the time to do it. The important thing about AI is it has to use historical data and behavior to understand how to be predictive. So if the CRM looks like crap, the AI can't actually be predictive to the level that we need it to be. So we have had to change the way that we think about managing CRM data to make sure it's effective. And that's started with stepping away. Like I think an important point is AI can't make us lazy. Like the design of your sales process, you can ask ChatGPT to do it, but then you still have to be thoughtful about how it's executed in the system. Some of the basic things that a lot of us have probably already done is you build your sales process. We run a 5-stage sales process at Teamwork. We have required steps that you must fill in and you must know about a deal in order to advance it to the next stage. As a sales leadership team, we centered on what those things were. We built the requirements in the system so you can't advance. And then we regularly meet and challenge the reps when they're in the wrong place. This has become sort of the bedrock of what we do at Teamwork. And the team knows it, the managers know it. So if we're in a deal review and the rep's got a deal in stage 2, but we know they're talking to Power, we know they're talking about the contract, it's easy for sales leadership to say, this looks like a stage 4 deal. Are you being superstitious and keeping it early, which sales reps also do? And that then starts to train the team and the AI to have better information inside the system. So there's a link at the end for how we have designed our deal structure and our forecasting structure to train the team to do this. But that's taken a big change. And that's also how we've gotten to this 5% accuracy inside of our deal forecasting on a monthly basis. So forecasting, make sure your team is putting in good data. in order to get good forecasting out of it and for the AI to work. Get clear on coaching. AI does not also absolve us of the responsibility of coaching reps. They still need to get better. So tools like Gong, tools like HubSpot that are now much more predictive of what a salesperson needs to be coached on, so we're not coaching in the dark. If the system can tell us this rep is struggling at multi-threading, they have a higher percentage of deals that have one single person on the deal, let's start to do some coaching on how to invite more people into the system or how to build the confidence of a buyer so they're willing to invite their coworkers into the product. It's a big challenge. But with AI, we can see with more confidence where we need to coach. And an understanding of what that can do. The other thing that we've put forward over the last year is a more robust exec coaching program. So, and this was almost counter to in AI, we're seeing less personalization, more personalization, but less humanization in our communication. So we wanted to bring in a process where the execs could join a call or join an email with the sellers to bring more value, more exec presence onto the deals, and they become more invested in the sales process also. So if you're not doing it, I would encourage a change like that. And then the last one, guide the reps, right? If all we do is guide them through the process, they're going to follow it, but we need to coach them on why it matters, right? And this is not just on-call coaching. This is what are the right questions to ask. If you're not asking the right questions, are we missing things inside of a deal? It's a big process. And there's a fear, I think, in sales leaders that we're going to get lazy because AI is going to solve a lot of these problems. It doesn't absolve us of the responsibility to fix this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really glad you emphasized the importance of guidance and coaching, right? Because with all these great AI tools, even the best reps without that right guidance can really miss some of those opportunities. So it's really, really key. All right, well, before we wrap up, there's one area we haven't talked about yet, which I know is very top of mind for you, and that's reporting. So let's talk a little bit about how teamwork.com has really kind of stepped up reporting and measurement, and really what you've done kind of within Sales Hub to help support some of these initiatives.
Yep. HubSpot has done a great job of building out the reporting infrastructure over the last couple of years. So things in the past where we would have to do it manually in a spreadsheet, or even 2 years ago, you could set up triggers where something wasn't present on a deal, it would create a flag that the rep could go action. Now we can proactively put that in front of a rep. We don't have to build reporting to tell a rep what needs to happen. You don't have a product on this deal, you don't have a price on this deal, there's no next step set on this deal. Now that stuff is right in front of them rather than be behind them. So the reporting that has developed over the last 2 years has taught us how to get in front of the reps before it becomes a problem. And we also have pervasively brought out the reporting across the organization. So if you're using both Marketing Hub and Sales Hub, everybody's using the same set of data. So you can't hide, right? If you're using a competitor of HubSpot and Marketo, you're talking from different data sets. Whereas inside of HubSpot, everybody's talking from the same data. So on a weekly basis, we have reporting that goes out to the entire executive team talking about performance. And so everybody has the same baseline, whether we're in the board meeting or the weekly leadership team meeting, that helps set the stage for what we need. And RevOps, if you're in RevOps, you probably already know, but you look like a hero because you can change all this stuff on the fly. We'll be in meetings and there's reporting that an exec might ask for or a sales leader might ask for, and you can modify the filters and deliver it on that meeting, right? So we don't have to slow down our development process in trying to discover the data. It's done right there. So getting reporting locked in and having a strong RevOps presence inside of your business will help complement the complexity that's now coming through with AI, Sales Hub, and all these different elements.
Fantastic. And I think ending on performance and pipeline measurement is a perfect way to close out our session. Bo, thank you so much for all of your insights and experiences. It's been really great to have you on stage today. For those that haven't gotten a chance to check out the Sales Hub demo booth, definitely go check that out. And then we also have the teamwork.com booth. Two great things to check out after our session today. Bo, any last parting words of wisdom for folks as their teams are heading into Q4?
Yeah, it sounds like a kind of a tough message, right? AI is tough to implement, it's tough to get right. Sales reps are reticent to use it. This is an amazing time to be in sales. Like, I think everybody says we're about to enter the golden age of tech selling. I truly believe that. AI is going to open up so many things. So there's a tremendous amount to be excited about. Like, I know I'm very excited about what's to come. You guys are helping us at HubSpot along the way to figure this stuff out. But this is an incredible time to be in sales. I'm excited.
Awesome. I love it. All right. Well, let's see. I think we have some time for Q&A. So we've got mics up here. And then I'm going to also just advance forward to the slide. So if folks could please remember to rate the session. And I think we have your forecasting link as well. Let me see if I can get that one to come up.
There we go.
Perfect. So the forecasting resource that Bo mentioned is up here in that link as well. And then the QR code to rate is there. And if anybody has questions, please feel free to come up to the mics. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, everybody. No questions. Now we got one over here.
What reporting did you use for sales? What key metrics were you focused on?
Sorry, I think, can you speak a little bit closer into the mic?
What key metrics were you focused on for sales? From pipeline stage, we've built out a couple dashboards and it's too much.
The vertical that you're working in, and we try and balance that. So we look at average selling price as well. And I'd encourage you, there's a couple of ways to look at win rate. Dave Kellogg, if anybody's familiar with Kellblog, he's been putting out a lot of good stuff around. Win rate is typically 1 deals over 1 plus lost deals. Well, a sales rep is then incentivized to not close lost too many things because they can manipulate what the close rate is. So if you look at, and we're still trying to figure out how this works even at Teamwork, but if you look at a 3-month picture, a snapshot at 3 months of a deal, and it'll vary based on your sales cycle, with win rate, wins on top, and the total number of deals at 3 months below, you'll get a better picture. So I'm always thinking about how is the rep maybe taking a different action that manipulates the numbers so we have a good picture of it. We look at win rates by geography as well to understand if we're doing one thing well in another geo but not somewhere else. We'll back into why. What might be different? Is there a different marketing message? We look at pipe gen for sure and watch ASP across pipe gen. Typically, the average price of new pipeline created is higher than average sales price of a 1 deal. So we try and watch for fluctuations there to make sure there's not big misses. And then depending on the role, so at the account executive level, we don't do a ton on activity, but at the SDR level and the more junior inbound level, we watch activity quite a bit to make sure it's not falling off. I think meeting rate is something we also pay attention to, and it's a good indication of whether the rep is investing the right amount of time because deals happen in meetings. More and more, we've been coming back. We haven't done this historically on a regular basis, but looking at phone call rate as well with account executives is important. With AI, with a lot of the automation in the system, they don't think they have to make as many phone calls. Personally, I'm still a believer that deals happen on the phones. So we're watching that to make sure reps are taking the right steps to stay in process. Those are a few things. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you.
Cool. He's coming up.
See if we got any other folks coming up. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I have one question. How do you get people to care about forecasting? Individual contributors, team leads, obviously senior management likes to see a forecast, but how do you trickle that down and explain the importance of forecasts to individual contributors?
So the question was, how do you get the team to care about forecasting and engage in the forecasting process? This has been a labor of love for me for the last several years. What we found to be the most effective is we sat down in sales leadership, and it's on the forecasting guidelines doc that I shared. We basically said, here's what needs to be true on a deal for it to be forecasted 15 days before the end of the month. And we bring them along in that process. So every 15th of the month at Teamwork, the team is scrambling to make sure that their forecast looks correct because they're not allowed to call deals that don't fit into a certain criteria. So I guess to make a long story short, making it as black and white as possible how to forecast is what's helped our sellers buy into the process. Because historically, they're like, well, this thing could close or it might not, so I'm not going to put it in forecast. And as a leader, then you don't know if it's going to happen or not. If you make it black and white and say, this is in stage 4, it's got a close date at the end of the quarter, that's the criteria for it being in forecast. put it in forecast. And then they build this habit of what's acceptable and not acceptable. Does that make sense? It's very difficult to make forecasting black and white, but work really hard to do it as best you can.
What if I'm on your team and I forecast terribly? Is there any sort of consequence? Like every month I over forecast by 100%. Is there anything happening to me, or?
If you do it 1 month, that's acceptable. If it's month over month, so if it happens twice, there's an exercise run to understand why you're missing. Because you'll see in the document, it's black and white. In order to call a deal, you have to have the economic buyer on the deal. They have to have committed to taking it to the CFO. If those things are true and the deal's still not closing, they're either lying or they're missing key insights. If it's happening multiple times, a performance plan is where we're going. And that performance plan should be in combination with sales enablement if you have it, revenue enablement, and specific to the actions you want them to take. So if you need to correct them being 50% off of their forecast in multiple months, the performance improvement plan gives them the guidance of, we're going to meet weekly to review all your deals and what you're calling. And if you miss again, it results in actions up into including termination.
Great, thank you.
They take that seriously then.
Over here.
You mentioned that AI is only as good as the information it's been trained on. How do you start that process of bringing in sales leadership and sales reps to understand that they need to put the data in and it will benefit them?
Yep. So the question was, once you have AI in the system and you need good CRM data, how do you get the team to do it?
Yeah, I think there's like the carrot and the stick, but how do you help? How do you
removed from the inbound lead distribution process if their CRM is not up to standard, and you can generate a report in HubSpot. We typically call this the don't be on it report. And if you're on the don't be on it report, you're not in the inbound lead flow. If you don't have inbound and everything is outbound, you can do the same, but with lead quality that they're able to pull or reducing the amount of target account leads that they have active at any time. Having done it 3 times, it takes one person breaking that rule, finding out that we're serious about removing them from the inbound lead flow, and they start to do it. Yeah, but then they start to see it. I can kind of funny timing. So the first account executive that I ever worked with 10 years ago is at a booth out there, and I hadn't seen her in a few years, and we got to talking, and this happened. This exact same thing happened. She was pulled from the lead rotation, and she has come back and said, I now understand how important CRM, accurate CRM data is, and she's carried that with her for the last 2 jobs that she's been at since we worked together. So it can work. Sometimes it's more painful than other times.
Thank you. And I think the hope that we have with things like Deal Score and Guided Actions and Deal Insights is that they start to get some value pretty quickly, even with not maybe the most complete data, the best data. They start to see the score have some factors showing. They start to see the guided actions, and so we really try, I think, on the product side to think about how can we kind of provide immediate value to a rep with maybe not the most complete or the most rich data set that kind of incentivizes them to keep going and to keep adding to it. So that's another way
100%.
that we think about it from the product side as well.
Completely agree.
Awesome. Yeah, over here.
So that was mostly my question because I have a lazy team. But about getting the data in there, the lead scoring looks awesome. Haven't tried it yet. What's like the de minimis amount of data that I can make them put in? And then what is like the recommended set? Like what kind of stuff should go in there to make that work well?
Yeah, I can answer from the product side, and then Bo, I'd love your perspective as well. So for the deal score, you'll need deals closing with, ideally with revenue, but deals closing is the big piece, right? So you'll need a couple weeks of that deal closing data. One of the things that we really like to see as well is like progression data, activities. Those are the things that start to change those factors a lot. And so if you're able to actually start tracking activities, calls, emails, that's going to start giving a much better influence to the score. Just seeing that a deal closed is not going to really give you that great of data over time. And so that's kind of the like bare minimum, but really to start to see value, capturing that data, filling out the deal property values, like having that outreach and customer engagement be tracked within the system is really great. On the deal insight side, we actually do extract from the conversations themselves as well. So if you're using call recording, if you're doing email, We'll start to extract buyer goals and challenges. We'll start to extract like deal risks, like a mention of a competitor or a budget or concerns about timing. And so the more information that you put into the system, the better all of these insights start to be. But at the foundation, tracking deals, closing deals is key. Yep.
Do you know how much time history? How much time history?
I believe it's 7 days, but we're gonna not quote me on that. And we're gonna check at the product booth afterwards. Great. Yep.
Yeah. Awesome.
Awesome. I think that's it on the questions. Thank you, everyone, so much. Please don't forget to rate the session. And thank you so much
Thanks,
for your
everybody.
time. Thank you. Thank you, Bo.
Thanks, Bridget.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Liz Plosser, and I am the editor-in-chief of Women's Health. At WH, I oversee the brand across all of our platforms, so that's digital, print, social, video, events, and other things I'm forgetting right now. But that puts me in the perfect position to tell you the next statement, which I can confirm is absolutely true. And that is that there has never been so much interest in health than there is at this moment in time. More and more people are inspired to take charge of their well-being with a better understanding of how health and more specifically nutrition, plays a critical role in optimizing performance in both our personal as well as our professional lives. AG1 is at the forefront of this movement with the leading foundational nutrition supplement. And I am so excited to introduce Kat Cole, the new CEO of AG1. Kat recently stepped into the CEO role, and that at AG1, which is a global health company focused on foundational nutrition. In her role, she's responsible for leading AG1's next phase of growth, global expansion, and innovation. Kat is a seasoned business leader and a sought-after advisor with more than 20 years of operational, brand, and executive leadership experience. Prior to AG1, Kat was the president and COO at Focus Brands, where she oversaw the company's 9 presidents and businesses generating billions in sales around the world. In addition to her role at AG1, she serves on the boards of Slice and Milk Bar. She has been a young global leader of the World Economic Forum, a member of the United Nations Global Entrepreneurs Council, and she has been named to Fortune's annual 40 Under 40 list. I could keep going, but we'll stop there because I want to actually give Kat a chance to speak. Kat, thank you so much for being here. We've known each other for quite a while, but for those who don't know you, I was hoping you could take us through your career trajectory. You have had an interesting and varied experience, including the fact that you once worked at Hooters, but you've also led women's organizations. You ran Cinnabon, but now you're the leader of one of the leading health companies in the world. So can you tell us a little bit about what was on your mind along the way?
Yeah, I think, like most of us, we're all on a journey, whether it's a health journey, a career journey, a personal life journey, and I'm no different. So I grew up in a household with a single parent. My mom raised me and my 2 sisters as a solo parent. We left my dad when I was 9 years old. As a result, I not only got to see this incredible example of her as someone who's independent and courageous and did what she had to do, but I also had to start working very young because we were quite poor. So I started working in malls and local gyms, and at the age of 15 was working in retail, where I first experienced a brand I would later run, Cinnabon. I would smell those delicious cinnamon rolls when I was selling women's clothes when I was 15 and 16 years old. But I was also the first person in my family on either side to ever get into college. And so that was a dream for me. It was an aspiration. So I was working to save up for college and to move out because I wanted to be independent. I started being a hostess at Hooters at 17, then a waitress at Hooters at 18, got into college, electrical engineering and computer sciences major, psychology of women minor. My plan was to do that and then go to law school and have this amazing professional fancy career. But several things happened that made my path maybe a little non-traditional and quite interesting. One was that company that I was a waitress for, Hooters, was growing very quickly, and they needed people inside the company to help open new restaurants around the world. So at the age of 19, I started opening franchises. I did not have a passport. I had never been on a plane. I had not been out of the state of Florida more than a couple times for sports competitions as a high school athlete. And I got asked to go travel to Australia to open the first franchise. I said yes, I got my passport, I flew over there, and I fell in love with international operations. And at first I thought, who would ever give a girl like me a chance like that again? It seemed like such a big deal to travel around the world and represent your company and help it expand. And the answer is, Hooters would give a girl like me more opportunities. Every 60 to 90 days, I had an opportunity to go open another franchise, Mexico, Argentina, Canada, other places in the US. And before I knew it, a few things had occurred. One, I was failing college, so I'm a college dropout. I was traveling so much, I failed. It wasn't even a choice. If they were like, you have to come back and make up all your classes, which would require that you stop working. And I couldn't afford to do that. So I just quit college. I had no guarantees, no salary, but luckily the company was growing. They offered me an opportunity to interview for a corporate gig. So at the age of 20, I took a corporate job at Hooters corporate office. I became the head of employee training. And the short version of a long and interesting, a 14-year-long career with Hooters was that I became vice president by the time I was 26. We were doing $800 million in revenue. We owned an airline, our own sports properties. We were fully vertically integrated. And so my tenure there was deep and long, but my experience across industries became very wide because I worked in this company where, let's be honest, there weren't Wharton MBAs beating down the door to go be an executive at Hooters. So people like me got a lot of chances from within to run multiple industries. So by the time I was 30, I had run all of these industries, led global enterprise and expansion, and I had gone back to school. So I have a master's without a bachelor's. It's rare, but possible. I went back to business school nights and weekends. And I knew Hooters wouldn't be my whole story, even though I'm so deeply grateful for that insane experience. But I got recruited by a private equity firm called Rourke Capital to come turn around one of their businesses that was in trouble, which was Cinnabon. So it was my first time being a president. I was 31 years old, turning around a business in a lot of trouble. It was based in malls and airports at the heart of the global recession. When there's depressed discretionary income, there are two things people stop doing. They stop traveling, they stop shopping. So the franchisees were in a ton of trouble. The brand was awesome, it was beloved, but the business model was completely broken. And so I went in and turned around that business at an incredibly difficult time. It's where I began building my reputation as a turnaround artist. But I also came in and built a team that did something that was unique at the time, the restaurant to retail movement. Took branded products, put it in grocery, CPG, retail. It became such a powerful expansion tool that I became group president of the parent company. I was 34, 35 at the time. To bring that operating model to all the brands, then became president and COO of the parent company, as you mentioned, Focus. So I managed 9 presidents, 9 brands, 70 countries, billions in revenue. We grew by acquisition. But it was in that role, leading Focus brands, that my life changed fairly meaningfully. One, my mother was diagnosed with breast cancer. She's great now. She's in remission and cancer-free. I started having children. I met my incredible husband. I had my first kid at 39, my second at 41. I had multiple miscarriages in between. And those personal experiences, like for most of us, put me on my own health journey. I started doing deep dives in nutrition. I realized our soil is depleted. Our food is not as nutrient dense as it once was. Our guts are getting really compromised by modern life, even if we're pretty healthy. So I started, I was one of these people that would go to Whole Foods and get like 1 million pills and powders and adaptogens and herbs and multivitamins. And then my husband was like, babe, it's all expiring. You're not sticking with it. And so I was trying so hard to support my health while I was navigating being a new mom, a busy executive, traveling around the world. And so I started listening to health podcasts, reading books on nutrition. And I got to this point where I couldn't unhear or unlearn all of the education around the role of nutrition and other pillars of health, sleep, movement, being outdoors, and community, people we love. But nutrition is where I fixated. And so over time, I started to think, yeah, it's been fun running these fun-for-you brands like Cinnabon and Auntie Anne's and Carvel, and I'm really proud of the work we did to make Jamba Juice more healthy and plant-forward and help Moe's Southwest Grill and McAllister's have paleo and keto options. But it was getting harder to live at the intersection of my beliefs and my passions and where I thought the consumer and the market were going in a business that was like that, with brands like that. And so it just got to the point where, while I was so proud of what we did and the decisions we made to help those big scaled brands be relevant and healthy in their own way, it was time for me to step into the next chapter. So I left Focus Brands after navigating COVID, launching Innovation, some really interesting experiences there, and took a year off, so I thought. And I started advising founders. One founder that reached out to me happened to be the founder of what was then called Athletic Greens, now AG1. I had been a customer for 2 years. It made a huge difference in my gut health, my hair, skin, and nails, my energy, and my immunity. So it was a small company for me at the time. It was doing about 160 million in annual revenue in 2021. But I was like such a fangirl. So I'm like, of course, I'll help you. I'm happy to help. And then I fell in love with the business, realized it was bigger than I thought, growing faster than I thought, and needed a lot of work and leadership. And so I joined formally as president and COO in November of 21, and have been in that role for multiple years. Then, as you mentioned, stepped in as CEO. We'll do over 600 million in annual revenue with 1 product and 1 SKU this year, and we've grown by 4x since that time. And it's just because we have such an insanely high quality product. Yeah. We will launch more products, we will go to more channels in the future, but that's the journey from like cinnamon rolls to green, nutritious powder. It's a very authentic one. I came at it from a very pure place, and I'm so glad I made the jump to an earlier stage, truly health-focused company.
Yeah, oh my gosh, thank you so much for sharing all that. Like you said, it all makes sense in retrospect, and I have no doubt that all of your experiences at Hooters and Cinnabon and all the roles that you had at those organizations that you're using those learnings now. I also love what you said about your personal journey and experience with AG1, that it was at a life transition or crossroads really for you with starting a family. Similarly, at Women's Health, that's when most of our readers find us. It might be that they've just graduated college or they're starting a new job. Those moments, I find, tend to be this sort of magical time where humans are inspired to make a change, a healthy change, and take action. So
Totally.
I love hearing people's moments when it all clicks for them. So it's so cool that it clicked for you professionally as well. Speaking of women's health, one of my favorite questions to ask women who we feature in our pages and on our site and on social, whether they're an athlete or a scientist, an entrepreneur, an astronaut, or a CEO, is what does strength mean to you? I love the varied answers. And so, Kat, I turn that question to you. How do you define strength?
It's interesting. So strength was my word of the year last year. My husband and I got married at Burning Man, so burn to burn is like our new year. And every new year we set a new word, and last year my word was strength. To have a big cup, to hold what the world needs me to hold, to take care of my own strength, to actually lean into actual, like eating more protein and lifting, physical strength. As I age, I'm 46 and I want to live long and strong for my now 5- and 7-year-old. But strength to me brings back a very particular memory. One, of course, of my mom and the decisions she made for us, that emotional and mental strength. She had nowhere to go, she had no resources, she had an entry-level job, yet she decided to give her daughters a better life without knowing how she was going to do it. So strength to me in part is courage in moments that call for it. But I also think of a time where I felt my greatest strength, and it's a specific memory. So March of 2020, and we all know what started to happen in March of 2020 is when COVID hit. But I had a 7-month-old at the time. My daughter, Arrow, was 7 months old. So I'm running Focus Brands as president. I had full plans to leave Focus at this time. I was like, I've been here 9 years. Mama needs a minute. I got 2 little kids. I've earned a smidge of a break. But then COVID hits. My entire business is decimated globally. We had businesses in Asia, all over the world, but I got a bit of a preview of what was to hit the US early because our Asia business was completely shut down. So all of a sudden it was like, you know, one of those visuals where you look at the world and the lights are on and then they all progressively start to go off. That's what happened with our revenue. And all the restaurants started shutting down and all the franchisees started calling and freaking out, and then all the personal challenges we all had navigating that in various ways. Some industries boomed and thrived, others were decimated. I was in the decimated bucket temporarily. And so I had this massive, and I'm the president, and we had a brand new CEO who was 4 weeks into the job. He didn't even know where the bathroom was in the corporate office, and even if he did, it wouldn't have mattered because the corporate office was shut down. And so it was on me and the team. So I felt this massive responsibility to be strong, even though I had no answers, no experience. Then, right as it's hitting, my daughter gets a horrible respiratory virus that lands her in the ICU, in the PICU, right as COVID was hitting. It wasn't COVID, but there was if you all remember, there was a nursing shortage, a doctor shortage.
Yeah.
When it first started hitting, there were no tests. There was nothing. So you had all this healthcare worker shortage. So she's in the PICU, degrading very quickly, couldn't breathe, almost died twice. It was just a horrible virus that she couldn't clear while COVID's hitting, while my business is being decimated. And I remember a very particular moment where they had to give her a feeding tube. She couldn't drink anymore, so they put an NG tube through the nose to get food into her stomach. Doctors are coming in. I have ear pods on in between doctor visits. My husband is doing his best to take care of our toddler at home, come in and visit. I still get emotional thinking about it. And like I've got the ear pods in and I'm listening to the franchisees, my largest ones, my smallest ones of multiple brands, so scared.
Yeah.
They were so scared and looking for answers when regulations on masks and hand washing and delivery or not were changing. And I remember a moment in the hospital. Again, my daughter was being tended to. She was in good shape. I had to have a meeting. My husband was about to come in and relieve me. And I remember just thinking, I'm glad it's me. I'm just glad it's me. I'm glad it's me with my daughter because I'm going to advocate for her. And it took her 12 days, but she came out of it, and we went home with an NG tube. Not a fun thing to manage, but she was okay, and everything got better. We came out of COVID with incredible strength because of the innovations of third-party delivery that we had put in years prior. That was such a fight to get implemented in the system. And so just this gratitude, this statement, I'm glad it's me. I'm glad it's me. And I have never felt more mama bear energy in running through my veins than that feeling of responsibility, but the deep gratitude that we can do this. I can't do it alone, but we can do this. And I'm so glad it's me. So strength is that place we find in a moment when we are required to be our best self.
Ugh. Yeah, seriously. That was really moving. I could feel that in the cells in my body as you were sharing that story. So thank you so much for going there and sharing something.
It's a miracle I didn't cry, by the way. It's a miracle.
Yeah, I'm sure
it's because you're all here. Otherwise, I would have bawled.
But really, I could feel that in my heart as you were speaking, and it's something I've admired about you as I've watched your career and as we've known each other over the years. You are well known, Kat, for the empathy you bring to leadership. I know team members who have talked about it with me, who work for you. You have brought it up in conversations in the past, how important that is. And I also know that there can be downsides to empathy. And so I wondered if you could share with us how you think about that as a leader. Why is it important to you? And how do you make sure that you keep the positive benefits there and don't go to the dark side with it?
Yeah, I mean, the dark side of empathy or gratitude, anything that can put us in a very humble place, is of course that can also be paralyzing and keep us from leaning into our responsibilities for courageous decisions. Sometimes we can be so humble and so grateful and so empathetic that we miss an important moment to take a stand or be courageous or do something that's uncomfortable. So that's the dark side that I want to avoid.
Yeah.
But for me, it's this simple idea that in order to lead, leading is influence, and influence is enabling and organizing and empowering people to realize they're capable of more than they know and to be motivated to step into those capabilities to the best of their ability. And so it is really all about them and you and not me.
Yeah.
And so this idea of, if that is true, if any success of leading a team or a company or a movement is all about everyone else, then the only way to drive change is to first start with what is the view from where they sit. It doesn't mean I have to agree. Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean it's right at a macro level. It means I must understand that that is the view from where they sit. And I've done these exercises, cheesy exercises with teams and team building before, for this idea of perspective and empathy, where you put some object in the middle of a circle. You have everybody stand in a circle, but the object is multifaceted. So what you see when you stand over here looks different than what the person over here sees. And it's this idea that unless we are looking from each other's perspective, you will be convinced that what you are looking at is the thing and make decisions based on only what you see and understand. So whether it is frequent customer interviews, I was on the phone with customers all day yesterday in between flights. I talk to customers regularly. Our entire team does, talking to scientists and doctors and understand what people are seeing and needing in the areas of nutrients and gut health. So it's understanding, it's education, but it's empathy. Our entire team has to talk to customers on a regular basis. So we don't get, even though we've gotten so big, we're not disconnected from the person who really is looking for just a very simple, comprehensive, highly trusted, research-backed daily health drink to help with their foundational needs. And we can kind of get in our own heads sometimes. So this idea of frequent check-ins, my husband and I do a monthly check-in where we ask each other the same 6 questions every month. We have since 10-10-15 tattooed on my arm. Every month. We've never missed a month. We've been off. We do a month anniversary the 10th of every month. We've been off a little when we've had kids or had a family crisis, but we've never missed a month. And this idea of checking in to have empathy with those who you care about, whether it's your customers, your team, or your partner. It seems scary for some people or maybe a little over the top, but it actually feels so great to feel like you actually do appreciate at least. Maybe I can't walk in your shoes and you can't walk in mine. I'll never know what it's like to be you, but I can hear you describe what it's like, and I can take that information in to allow me to make the best decision possible. The other dark side of empathy is when you're really empathetic, sometimes you can take it on and in. And that's hard. And I can't be the leader I need to be, or the mom I need to be, or the wife I need to be if I am taking in everyone's pain. I'm taking in everyone's perspective. I have to be able to take it, hold it, understand it, and then maintain my responsibility and my self-love and keep my cup with enough room so I can be there for other people. And that takes work. It takes like education and practice and therapy in some cases and routines, and it's not easy, and I'm not immune to it. There are times where I take it on, I take it in, I will go home and cry. I mean, there have been many of those moments. So that's the, that's the balance. I'd rather err on the side of being empathetic and taking it on a little too much once in a while than not appreciating perspective just in order to maybe not have the emotional weight.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. And as I said, as a team leader, I just love learning from other inspiring leaders like yourself. So you gave me a lot to think about, hopefully everybody else as well. It's interesting, we both lead big teams, we both work at big health companies, so we know better than most people that the health space, as it's been growing, which is wonderful, has become a very crowded and very competitive place to be.
Totally.
So, especially in your newish role as CEO, how are you thinking about innovation at AG1 and evolving the brand to make sure that you stay a step ahead and keep that competitive advantage that you've had since 2010?
Yeah, it is such a challenge, right, when the industry's growing so quickly. So our industry, if you want to think about it, is out of all health and wellness, we sit squarely in nutrition, and then the subset of nutrition, that's supplements, vitamins, minerals, gut health. That's AG1. It's literally one thing, a green powder that is a daily health drink where we combine a multivitamin, phytonutrients, or plant diversity to help us with gut health, and then probiotics. It's very simple. It's insanely high quality. We used to be called Athletic Greens because greens was the way to talk about a product like that then, but then that actually became a problem for us because the industry grew, a lot of lookalikes and copycats that weren't as high quality, weren't as research backed, but emulated the way the label kind of looked, came into the market, and we realized people started to say, oh, you're just an expensive greens. And it's like, no, we're actually the future of what the multivitamin was supposed to be. We're the foundation of gut health because of the pro and prebiotics along with vitamins. So the name that served us became a problem. So we evolved the name to AG1, the A and the G, a nod to Athletic Greens, the one being the one foundational product. But we also needed a naming convention that would hold the ability for us to innovate, to your point. Most companies will sell you 50 pills and powders because the way they need to dominate shelf space in retail is multiple SKUs. They do many, many things. We do one thing. We do many things to make one thing insanely well. We also formulated AG1 originally in the same way most high-quality supplements are formulated. Peer-reviewed research on individual ingredients, combine them for desired outcomes, make sure it's of the highest quality with the best specs, get it third-party certified, which we've been for 10 years, NSF for Sport. Please look for that if you are going to take a supplement. Look for third-party certifications that verify what they say is on the label is in the product.
We say that at Women's Health as well.
Yes. Third-party certifications. NSF for Sport is one, and it helps professional athletes know they can drink it, but there are others. And then we started layering in testing for over 500 herbicides and pesticides, even organic, which became a big thing in the supplement space. People would say, well, AG1's ingredients aren't all organic. Some of them are, but there's a reason why. Some ingredients that are organic, they cannot meet our standards for heavy metals, pesticides, and contaminants. So they're organic, so they don't have the pesticides, but they have high levels of heavy metals. And so pick your poison. And we have the lowest tolerances for heavy metal testing. It's like heavy metals are in our lettuce, guys. Like the soil is a mess. So what we say is we're going to do organic when we can, but we're going to test for more pesticides than organic does for our non-organic products, so we get the best of both worlds. They meet our standards for contaminants and heavy metals, and we test for herbicides, pesticides, including glyphosate and the glyphosate byproducts, and guarantee that our product is free from those. So innovation for us isn't just additional products, which we will have additional flavors and products and form factors. So for those of you who are like, ooh, I'm not sure about the taste, it's tastier than you think, even though it's green. But additional products will help us with people who might have flavor fear or just want a little experimentation. But innovation also comes in the area of research, quality, and safety. We design a product that is not designed to have this like crazy acute moment for an acute health need. It is a daily health drink designed for safe, effective, daily nutrients and gut health as a foundation. We formulated with research on the ingredients, but what almost no supplement companies have, if they have multiple ingredients, is clinical studies on the finished blend. They only have peer-reviewed research of the ingredients. We, in the last few years, spent millions building a team of PhDs, commissioning the studies, facilitated by third-party institutions to run human trials and in vitro studies on AG1 as a finished product, which doesn't tell you what are the ingredients supposed to do based on the research. We do that, and what happens when you drink AG1, what happens in the gut, 3 times the amount of beneficial bacteria, so much greater absorption of minerals, 4 times the amount of beneficial bacteria, and an increase in short-chain fatty acids. So now I've got many more human trials running, but these things, guys, take millions of dollars, years to run properly, time to interpret, and then to actually market the results. So we're on the forefront of that. So we have always been on the forefront of safety, quality, and research. Now we're pushing to a new frontier of human trials, not tested on one person, not tested on a few people, human trials of 30, human trials of 100. It starts to really set a new standard.
Are you doing trials with women too?
Yes, and ensuring diversity in those human trials so that we have a well-rounded set of outcomes that we can market. So innovating the product, innovating research, innovating safety, and then for us, innovating business model. It's time for us to bridge beyond D2C. There's a lot of people who want to subscribe. That business growth I described has happened from one product and one channel, only direct to consumer on drinkag1.com. Part of that is we want to control the relationship and experience. There's counterfeits out there. There's resellers that I can't tell you how long that product's been out there. So innovating our form factor, we're going to have holograms and unique identifiers on our products so you know it's real coming up as we iterate. Making sure people are clear on the only places they can buy AG1, but we are going to step into strategic retail, brick and mortar retail, meet our customers where they are. So it's a big step for us. It's time to, put on our big girl pants and grow beyond D2C and a single product, but also challenging the industry to raise its standards on research and innovation while we bring more products to the market. It's a lot, it's expensive, it's taking way longer than I want, but I'm so, so proud of the way we show up in the world with a safe and effective product and how we're innovating to raise the standard in the future.
That's amazing. I love that we got a sneak peek into what's coming down the pipeline at AG1. And yes, as a journalist who covers supplements, fitness, health, mental health, I cannot tell you how awesome it is to hear that you're putting your money where your mouth is and doing this research, human research, and including females in the studies, which has been a long-standing problem, as I know you know, for decades. I thought I'd just share for a second about how I think about this at Women's Health, which celebrates 20 years in existence next year. I know, I can't believe it, in 2025. I've been reading it all those years. But I think, maybe my take is you are very tactical, and I'm thinking more thematic and nebulous right now, which is that I want to deepen my relationship with each reader. And actually your tactics will do exactly that. But what sort of my mission is that every editor on the team thinks about stories through the lens of what is the most WHE, as I say, way to do this. And if it's not a WHE story or we can't do it in that way, then it's not for us. If you could find it on another brand's website or in another magazine, that's not a story for us. And that's like kind of scary, honestly, when you're so focused on deepening the relationship and the loyalty and engagement with a reader.
Totally.
You also have to give up some scale to do that because it takes time and investment.
Big time.
And one
you could be using those dollars and resources for something else.
That's right. And so, it feels a little risky, but one way we've done that recently is with putting more resources, more editorial brain power and money and time behind covering women in sport and athletes. And honestly, I just feel like it's the right thing to do. Athletes have always been part of the brand DNA, but not a big piece of our coverage. And we have diverted efforts in that direction. And of course, check to see how readers are responding. And I am so heartened because it's working.
Oh, I bet.
And it's the best feeling when your instincts are right?
It's such a moment, like for women's sports, the investments happening in women's sports, the elevation of storytelling of the female athlete experience.
Yeah.
It is, you are in the right place at the right time.
Thank you. We'll keep going there. We'll keep leaning in, and we'll keep pivoting if we need to, as I know you will as well.
Absolutely.
Kat, I could talk to you literally for hours.
Likewise.
I'm going to call you after this. But thank you so much for sharing so vulnerably today and for giving us a look into how you're thinking about AG1 as a brand. And thank you for innovating and being an empathetic leader and really.
We sort of, we've been using for HubSpot for about 3 years. We were attracted to HubSpot because we really, the platform was going to help us fundamentally shift the way that we engage with our customers and prospects. So we needed a tool that would help the entire team become best-in-class marketers and help Kelly become a more customer-centric organization. And marketing often plays a huge role in becoming the glue between operations and sales, but that can't happen unless you have a unified tech stack to help you. And that's why we turned to HubSpot.
Okay, so again, like I said, this is like a Hallmark movie. Things work out well in the end. But I now know you have now transitioned 11 global websites over to HubSpot, but it wasn't always that way. So what was it like before HubSpot?
Yeah, so before HubSpot in about 2020, we were organized as one marketing organization, one global company. In 2020, we separated into 5 different business units. And each with their own marketing leaders, each with their own marketing teams. And sort of what that did was it multiplied the demand on our central functions. So, rather than having to be focused on one central project or one central campaign, our central function was getting 5 times the request. And so it became unmanageable. And so what we needed to do, we knew that to truly get things done, we had to push the work down to our business unit marketing teams. But unfortunately, maybe just the way that it was, some of those folks weren't the subject matter experts, right? They didn't have the experience in sending email, in building a landing page, setting up a workflow, right? And so you need a tech stack that is going to work for, or we needed a tech stack that would work for marketers who had limited experience and marketers who had crazy digital experience. It had to work for everyone on the team in order for us to get things done. And we needed systems and tools that would help us do that.
So you got this change to business units. There's more demand on marketers than ever before, which is cool. Marketers now get to market and everybody could do it. But now you got to start to convince people that a change is imminent. We need to have a change. What does it look like to start talking about that change at Kelly?
Yeah, so honestly, it was fairly easy to convince our marketing org that we needed to make a change. I talked about how it was a lot of demand on our central function, but the lag time to get anything done was crazy, right? So for example, when I first started, we, to get an email sent, right? You would put in a request to your central marketing function. They would write copy. You'd have to approve the copy. Then it would go through design. You'd get a PDF copy of the design. Then it would go to build. Then you would actually get it sent out. We're talking weeks before something could even, get out into the world, right? And so as a marketer, you want to be working on creative things. You don't want to be working on process and things that are going to drag you down. And so, honestly, I think myself and others, we just always ask ourselves, what's the effort versus the return? Mm-hmm. And when you live in a world where it takes forever to get something done, 9 out of 10 times, you're not going to try something new because it just takes too long to do it. And so that bar for trying something new is just so much higher when you have a cumbersome process or a cumbersome tech stack. Mm-hmm. But when it's easier to launch, to test, to measure, right, you get to try fun new things. And so making that argument to our marketers honestly wasn't hard. the question really was, what should we change to, right? Everybody had their own preferences, perhaps didn't know what other tools were out there, and so there was a little bit of convincing that HubSpot was going to be the best choice for us.
You know the change, people are on board with change. Now you're talking about, okay, HubSpot's the tool. You are a global enterprise, right? You just talked an email, takes like a month to get out. What does it look like to start letting people know that HubSpot's the choice and you want this transition? What does that look like for you?
Yeah, so you really do have to create buy-in across your org. And for like, yes, within marketing, sure, we had to do a bit of a roadshow to convince the marketers, which, as I mentioned, wasn't all that hard of a lift. But in an organization like mine with thousands of employees, you have large IT organization, you have procurement, right? And so each of those departments that you have to work with to get a tech tool brought in, they all have their own goals, right? IT is thinking about security and reliability, procurement's thinking about cost savings, and those things don't always jive, and they don't always jive with what marketing wants to get out of it. We want easy-to-use tools. We want tools that help us put forth best-in-class tactics, right? And to be frank, IT doesn't always choose those types of tools. And we also have an official process at Kelly for putting a technical tool into the organization. It goes through an official ARC review with different teams that check it out for security, for safety, for reliability, all these different things, right? So we had to get IT bought in through that process. Meanwhile, I'm doing roadshows, one-on-one roadshows with folks across marketing, across IT, specific departments to really just have those one-to-one conversations to really convince them that this was the right tool for us.
Those roadshows, I think I'm still in therapy from tech adoption roadshows. I know what those are like. There's just so much involved in it. You're going around the business. You're talking with all of your diverse stakeholders. They all have different needs. You're pitching this as the solution. Who's the toughest one to convince that this is the tool that we should use?
Yeah, so that process I just mentioned really was just for Marketing Hub. But in roughly, halfway into our current implementation, we decided we were going to transition our websites fully over, or marketing wanted to transition our websites over to Content Hub, which was formerly CMS Hub. And the biggest detractor in that situation was our head of web at the time. That person, they were used to systems and tools that gave them more control, right? So HubSpot doesn't give you access to server-side code. It's a SaaS platform. This person was a little skeptical on that. And it really just came down to, though, what are the needs of your organization at this time? Mm-hmm. And that really should trump what one person's personal preference is. It really should be about what the organization needs.
If you're following along in the Hallmark movie marketing metaphor, this is a stage where the guy...
Pulse of where your organization is at and how receptive it is to change. Fortunately for us, Kelly was going through what we were internally, and Kelly was going through what we were internally and even externally calling a complete transformation, meaning the organization was looking at every department, every process, every procedure to figure out a way to make us more efficient, improve processes, improve the ways in which we work, right? So we used this larger scale initiative at the organization to kind of bring CMS Hub or Content Hub to life, right? So we, through this transformation process, submitted a 5-year sort of plan to project cost savings, to explain how HubSpot would make us more efficient. We presented this concept to an entire group of people that were part of this transformation committee. And luckily, we had piloted a website on CMS Hub the prior year, right? So we had learnings, we had data, we had things we could bring to the table to show, hey, it worked really well for this business unit. We really should transition all of our global websites, and we did it within the span of 4 months. That was our sort of project plan to do it under $30,000 and within 4 months.
Wow.
And they sort of accepted the proposal. I mean, it was a pretty compelling case. And they also had some IT specialists, external consultants, looking at the tool, what it brought, and those folks were also bought in. So that was kind of nice to have that third-party validation.
This is like success now, right? Everybody's bought in. How long is the process up until this point? How long do you think it's been from the moment we realized the change to the moment that we're going to go is in this large organization, you're just doing your due diligence to make sure stakeholders get what they need, everybody gets what they need. Now you've done the adoption, right? HubSpot is in-house, things are popping off. What's the impact on the actual business? This is what stakeholders want to know. What's the impact of business?
Yeah, I mean, it's given us the freedom to fail fast, and so I don't know if any of y'all in the audience are struggling with that. But when you have a tool or tools, right, that let you get things out the door quickly, you're not really beholden to everybody, every campaign always being a winner, which actually makes it a lot easier as a marketer, right? And a lot of times the things that your failures are the things that you learn the most from. So we should be celebrating failure. We should be getting things out the door. We should be testing and trying new things. And this has actually been a lot of freedom to fail fast. We used to spend 6 months on campaign planning. We would launch it. We'd let it go out into the world. Then we would reflect on it weeks later. And honestly, this has given us that freedom to fail fast. It's also really recentered, which is sort of the focus of this discussion, our marketing around content. So before we were building landing pages, we'd have ads, we'd direct those ads to the landing pages, we'd try to get leads, and we would, maybe follow up with those leads with a couple of emails. This has really completely changed the game in terms of content being at the center of all of our campaigns, right? Top, middle, and bottom of funnel content. We're meeting our customers and our prospects where they are, and I would say that has been a fundamental shift. That wasn't possible not because our marketers didn't want to do it, right? I think we should give our marketers credit. It's that they didn't have the tools to do what they knew they needed to do.
So there's a lot of change in the way that the work is happening. What's the impact on the business? I know you're statistics, you got numbers, you're the numbers person.
Yeah.
What does this look like?
So tangibly speaking, I took a look at our Google Analytics, right? We're talking across the websites we migrated since January of this year through late August when we put together this slide. We're seeing a 32% increase in users, a 25% increase in sessions, and a 63% increase in conversions, which is phenomenal. And a lot of that, just has to do with HubSpot allowing us to put the fundamentals in place, right? And that's so crucial, right? You can do fancy, buzzwordy marketing, but if you don't have the fundamentals in place, none of that's going to work. Or it might work and you don't know how to measure it, right? This really helped us put some strong fundamentals in place honestly, this is low-hanging fruit, to be candid, right? This low-hanging fruit, and now we have so much more opportunity now that we have this fundamental groundwork laid.
Yeah, what I love about this story is it is a full circle transition, right? The transition to business units, enabling marketers to now really do the marketing. And then you find the tech stack, you find HubSpot that's going to come in, enable you to move faster. You're doing the roadshows, you get the buy-in, you implement it. Now we're seeing the actual results, yeah, it's on screen, that's pretty cool. So you got the results in there. Now it's starting to change the way that you actually market. So what does content marketing look like now for you all?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, content is now at the center of everything, right? We're exploring, we're going beyond blogs, we're going beyond, web pages, we're exploring new mediums, we're thinking about where our customers and prospects are and how they want to consume content, and we couldn't do that before because we were really beholden to very limited tech. All of our business units have launched newsletters. We're exploring podcasts. HubSpot actually has a new podcast feature in Content Hub that we're exploring. 3 of our business units are launching a podcast this year. And so it's really, just broaden what's possible and kind of like slice, dice, and sprinkle is what one of my colleagues says all the time, right? Take a piece of content, slice, dice, and sprinkle it in different ways, right? Adapt it for the medium, and we weren't doing that before. It's also given us the opportunity to collaborate across business units. So if whether you're structured like a business unit or you have different departments, right? When you work in a silo, it can be so easy to not think about the larger picture for your brand, the larger picture for your customers, because we do a lot of cross-selling and upselling across our business units. We actually have an annual rework report, which is on the screen here. And it's essentially a global workforce survey of talent and customers. And it's an annual thing that we do every year. And HubSpot actually lets us collaborate together on how we're going to put it out into the world across our different business units. And not only that, but measure it, right? We can see what our collective effort as joint business units is doing to get this really great, compelling piece of content out into the world. Which has been awesome because before it's so hard not to work in a silo, especially when you're structured as a business unit. So that has been awesome, right? It's a unified approach, even though we each have our own specific ways of approaching our customers and our segments.
It's interesting to hear, like, with the business units, it brings us the opportunity for silos, right? But now you're using the technology to actually bring us all back together. It's kind of like this full circle moment from where you started. What other tools are really exciting for you all right now within Content Hub? You talked about kind of slicing and dicing, sprinkling and mixing. What's exciting you right now in Content Hub?
Yeah, so some of it's really simple stuff, right? In my division, we leverage the audio translation feature. If you're not familiar with it, HubSpot will take a piece of content, translate it for you, put it into an audio file, and then you can embed it in your blog, right? So we're thinking about, we've written a really compelling piece, like 1,200 words. Not everybody has the time or capacity to read that, right? And so we're, putting audio on the top, not just for preference, but also for accessibility, which is really important to us, especially in education, right? Making sure our content is accessible. And so that's one feature, pretty easy, but it probably takes like a minute to do, and which is great. We weren't doing that before. And then, content remix, a handful of marketers are piloting and testing that out in our company. And this actually, we fundamentally believe that, humans should still be at the center of our content, right? There's a lot out there that can, AI, but our, thinking humans really are what's going to help you stand out, right? Authenticity. But something like Content Remix lets you be an extension of the human, right? I wrote a really compelling piece. I want to turn it into, another format or put it out on social. Content Remix lets you sort of slice, dice, and sprinkle, as I just mentioned, right? But still have us be in control, which I think is really important in today's world.
I'm checking the clock. We made it about 21 minutes into this 30-minute talk without mentioning AI. That in and of itself is amazing. But let's talk about AI. Tell me, what is AI looking like right now to Kelly? And again, to preface this is a global company, lots of different business units, lots of different industries that you're serving. I know sometimes things can move fast, they can move slow. What is AI looking like for you all right now?
Yeah, so to be candid, like most companies right now, we're still figuring that out. So we have an AI task force at Kelly that's evaluating not just what different tools and products can do for us across our organization, but also looking at the security, the reliability, the ethical things around AI that you need to consider, which is really important for us because as a workforce solutions company, our noble purpose, right, is putting people to work in ways that enrich their lives. And so leveraging tools that might negatively impact a workforce or somebody in the workforce, we have to think really hard and critical about that, right? So as I mentioned, keeping humans at the center, I would say, is still fundamentally like in our values. And so kind of just we're still figuring it out, like most people. If I had to be candid, yeah.
That's the most honest and beautiful answer. I want to give you a professional hug because that's so beautiful. As we start to wrap it up here, this is the story, right? This is you're going from this large global enterprise company, breaking into business units, figuring out you need technology, enabling marketers to do the marketing. You're utilizing it. You're seeing the benefits of it all. You've gone through this. You've got the scars to prove it, right? What are some of the big takeaways that others in the audience can start thinking about if they're in large global organizations, they're starting to want to move quicker? What are the big takeaways for you?
Yeah, so I would say for us, approaching it like a startup, so important, right? Your company size doesn't have to dictate your approach. You can be really nimble and it doesn't have to be expensive, right? I mentioned that we migrated these websites with under $30,000, and I'm happy to chat with you all about how we did that, right? So, we don't need to wait for the stars to align to make a move, right? A lot of people want to see the perfect plan, or they want to have the budget in place, and yes, a lot of that is important. Mm-hmm. But if you take iterative steps along the way to get to where you want to go, a lot of enterprises don't sort of approach things that way. And I say, have a startup mindset, right? There's a lot that startups can bring to the enterprise space, and I think that it needs to be received. Yeah.
Got it.
And then, I'd say lastly, though, is don't overcomplicate it, right? A lot of times, especially at an enterprise, you want the most sophisticated thing, the most complicated. But to get the work done, you need a MarTech stack that is just stupid simple, right? You need something that can be used by everybody, no matter what size your organization is. So, yeah.
Awesome. Great takeaways, great story. I want to thank you for taking the time to come here. Folks, if there's any questions in the audience, we do have 2 microphones right there and right there. You can jump on up. I see some folks moving. If not, we can start to wrap up. And Elizabeth will be right over to the side here. Give a nice round of applause to Elizabeth Boyer. And also, take a look at the screen. We've got a QR code you can scan to take more look at Kelly's services and the great work that they did with HubSpot. Thank you all for coming out and enjoy Inbound.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Breeze.